stars glow for you. It's just a matter of time before we learn how to fly. Welcome to the rhythm of the night. There's something in the air you can't deny. When can I see you again? Yeah, it's been fun, but now I got to go. Before I go and hit the road, tell me when can I see you again? This one is for the fucked up, chewed up, spit out, stepped on, no luck, no fucks, tough love, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking, no sound, no crown, burnt up, broken. This one is for the beggars. Stand up if you're feeling reckless. They don't understand that we're heartless. We'll never be the same, so we take till we get our fucking way.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me for tonight's broadcast is Indiana Frost going back. How are you doing today, Indiana?
Oh, I'm super excited. Not as excited as Clear Love in that intro video, but definitely very excited to be opening with NewBee and Game Talents.
Well, according to that video, he is a heartbreaker, so we have to see if he's going to continue doing just that. But before we break down tonight's games, Frost, let's recap what happened yesterday, because we did see two very long, drawn-out games last night. You know, Team WE going up against IMA. We saw Vici also playing their match, picking up a win as well. It was a crazy night of League of Legends.
Yeah, so the idea that I want to take away from this is this idea of context and trying to fit where all the LPLs are. Obviously, we have two different groups, Group A and Group B. They were redrawn from Spring Split to Summer Split, and now it's trying to figure out where all the pieces fall. And I think last night, particularly Vici versus LGD, really kind of solidified where the mid-tier and lower-tier teams are. There was a lot of issues with team fighting. It was Vici that finally got the best of LGD, although they have looked better. And then on the other side of that, WE versus IMA. Yes, WE walked away with the series in a very spectacular Vladimir fashion, but I feel like last night really underlined that IMA might be a threat in the LPL.
Well, let's take a look at that first game very quickly. You know, Vici taking on LGD. This was a match where Rusty and I went into it. Rusty was talking about how LGD no expectations coming into this game at the moment because they haven't been performing very well, and they looked good at the start of both of their games. So once again, in LGD style almost, not able to close it out.
Yeah, it always kind of comes back to this idea with LGD that you can no longer talk about them as kind of the 2015 world heroes that should have been. It's kind of now reset. Where does this team actually belong? It's in the bottom half of the LPL, frankly, with a lot of their performances. Again, like we said, it was looking better, but LGD fans, I mean, they're just continuously breaking hearts at this point. And the best case scenario, I think even their coach Hart said it, is because it's LGD, go in not expecting anything. That way you're always surprised.
On the flip side, we also saw Vici. They still, you know, had a few blunders here and there, but were able to go toe-to-toe with LGD, were able to finish out the game with a win then. Looked a little bit impressive in the later parts of that game almost.
And the good news here for Vici fans is the fact that Vici finally won off of team fighting. Yes, it was still relatively close, but this has been an area of issue for Vici Gaming for a long time. And the fact that they're trying to develop that, getting better, and we're starting to see upward momentum and growth, good news for those fans.
We also saw Shenpi put on a fantastic performance as a carry AD carry, taking over Endless for game number 2 there. So he played pretty well for Vici on top of that. And the other game that we saw yesterday was Team WE taking on IMA. And that was a slugfest for the first two games. Both of those games, IMA started with a very decent lead, had about 3,000 to 4,000 gold in their favor. Game 1 even, they were able to take down Team WE after they took Baron and an Elder Dragon. So IMA looked really good in the late game. Just everything fell apart game 2 and 3 for them.
And the emphasis is they looked good on the late game against a team like Team WE. I don't think any team in the LPL plays the late game quite as well as WE do, just because they're so, I think Spawn calls them like the gambling team. They're like the 51%. They know that they'll just play that one perfect moment, that they just have to stall long enough and that they will take the victory if you make that single mistake late game. And so for IMA to take it to them in a 55 minute game is phenomenal. The next 2 games in the series, though, still good for Team WE fans because suddenly they're starting to transform into this other beast.
They certainly did, and we saw that. You know, game number 2 was still quite drawn out. Team W came online around their 30-35 minute mark that we'd normally see, but game 3, that was just Team WE on a different level from what they used to be playing on. They finished that game about 25 minutes where they were so far ahead, pushing into the base after this obnoxious Vladimir, which we've seen banned against a couple of teams in the LPL, but not quite picked up yet until that game, and now we see why it's banned against certain teams.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing to take away is that it really exposed, or not exposed, but showcased Vladimir as kind of the power pick that he can be and what he can do in dismantling teams, and props to Xie, of course. I mean, we've always said that he's kind of like an A-tier mid laner trying to move up into that S-tier class, but he definitely showed up big for his team.
Yep, and he played fantastic in those games. You didn't get MVP for that Vladimir performance. In fact, it was Mystic who picked up 2 MVP performances, one on his Ezreal. Spawn likes to call him one of the players that is allowed to play Ezreal in the LPL. He certainly showed why in that game. He was playing it almost like an assassin in game number 2. And game number 3, he just went off on his Lucian as well. He's looking pretty good for the lineup of Team WE.
Yeah, pretty good. But we've said this multiple times about Team WE is they're effectively a bunch of A-tier players put together that play S-tier League of Legends. What's really cool is just how different Team WE are for the LPL. They do not play like any other LPL team where it's very like scrappy, skirmish, team fight heavy. It's much more closer to kind of Korean League of Legends, not in a very macro sense, but in this idea that we won't take a play unless we 100% know that we're going to win it.
Well, it seems like we're going to have a chance to check in with the KDA rankings very shortly as well, so we are going to go straight into that. So we take a look at how this has changed from last night's game. IMA surprisingly falling down a little bit after their games against Team W, so now Mouse going to be sitting on the top. 957 just behind Amazing JV and Looper all up there as well.
But the most important thing to take away is just look to the left and look at all of those brands of the teams. Those are your top teams in the LPL for good reason.
Voidless in the jungle didn't play in last night's series against Team W, so he still sits at the top of the standings here, 17.0.
But the same type of thing. So the one that you're missing from the last KDA rankings into this one is obviously NewBee Swift. Instead, we have Game Talents, and this is a player that I really want to highlight because he's a phenomenal jungle. Formerly played for Team WE, was benched, now getting to play for Game Talents. We'll get to see him later on tonight, but I just really want to emphasize that people need to be looking his way.
Yeah, Rusty and I broke him down quite a bit last time. We'll be able to talk about him more as we watch their game later on in the day, but mid lane, Athena still sitting at the top there. Baimi just behind him, but oh, sorry, not just behind him, very far behind him, 22-6 there.
Yeah, but naturally when you don't play as many games. On the other side, though, it's going to be the ADC, and of course, Uzi, king of the AD carries, is sitting rightfully on his throne on top, followed very quickly by Daft and Jin Zhao.
Yep, the Golden Horse showing some promising performances there from Iron Man. As we take a look finally at support. Savoki, I'm not surprised in any way that you're up there. You're always doing something funky here in the LPL. This season looks like he wants to go out for blood.
And following behind him is going to be Tabe, Zero, Mako, and Mato. So all very high established playmaking-oriented supports.
And we can take a look at the MVP rankings at the moment. We see Uzi and Mystic, 2 of the newcomers up into that ranking. Athena Republic also up there as well. There'll be a lot of other people with 1s here and there, but Def apparently sitting in with the rest of those players.
I'm not going to weight this stat too much. I mean, KDAs are fun, MVP, it's always fun, but the fact that Republic is sitting on very top pretty much says that it's been a very early start to the LPL.
It certainly is. This is only day 2 of week number 2 here of the LPL. And, you know, kind of the week where we get to see the standings being shaken up a little bit, so to speak. Rusty talked about this a little bit last night, how, you know, week 1, anything can happen. We don't really know anything just about week 2. Really, now we get to see where the teams stand in their respective groups. And it's already showing. We've known IMA against Team W. We saw Team W pick up that win there. IMA now dropping down, now looking like they're not the undefeated team that we saw coming into this league. So things are going to get shaken up this week.
Yeah, and I believe we will have the standings kind of talk further at this with some graphics support. But the thing that I want to point out is EDG, they're on top. We expect that. NewBee, they're close to the top. We also expect that. It's Game Talents, again, sliding in here. But this comes with the context of who Game Talents have 2-0'd to get here. And it's the bottom 2 teams right now, Snake Esports and Saint Gaming.
So we're going to be able to see Game Talents take on NewBee in just a short while. So this is a middle of the table clash. I know it's a little bit early into the split to kind of tell where these teams are standing, but still a very big game for both these teams. NewBee and Game Talents definitely wanting to pick up a win here. Going to be able to take a look at Group B as well, and it's kind of the same story for IMA previously.
But I don't think that this one is nearly as inflated as Group A. I'm still kind of on the fence of where they actually fall if they're going to be a threat to the top LPL teams, but I definitely think they've solidified themselves or proven that they can at least be a mid-tier LPL team. LGD, Vici Gaming, and OMG just have so many core issues right now that until they start to resolve those, I expect to see them kind of dragging up the bottom of the ranks.
They certainly have him. We are going to see a few of the players coming in from Group A today, so Group B will be taking place tomorrow instead. But we're going to be able to take a look at the matchups that we have for today in just a bit. So, first up, it will be Game Talents taking on NewBee. This is a matchup that you and I have both been looking forward to.
And again, if our overarching narrative is kind of context, this is the idea that this is the third place team versus effectively tied for first place team in Game Talents, but it's how these teams got here. NewBee have faced Edward Gaming and Invictus Gaming, so two well-established teams in the LPL, whereas Game Talents have taken down Snake, but they've also faced Saint, who are, again, on the bottom tier of those standings.
And speaking of Saint, they'll be playing against Invictus Gaming in the second best-of-3 matchup that we have in the LPL for tonight. So, Froscoon, let's dive straight into this. Game Talents taking on NewBee here. We've already talked about the context of these two teams, how, Game Talents undefeated. We've had a look at who the teams they played up against are so far. NewBee, on the other hand, they played against EDG and IG. We're actually going to be able to take a look at their roster really quickly too, as V, Swift, Dade, Happy, previously known as Peko, and More will be their starting five for today.
Yeah, More ZB. Go ahead, say it. Previously known as More.
Previously known as More.
There you go. Can't do Happy without More. No, let's kind of talk about the win condition for NewBee. NewBee are a team that wins through their team fighting, and kind of an interesting factor that I wanted to pull out is that they're not very good at the lane phase. When you look at Happy, when you look at More, this duo has never been known as a lane dominant bot lane, despite how comfortable they are with each other. That's part of the reason why Uzi was such a big upgrade over Peko, TNT, whatever you want to call him, Happy now, is simply because Uzi brought lane dominance. Likewise, Dade is known for his team fighting and his amazing cooldown precision and patience, but he has never been known for his dominance in the lane phase, and he's actually been struggling quite a bit in the LPL, but then compensating for it when we get to these skirmishes, when we get to these big 5v5s. So what that means is that NewBee are incredibly dependent on Swift to be that aggressive, proactive jungler and to compensate for their lackluster lane phase.
We'll have to see if Game Talents are going to be able to take advantage of that lackluster game phase, and we should be able to dive straight into their roster very shortly here. But NewBee, previously known as Chaogu, had some small changes to their lineup here, still looking pretty similar to how they ended off the previous split. Looking to continue their quite decent run so far in the LPL with a win here against Game Talents, who we are going to be looking at their profiles. Gimgoon up in the top lane, Wushuang will be in the jungle, Republic in the mid lane, PentaQ and Savoki, the infamous bottom lane duo in LPL.
And so why I bring up what NewBee's win conditions are is because when you look across them at Game Talents can actually hit NewBee where NewBee are weakest. So Gimgoon and PentaQ in particular are very lane dominant players. PentaQ, it's kind of up to mixed success on whether he wins his lane or he drastically loses it, but truth be told, this guy will always want to fight you in lane. Gimgoon has been known to 1v3 and to just destroy people up there, drawing so much jungle pressure and being a hard carry in his own right. And Wushuang, as kind of this new all-star jungler that's really coming out of the LPL scene, he gets to now face across from Swift. So Game Talents, they can have this opportunity to run NewBee over in their lane phase, try to get a very early lead, and just make sure that they close the game before NewBee can ramp up to their big 5v5 self. But that starts in the jungle, Wushuang versus Swift, and who's going to get the higher priority pick here, and who's going to be able to stop the other.
It almost feels like Swift needs to be the proactive one, whereas Wushuang needs to try and stop him. Thanks to that laning phase discrepancy we see coming in from these two teams. We'll have to see if Game Talents are able to abuse NewBee, so to speak, once that laning phase starts from these two teams. But they're coming into this one undefeated in their series so far, only dropping a single game to Snake. They still won that best-of-3 series, also able to pick up a win against Saints in their last game. They'd definitely be looking to try and pick up another win here.
And they managed to do that against the likes of a very aggressive Crystal and a very aggressive Flandre. So again, just emphasizing Game Talents do have a lot of strength in the lane phase.
Well, we'll take a look at the data from Dragon Spawns in week 1. It seems like we're getting a little bit of a look at all the 4 elementals so far.
Yeah, the big one to note here, and I really agree with Spawn after having extensive conversations with him, is this idea that pre-25 minutes that Ocean Drake is actually still very strong on the 6.10 patch, and it's kind of that post-25 minute mark that the Infernal Drake and the Mountain Drake really start to take over in strength and priority.
We actually saw that a little bit last night because we had quite a few Cloud and Ocean Dragon spawns in the very long, drawn-out series, and Rusty talked on about it quite a bit, how it impacts the supports and jungles, especially if they're going to be roaming and ganking a lot, healing them back up quite nicely. Cloud giving them a little bit more movement speed as well, especially if you can pick up 2 of those. So,
and again,
they'd be really changing the meta.
In a match that's so dependent on either these junglers, Swift or Wushang, getting priority on Ocean Drakes and making sure that those junglers can utilize the region to stay longer on the field, to open up more roams, more ganks, and more vision, can mean the world to a team that really needs to get that late game phase, or more importantly needs to snowball over the late game phase to get to victory.
And we've seen a lot of teams in the current meta actually fighting over these dragons. You know, last split, some teams would just lane swap, you know, let the dragons go, let people stack it up here, not too worried about it until it's the 4th or 5th dragon coming in. Now, we've seen a lot of teams trying to contest for these dragons very early into the game, and I have a feeling this might help NewBee out a little bit if they want to try and teamfight game talents early.
It definitely also empowers compositions that fight over the dragon pit successfully. So picks like Victor, I mean, obviously Victor is just very strong kind of on a base numbers level right now, especially because itemization really wasn't changed on the 6.10 wave clear mage itemization changes, but also the fact that he fights so beautifully around the dragon pit due to all of those choke points in kind of small and tight areas. So it does kind of cater towards NewBee, but again, it also means that if you lose complete control over your bottom lane in particular, just because there's a reason why the duo's down there, it's because the dragon is a high priority, you need number advantage to contest that pit, and if Happy and Moore just get run over because they get a bad matchup by PentaQ and Savoki, that opens up so much space for game talents to run away, and that's exactly what they did against Saint.
Well, let's see if they can do that as they head into Champion Select for game number 1 between NewBee and Game Talent. And already a couple of bans have gone underway here. Echo is going to be taken away by NewBee, and Rise, the 100% picked and banned champion, well, mostly banned here in the LPL, is going to be banned out by Game Talent on the red side.
And of course, everything about Rise just got stronger. Roa was changed, so it got stronger. Tier was changed, so it got stronger. So Rise in general is just a little bit.
So he got stronger.
Yeah, he's just a little bit too fine-tuned.
He's been a very dominant champion. Every single time Rise gets a rework, everyone is in uproar about how he's not as great anymore. And then 2 weeks later, suddenly he's the most overpowered champion in the game.
I do like the priority of Fizz, though, being banned away. I think Fizz is in a really healthy spot. The fact that he can still technically be used as a flex pick, although I definitely think he's a bit stronger in the top lane, personally.
Yeah, I'm actually going to see a Rek'Sai ban coming out here from Nidalee. Another jungle ban came out from Game Talents as well as a third, as Nidalee and Kindred have been taken off the table. So not many big junglers left open.
Yeah, we said that this was going to be a very jungle-focused game. Again, priority on Swift to compensate for NewBee's kind of lackluster lane phase, make sure that he can get that powerhouse like .A into that 5v5, 3v3 arena. Whereas Wushang, it's priority on him not necessarily to snowball his lanes, although that will always be an advantage, but to just shut down Swift and let his laners get those isolated priority matchups.
Well, we have to see what NewBee decides to pick up as their first pick here. Because, honestly, only really Graves left open, but they're hovering over Swain at the moment.
So they've used Swain before, and we've seen mixed success of Swain in the LPL. My only concern is that Swain is really dependent on the other lanes winning underneath him, and the reason why is for Swain to be effective in lane, he has to be pushed forward, because he punishes really well underneath tower. He's one of the few champions that actually has 2 damage over time abilities on his kit, so what he wants to do is get you underneath his tower, set down his laser bird, and then hit you with the torment and walk away. And it means that you'll miss creeps because you just have to leave the area of control that he has there. But again, if he's pushed forward, that opens him up to ganks, which means your laners need to look delicious instead.
Well, if you want to watch an obnoxious Swain game, there was one that took place in the LPL last night where we just saw an unkillable Swain run at people. That was played by Athena on IMA, as we are going to see Azir and Lucian picked up for Game Talents.
I want to highlight the Lucian pick. Obviously, he's big, high priority globally, but particularly for NewBee. Again, they like to compensate for kind of their lackluster lane phase, especially in Happy and Moore's case. Out of their 6 games, NewBee have played Lucian 4 times. And Bard 4 times as well. So kind of the 2 champions that are really responsible for having a very potent and powerful level 1 and 2v2. Because again, we know that they're not the greatest laners, so they need to take the most powerful champions to do it.
NewBee are going to prioritize their bottom lane as their next pick rotation. Bard and Ezreal are going to be picked up here. Bard we normally see picked up first rotation on the red side. This time, Blueside going to grab that champion. And Ezreal is another one of those very highly contested AD carry picks.
And Happy is also one of the only other players in the LPL that Spawn allows players to play. Happy is, of course, a phenomenal Ezreal player. And again, we talked about how NewBee are very dependent on making sure that they have either Bard or Lucian to compensate for their lackluster 2v2. Well, guess what? We see that Lucian's been taken. We can't allow them to get Lucian and Bard, so we're going to take Ezreal and Bard. It's still a very strong bot lane despite not having Lucian, especially at level 1. The Meep power and the Mystic shot power are phenomenal.
Still waiting for Game Talents to pick their next 2 picks, but Raskin, you mentioned Game Talents, a good way for them to achieve victory in their style of play. You know, pick that control mage mid lane, pick aggressive side lanes here, and so far they've got 2 of those things, with the Azir being at the control mage mid, Lucian being the AD carry, now Graves and Maokai picks up.
Already we see that there's a lot of kill threat and pressure in the top lane. So Maokai and Graves. Obviously Maokai goes in for the twisted advance. It allows these really carry-oriented junglers like Kindred, Nidalee, and Graves to get a free skill shot. This also should funnel Swift into either Gragas or Elise. I would pick Elise because I think it's very important that Swift prioritize never mind, I totally forgot the other one, which is Lee Sin. A heavy ganking jungler is where I'm going with this. Because right now, Game Talents have thrown the gauntlet. They're saying, we're going to make sure that this Swain dies early and dies a lot before he gets going. Because if they isolate a Swain-Maokai matchup, Maokai will just fall further and further and further behind Swain.
We saw quite a few Swains being thrown into the mid lane over the past week as well. We'll have to see if that's going to be taking place here, but no, it is a Victor locked in for the side of NewBee, as well as that Lee Sin in the jungle going to be picked up by Swift. So now, only waiting for Game Talents to pick up their final pick, and it should be a support.
But this is fine. Moving away from the LeBlanc, giving over to a Victor, you're just effectively going to neutralize the lane, and it's pretty much NewBee saying, okay, we see that we're going to prioritize the top lane here because the Swain wants to get ahead, and you also want to put the Swain behind. So instead of also picking up a mid laner who needs snowball assistance like LeBlanc, we're just going to neutralize it. Taken into a Victor, Lee Sin says, I'm going top all the way.
Well, let's see if Swift's going to be able to help V out in the top lane as we go into this match, but Game Talents taking their time here. They've only left a support to pick up. Bard, take away no support ban, so the world is Savoki's oyster at the moment.
He should be locked into the Karma. We could see something strange just because it is Savoki, but the idea is that anytime Bard comes out, it's really punishing against the likes of Alistar or Braum because it's effectively a ranged support versus a melee support. So I expect Savoki to stay with Karma here as he does go ahead and lock that one in, simply because, again, it's about that dominance of the 2v2. Game Talents, they want to start snowballing Wushang ahead, and they want to just passively win the bottom lane through Lucian and Karma, and then neutralize the mid lane with a control mage.
On top of that, Karma can be able to speed up the entire team for these team fights if Game Talents want to get involved in those skirmishes with NewBee. And the rosters have been finalized and are locked in here. Swain, Lee Sin, Victor, Ezreal, Bard up against the Maokai, Graves, Azir, Lucian, Karma. So pretty solid pick and ban face coming up from NewBee and Game Talents.
Yeah, and a lot of comfort picks for everyone. We've seen V take the Swain before, so it's not completely out of left field from here, and it's always such a joy to get Swift pick up his Lee Sin.
We'll have to see how Swift is going to perform in this matchup as we take a look at the rosters one more time here. And, you know, this is going to be interesting. This is the first time we've really seen a lot of junglers being banned out here to the point where we see lower priority picks like the Lee Sin come out.
Yeah, and again, just to underline that again, we talked about how this is going to be about the junglers. Swift versus Wushang, old guard versus new.
Well, let's see if that's going to be taking place here as we head into Summer Swift for Game 1 between Game Talents and NewBee.
This one is for the bad guys. It's gonna be the same, so we take till we get it rushed away.
And unfortunately, it seems like we're having a couple of technical difficulties here between NewBee and Game Talents. Hopefully, we'll be able to get those solved as soon as possible.
But we can go ahead and we can start talking about what these compositions mean and what the win conditions of either of these comps are. So we talked a lot about the Swain pick in Champion Select, and I want to go back to that because I do think that's kind of one of the most important things here is game talents. They want to win in the lane phase. They have really strong laners. It's kind of win lane, win game. NewBee, not the strongest laners, although they're not going to just blow over, but it's more about that 5v5. So, of course, they draft kind of this 5v5 composition. You got the Ezreal, you have the Bard that's trying to compensate for losing the Lucian in a second rotation, so you still have a relatively strong bot lane, but Happy and More, we'll see if they're actually able to take on PentaQ and Savoki.
Well, let's... One on the flip side, what are we looking at as well?
We're looking at, again, at the top lane. It's going to be Lee Sin versus Graves, the race to the top lane, who's going to get the successful gank off, if Swain will be able to snowball to where he's just unkillable, because he gets to this point where he continuously pushes you under, Maokai will just fall further and further into a hole, and any resources sent top to gank Swain, eventually he'll become so tanky that even on an elongated lane like top, he'll just safely walk back to his tower in bird form and lose virtually no health. On the other side, though, it's then up to game talents' bot lane. So if Graves and Maokai are focused on the top side, Lucian and Karma, they need to make sure that they can put this Ezreal and this Bard down once we're out of the level 1 power spike of those champions.
Well, we have loaded onto Summoner's Rift for game number 1 between NewBee and Game Talents. Seems like we've been able to get those technical difficulties solved. We have to see what these two teams decide to do right off the bat at the start of the game. For now, both the AD carries and support moving towards the bottom lane, so no signs of a lane swap just yet from either of these two teams.
Yeah, I expect we'll actually see standard lanes. We've talked about this kind of at length, that Lucian and Karma want to take advantage of their power, but level 1...
Savoki going to take a lot of damage here already. Happy and MoreZB just going to be able to chase away PentaQ as well.
And this is actually just a blunder from game talents. Bard has one of the strongest level 1s in the game just because of his Meep Slap. And then likewise, Ezreal with his Mystic Shot and his just basic auto attacks. A lot of people, again, recognize Ezreal for being weak in lane phase, but it's only really after his first purchase of trading battle stats for tier that he actually lives up to that expectation.
And he's got a pretty big support of More backing him up with the Bard. We actually see Happy and More trying to see if they can contest for the buff at level 1, or the Grump, I should say.
Yeah, they're actually just here to steal the smaller Sentinels and take that experience advantage in, and then likewise make sure that they stop PentaQ and Savoki from challenging Gromp. So again, making use of Bard's level 1 power spike and denying any sort of advantage that Lucian and Karma could get into the lane.
That also means that we are going to see standard lanes come out from these two teams. Ezreal and Bard will head into the bottom lane to face off against the Lucian and Karma. We will get to see the Swain and Maokai battle it out in the top lane.
What is important that both junglers start at top side of the map, so we'll see how they complete their jungle rotations and watch their pathing closely. Again, I predict and have a feeling that it's going to be about this race towards the top lane to try to sway advantage one way or the other. At least I would hope so for the Maokai, because at that point it's just a waiting game before Swain starts to take over.
Well, let's see if we see Swift or Wushang make their way up to the top lane. So we take a look at the fan vote really quickly. A lot of people behind NewBee here up against Game Talents, despite the undefeated streak that Game Talents have had so far. Lots of support coming in for the so-called veterans in the LPL for now.
Yeah, always important to take in the context of how Game Talents got to be tied for first place in the LPL, taking down Saint as well as Snake, the bottom tier teams right now, versus NewBee facing across from Edward Gaming and Invictus Gaming, two veteran teams.
Well, we are going to see Lee Sin work on taking down his red buff. Wushang actually going for a little bit of an invade here. Will find Swift, gets a little bit of damage down, puts down the shotgun shells. Just going to get some chip on towards the jungler.
Fog of War advantage, though, means that he wins out that trade, and having PentaQ and Savoki available.
Although taking so much damage, has to flash away. Wushang flashes forward, gets first blood. Relatively easy there for Game Talents.
Beautifully executed. Again, they prioritized having that Lucian, picking it up in second rotation, making sure that they would put Happy and More back by their tower and opening up space for Wushang to challenge Swift. We said Wushang, emphasis isn't on ganking his lanes and snowballing, emphasis is on making sure that Swift can't.
We can already see how that's impacting the lanes so far. Swain, you know, doing well up at the top lane. We expect that against the Maokai. Mid lane, 2 control mages. Nothing much going to take place, but already Pentakill and Savoki making sure they can push this one as far as they possibly can in the bottom lane, create a CS deficit against Happy. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Gimgoon teleported back to lane, trying to trade as aggressively as possible against V here. Gets some decent damage down onto the Swain.
Yep, has the item advantage here by having the double Doran, so making the use of his TP to go aggressive. I like the cute maneuver of using Twisted Advance to exit out of the Laserbird Q range and look for that trade. Again, bad news bears though for NewBee. If they fall behind on the bottom lane, it could tie Swift up by making sure that Happy and Moore stay safe as opposed to prioritizing V getting ahead.
We can take a look at the mid lane. Republic is doing some work onto Dade at the moment. Both of them quite low on mana, but Dade doesn't have the health bar at the moment. Skimgoon is going to be finding a Swain teleporting back up into the top lane. But still, this lane looks pretty much in favor of Republic at the moment, despite the fact that he's out of mana.
This is to be expected, though, as your early lane phase can push much more successfully than Victor. He needs more points in his abilities, as well as an upgraded Hex core, before he has the same amount of wave clear that Azir will bring.
And Azir's actually packing teleport to this game. We don't normally see that from Azir's in the mid lane, in contrast to the ghost that we see from Victor. So
I actually think instead of meaning that Republic's going to be assisting side lanes, which we usually see TP meaning on the mid laner, that it's actually just about neutralizing Dade even further, making sure that you can get that initial back in if you want to burn a very early teleport. It's kind of something that Rookie and Wayless like to do in the LPL, where they get their first initial wave, they push it very quickly, and then cheat in a back to get an item advantage.
Well, we are going to see the backs coming in from a lot of the players on the side of Game Talents and NewBee. You can always see the Stinger being picked up from the Azir. Hex core upgraded slightly for the Victor. We're taking a look at the bottom lane now as well. Happy, he's gone back and picked up his tier to the double long swords coming out from Pentakill at the moment.
And so aggressive from Savoki right there, putting on the shield, rushing forward and throwing out the Q to trade against the Mystic Shot of Happy, starting to open up a CS discrepancy 44 to 38 between these 80 carries.
It's just not going to get any better for Happy at the moment. Let's see if we can pick up some of this CS underneath the turret. There's more ZB trying to duke it out with Karma inside of Fog of War. It takes a little bit of damage in return. Wu Shuang, though, he's been pretty aggressive towards the bottom side of this map, constantly invading.
And what that's doing is it's punishing his Maokai. We talked about this. Swain's going to continuously push up forward and deny a lot of that CS. And speaking of discrepancies, between the 80 carries, that's pretty much completely compensated for on the top part of the map. That's 49 to 28, and Swain is only going to get stronger. Maokai, he doesn't neutralize lanes, he just survives them. He won't be killed, but a well-farmed Swain becomes unkillable.
Certainly he does. And we've seen this matchup time and time again in the LPL. Never looks good for the tree, not at any point in the game. Right now, though, Swain is pushing up aggressively.
The power of Maokai is that he allows a high-kill jungler like Kindred, like Nidalee, like Graves to get those free skill shots when used with Twisted Advance. I feel like Game Talents, they have a window of opportunity, and it's closing very quickly on kill pressure for the Swain.
Well, Wu Shuang is looking to try and get a gank up into the top lane. Is spotted up by a ward, but Gimgoon already trying to put down some pressure onto V. He's trying to run away as fast as possible, healing up quite a bit with that ultimate. They can't lock him down any forward, as Swift, like you mentioned, is coming up there. V is going to be able to get away there. Escapes with just a sliver of health, forces his flash though. So they do get the summoner spell for that.
We talked about that small window, though, so we'll see if Wu Shuang is diligent and re-ganks that to try to punish V. But like I said, an elongated lane, that bird form just walks safely and casually back to tower.
Swift now might actually be able to find Gimgoon. Tries to cheat a back inside of the bush, and Swift will be able to take him down.
Really well played by Swift, but meanwhile his bottom lane is suffering. So again, pressure still an advantage for Game Talents, but NewBee winning the top side of the map quite hard.
They still even out the kill score 1-1, but Game Talents still have a 1,000 gold lead over NewBee at the moment, and they're really showing how well their laning phase is up against the team. Even in the mid lane, the two control mage facing off, there's already a CS discrepancy.
My problem with prioritizing the bottom side of the lane is that you're very dependent on dragon spawns then, and that RNG working in favor for you. Right now, the dragon spawn is going to go ahead and be that Cloud Drake, which isn't often recognized for its high priority in League of Legends right now. And frankly, 80 carries just don't have the same impact in this current meta as they once did. It's much more about these top laners, these mid laners, and these junglers. So I feel like even though this is where Game Talents are winning, it's much harder to translate this into a victory.
Swift trying to take away his Raptor camps. Republic not going to let that happen with any ease. It's able to take away some of the small camps. They're still in the bottom lane. More ZB taking so much damage from Pentakill and Savoki. They are not relenting with this pressure at the moment.
Yeah, at this point, Game Talent's win condition has shifted to the Maokai lane has to be sacked, all in on this bot side, start taking down this tower and contesting this area of jungle, and open up Lucian and Karma to start rotating into the mid lane, sieging towers and trying to snowball a structure advantage.
You see Wushuang once again making his way towards that bottom side of the map, trying to be a pest against Swift and knock him out of his own jungle. He's only able to steal 2 of these small lizards away from the red buff.
But it doesn't matter, though, because PentaQ and Savoki are continuously getting good chip damage. And again, get this tower down as quickly as possible, translate it into a free dragon, and then make the most of Republic having teleport on Azir, and start running your duo in the mid lane and Azir in a side lane.
Well, let's see if PentaQ and Savoki were going to be able to take down this tower anytime soon. More ZB was able to get us back in while Happy stayed in lane. He's incredibly low on both health and mana as we check in with the top lane here. V being a very obnoxious top lane at the moment, constantly putting some pressure on towards the Maokai. But Wushuang looking for a gank here onto Dade. He's just going to be able to get some damage down. Pops the ultimate as well.
Yeah, just try to get Dade to go back. I'm assuming they want control over the Dragon Pit. Although pings are going down onto the blue buff, but Wushuang's like, nope, Raptor camp.
More important for him at the moment. You know, doesn't need to help Republic out if he doesn't want to.
But no, they have complete control. Again, it's just the fact that it's really a Cloud Drake. Still respecting Dade a little bit by having that Chaos Storm available, so if they had been able to force him out of the lane, I'm sure that Game Talents would have immediately pulled the trigger on taking the free objective.
Was able to heal up quite nicely, though, with the refillable potion that he's picked up. But for now, relatively quiet between these two teams. Game Talent's still trying to force this bottom side of the map and being really aggressive down here as well.
But meanwhile, check out the top side. Swift is pinging. They know that he's there, and no one is coming to save him. Game Talent's all in on bot side, NewBee all in on top side.
Republic's going to try and get down towards this bottom lane. He's already teleported deep in towards the back line. Happy and more trying to get away. Ezreal very low on mana, has to Arcade Shiver flash forward, but Republic's going to scoop both of them backwards after they use their mobility spells, and Game Talents pick up 2 kills down at the bottom lane.
This surely will also mean the tower for them as well as the dragon. Dade will get chip damage on the top side, but more importantly, Swift backed off. NewBee have 0 response play other than Dade picking up a free wave of farm.
And on top of that, Game Talents are going to be able to take down the bottom lane outer turret. And they could have gone for that dragon instead. Like you mentioned, it's just a cloud dragon, not going to opt to take that one down.
I think it's because they don't have vision of Swift. They want to make sure that their Maokai isn't about to get dove. So the response is, yes, it's just cloud dragon. Instead, let's rush top. And if NewBee overextend here, we can punish them because, surprise, duo lanes top side.
And we saw Republic go back in towards the mid lane, picked up some more farm for himself. Now getting the blue buff donated on over towards him from Wushuang. He's just going to head back towards his mid lane after using his teleports to go for the gank down the bottom lane. Swift waiting over the Raptor camp. See if he get anything onto Republic. He flashes forward, does get the kick down. They should be able to pick him off, and a teleport cancelled as well coming from Gimgoon.
Good response play from NewBee there to set up. Make sure that Dade gets something out of it, but more importantly, like you said, have that cooldown from the TP.
Now Game Talents actually, after taking down the bottom lane outer turret, have sent their AD carry and support up into the top lane, looking to try and put some pressure on towards V, or possibly take down the top lane outer turret as well.
And again, we talked about Game Talents pivoting, adjusting themselves. Okay, top lane didn't get the respect that it needed. The swing got too far out of control. Maokai can't do anything more. Unlock where we're strong, which is the bottom lane. Start rotating around the map and building up a gold advantage to compensate for the whole Maokai dug by taking global gold on towers.
This tower is going to fall quite shortly for Game Talents. Already taken down incredibly low. Lucian pretty good at taking down these structures with his light sling. At the same time, Game Talents will be able to trade it and take down the bottom lane outer turret. Still objectives in favor of Game Talents, where it's two towers to 1.
That said, a sizable wave mean that NewBee can continue to push this through. We may have a race of chicken for inner towers.
Let's see if they can do that. Maokai and Swain, both in their respective top and bottom lanes, trying to hold out the 3-man push coming in from both of these teams. Graves, he's made his way up in towards the top lane, but Savoki's got other ideas. They're looking to try and lock down Dade here, puts down the gravity field, is able to get them away as PentaQ will actually get chased away by the Swain as well.
Massive mistake, though. NewBee take the game of chicken and they come out on top. Being the more veteran, the more experienced team, they keep their cool. They don't fall off the tower, and they manage to pick up an inner, so now even 2 for 2 and huge advantage of control for NewBee on bottom side.
Yep, and that was an inner tower picked up, so much more difficult for Game Talents to try and pick up one of those objectives. They still do have the gold lead. It's about 1,000 gold in their favor, but That's next to nothing against a team fighting team like NewBee.
It also creates this really long lane, which is what you see V setting up right now. For Swain to just sit and farm. We'll see if they start allocating this creep wave or this resource of gold to anyone else, or if it's just going to continuously go into this top laner. But with a wave clear mid like Victor and not a lot of tools, NewBee should be able to just pause and freeze and farm out the game from here until they're ready for their big 5v5.
Well, let's see if NewBee are going to try and do just that. Swift going to take a little bit of damage from Karma here as he clears out a couple of wards placed over the wall from Game Talents.
To break this, they would have to dive or kill Victor. Dade has to die, but there's no big primary engage underneath the tower. Yes, they do beautifully once the map is opened up and Maokai can make use of like these flanking teleport plays, but you're effectively reliant on Republic hitting a Emperor's Divide and scooping Victor out.
And that's what we saw him do in the bottom lane earlier on their first gank. Game Talents, though, looking to try and take down this turret. Lots of damage going on over towards Wushuang just to knock him away from chipping down the turret.
They can't do it, though. And again, the CS discrepancy between the top laners and their strength continues to separate. Level 9 to level 10 in favor of V, 129 to 91. And now, Happy gets to pick up this free wave that's been pushed into him. This is exactly where NewBee want to be. Game Talents had a phenomenal early game and pivoting, understanding that they couldn't save the Maokai lane, so going all in on bottom. But NewBee have completely neutralized all of that.
They'll still have to catch up from the CS deficits that were created by the AD carries and the mid lanes and the jungler as well. But like you mentioned, they should be able to just hold it out and do just that. As we check in with the items really quickly, because Swain, he's picked up his Rod of Ages. We see the Spirit Visage being picked up on the Maokai up in the top lane. Down the mid lane, Hex Core upgraded one more time here. Negatron Cloak also picked out by the Victor. We do have the Nash's Tooth coming in for the Azir here. 80 carries. Big spike for the Ezreal, looking to pick up his Iceborne Goner next after the Mana Immune was picked up. And on the flip side, Lucian's going to be going for the Yoma's Ghostblade Black Cleaver build.
It makes sense that he'd be looking for more of a penetration build, but it's also very important that he picks up the Grievous Wounds at some point during his itemization to deal with this Swain, simply because they have no Ignite.
Well, Wushuang being a little bit of pest one more time against Swift here. Able to just poke him inside of his own jungle. As Gimgu now going to be gifted with a nice way for him to farm if he can do it underneath his turret. Well, missing quite a few here, but he's still relatively far behind V at the moment. 45 CS down, the Maokai.
Game Talents, though, are executing on kind of step 3 of their composition. So again, making use of the fact that Republic, that Azir, does have the teleport available. Their duo lane's now been moved into the mid lane because it's the last standing outer tower for them to take. Although a little bit of a scuffle.
V actually taking a lot of damage from Wushuang and Savoki has to flash in towards the Dragon Pit. In fact, Dragon's going to be able to auto-attack it, but the backside, Dade takes a lot of damage from PentaQ after getting locked down by Gimgoon. Happy now, he's inside of the pit as V getting that swooped in by Republic. Game Talents find another pick for themselves. That's 2 for nothing for the lineup.
Massive error here, although Swift might be able to trade this 1 for 1 if he can get the Dragon.
Temper Fate comes out. It's only going to cause the Dragon to go into stasis. That should be able to be taken down by Game Talents, and they find the Cloud Dragon for themselves, which prompts an Infernal Drake to spawn as the next dragon.
Okay, so the major victory here isn't over the dragon, obviously, because it is only a Cloud Drake, but the fact that NewBee broke their kind of line of defense to walk into river and a really nice catch from Game Talents. More importantly, it means that since Victor is out of position because he died, that they can break this last standing outer.
And this is going to open up the map quite nicely for Game Talents.
More importantly, it's opening up the gold disparity.
That's right. It's 3,000 gold in Game Talent's favor at the moment. NewBee, they're a team from Spling Split. Up till now, we've seen them fight from behind many, many times, but a gold deficit is still something you don't want to be in this early in the game.
And it was always a question, could Game Talents play the lane phase well enough that they would be able to snowball a big enough gold deficit to meet NewBee in these 5v5 matches? NewBee started to stall the game out, were doing well, got a little bit cocky, thought that they could take a skirmish that wasn't in their favor without proper vision setup. Punish, lost their tower, but now it's kind of back to, okay, everyone calm down. We're waiting on itemization for Victor. We're waiting on itemization for Ezreal. Just go back to farming. Our Swain's huge. Wait for him.
And they're still waiting for those items to come out. In fact, V working on picking up his Zhonya's hourglass when possible. Already has that Seeker's Arm Guard The mid lane, nothing's changed for Dade at the moment, still sitting on components. We do see Dade actually getting knocked back here. Republic going to be able to take him down with the help of Wu Shuang and the ultimates. For another pick going on over towards Game Talents.
Yeah, Game Talents being so proactive. Oh, Swift.
He's going to jump in there. I don't think that was the right decision coming from the Lee Sin. He just hit the Q and decided he needs to take the ride.
And sometimes Swift just takes these coin flips right there. Way too aggressive, trades his life, and this is going to be another mid-tower going down in favor of Game Talents. NewBee, 2 massive mistakes in a row, cost them huge. This game is starting to speed up outside their control.
Suddenly a huge momentum swing coming in for Game Talents. They were looking to try and put some damage down towards those inhibitor turrets, but instead they have their eyes set towards the top lane in a turret. Gimgoon trying to get away, pushing their Republic's already up there with the Karma and the Lucian. Who's popped that Yoma's Ghostblade, looking to try and poke it down wherever they can. Get it to about half health and relatively happy with that.
Siege comp in full engage mode from Game Talents right there. Again, they pivoted so nicely from the initial plan with the Maokai and the Graves pick into completely controlling that bot side, punishing Happy and Moore's inability to lane, making PentaQ shine.
And you know, just looking at the moment, Gimgoon, he's got his Spirit Visage and a Balmy Cinder, so even though he's 50 CS behind the Swain, that Global Gold helping out so much, the rest of the map just looks so great. Abyssal Scepter picked up on the Azir as well. Black Cleaver almost done for Lucian.
And then naturally the big thing about Maokai is that he doesn't need a lot of resources to shine just because his ultimate is percentile based. So it's not going to be super punishing that you have a low econ or underfed Maokai versus other champions. It's now, okay, so much went into this Swain pick. We sacked the bottom side of the map to make sure that the top side could get ahead. V, where are you?
Nowhere to be found at the moment. The Swain is 0-1 and 0. We see quite a few obnoxious things from Swain in a lot of games. It usually takes place through the later parts of the game.
Well, the thing is at some point, Swain just becomes so unkillable that he constantly pushes forward and he demands teams to respond to him in multiple members, and then his team is able to take things underneath the map. And then in really late game team fights, he just becomes this unkillable, annoying front line. Unfortunately, we're still about 7 to 15 minutes out from that point. So again, NewBee just need to hold on and stop the bleeding.
Somewhat of a saving grace from NewBee at the moment. It's Happy. He's picked up one of his core power spikes, the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Onion's Boots of Lucidity have been picked up. So now trying to stack as fast as possible towards the mana, Mirror Mana. So we'll be able to be happy with just slowing down the rest of Game Talents at the moment, but it does look like NewBee have fallen back into just farming it up wherever they can. As you can see, they've moved V from the top lane down into the bottom lane, trying to deal with the split push that's actually coming in from Republic.
Yeah, the most important thing for NewBee to do right now is to make sure that they have the proper lane assignments across for them. So making sure that Happy isn't facing across from the Azir, because Azir would have kill pressure on him. Making sure that it's just the Swain and you're effectively just trading gold. And we're waiting on this dragon. Although Game Talent's actually moving over into the Baron and trying to speed up this game even farther. But the next Drake is the Infernal Drake, so that's even more important for NewBee to contest.
You can see they put a lot of pink wards around that Baron pit and even sweeped out a lot of the wards that were placed down by NewBee previously. That dragon will be spawning in a minute 20 here, whereas the Baron is already up and live. So lots of objectives on the map for a 5,000 gold lead. Game Talents to try and take ahead of NewBee here.
And again, it's just NewBee saying, okay, we have a minute left to farm, effectively 30 seconds, because it takes us 30 seconds to walk towards this pit. Are we going to give this away, or is this going to be our big 5v5 moment? Because we have the 5v5 comp, we have the Ezreal that's online. Do we pull the trigger now, or are we going to give this one away, buy ourselves another 6 minutes, but Game Talents could possibly look for the Baron?
Well, a big thing for them is V was able to pick up the Sonya's Hourglass, so another big spike for the Swain coming out. He's got his Boots of Swiftness as well. It's going to be moving on the map quite nicely.
A lot of pink wards being picked up from NewBee, pretty much entirely across their items, which tells me that they are going to be contesting for this dragon. So we're about to have another big 5v5.
It's being matched by the son of Game Talents as well. We see lots of pink wards in the lineup. A very big item pickup for Game Talents as well. The Black Cleaver and the Mortal Reminder being picked up by Wu Shuang here. So they are going to be able to deny the regeneration coming up from V.
Super important, like you said, making sure that the Grievous Wounds is available to them, stall out his healing. There is also the option that NewBee could look to trade Tower for Dragon. Both teleports are available, but naturally Swain will get the better of this eventually.
So items have been picked up by these two teams. They're all going back to base and try and bot here and there. As more actually going to take a chunk of damage to the face from Wu Shuang. Dragon is now live. It is that Infernal Dragon. Swift, he's put down a ward over the wall, trying to get some vision on towards this pit, see if he can steal it away. But Game Talents, they want to try and take this.
Swift's connect, he's in.
He's going in, but he's not going to be able to take it down. Wu Shuang's able to secure the smite. On top of that, Lee Sin, he's going to get ulted on, though, by the Victor, sorry. And Lee Sin will somehow be able to get out of there alive.
So because Moore took so much damage and it meant that there was a member down for NewBee, they decide not to go for the full 5v5. Instead, best case scenario, Swift looked for the steal, but again, a very nice secure from Wushang. No surprise though, level 13 to level 11. Graves has been so much farther ahead.
Now Game Talents, they have a 5,000 gold lead. 24 minutes into the game with a Cloud Dragon and an Infernal Dragon. NewBee still struggling at the moment as V was looking to try and engage on towards Gingu. Does have the support of the Karma here by Wu Shuang. Gonna get kicked backwards into a Tempered Fate though. That was on top of the wall. Gravity Field will lock him down and he will get taken down as NewBee. They're looking for this fight. Republic trying to jump in here. Pops the ultimate to knock them backwards. V will use the Zhonya's to try and stay alive a little bit longer. Nevermove's gonna land onto Savoki. NewBee, they're finding a team fight for themselves. So looking for Gingu now. Magical Journey will get them all over the wall and they're gonna be able to try and chase down this Maokai. He's going over towards the Grunt Pit and, sorry, the Krug Pit, and will be able to get out there.
Where Swift failed in the early game, he just made up for it in the mid game right there. Beautiful catch out. All it takes is one insect kick, and they're able to capitalize onto it into a Baron. Remember, this Swain is incredibly tanky.
But those are very low health bars on the side of NewBee. PentaQ doing what he can to stop them from trying to take down this objective, and he's able to successfully stop them from doing that.
But NewBee looking so much more confident, and check out the damage.
Gimgoon doesn't care. We talk about Maokai being a big tank that soaks up damage. He just doesn't care. He did more damage than anybody in that team fight.
A big issue, though, is the fact that PentaQ is barely doing any damage in these team fights comparatively to Ezreal across the board, and more importantly, Maokai on his own team.
On top of that, Wu Shuang getting caught out did nothing in that team fight. Sorry, not Maokai. Graves getting caught out in that team fight did nothing at all. Kicked into the Tempered Fate, gets locked down by the Gravity Field afterwards. Not great for the side of Game Talents. They still maintain a gold lead, but it's getting smaller and smaller. Only 4,000 ahead against NewBee now.
And again, it just comes down to this 5v5 comp. This is where NewBee are comfortable. This is where their comp wants to fight around. Vision is going to be so critical to them, obviously because they have an Ezreal, because they have a Victor. Controlling pockets of true vision, making sure that they're laying down this poke with the lasers, with the Mystic shots before the big 5v5s is important. Finding that pick potential with the Lee Sin hero plays that Swift was able to demonstrate.
Hello, it does look like both these teams want to try and go back into their farm mode. You can see items being bought by a lot of them players now. Does look like he's looking for his Spirit Visage. That's really where Swain starts to become a little bit more annoying. He's going to be able to heal up so much more with his ultimate.
That's a very light word for it, annoying. Should be noted, though, all of the priority on the top side of the map. Again, that's a very easy objective for NewBee to contest right now. They've obviously realized that they're very strong in a 5v5. It's a little bit scarier to approach a tower on the top side of the map versus the Baron, just because, again, you want control over Fog of War and Vision to really utilize your comp as comfortably as you'd like. But you can see that NewBee, they want the top tower, but they're not willing to extend their hand too much, but they're starting to get more confidence. They realize that they can start to fight, and they are strong.
You can already see that from the vision control switch coming out from these two teams. One team fight going in favor of NewBee, and now they have entire control over the vision over the Baron Pit. V, gonna be annoying. Try and knock Maokai out of this lane as Lucian gets tagged by the True Shot Barrage coming out from Happy, and will just decide to stay around and take down a few Krugs before he heads back to base. And more big item pickups coming from these two teams. We take a look at the mid lane as they both have their Rylai's Crystal Scepter being picked up here. Victor's still very content with just hanging on to the Negatron Cloak for now, not trying to upgrade that into Abyssal Scepter just yet.
Thought I must be sitting on some sizable chunk of gold.
Potentially. He has the upgraded Hex score to Rylai, so he's still relatively half an item behind the Azir at the moment.
But he has a very nice mid-game power spike. The upgraded fully complete Hex core, not only is it good for Victor's mobility, but obviously it's a very nice power spike coming into mid-game, which is where we're about to be. So I still say he's right on clock, if not a little bit ahead of it in terms of his big damage. Or at least what he'll bring to his fight.
So far, though, NewBee are separating their members of the map once again, sending V down in towards the bottom lane. Pushing that one out for his team. Dade still hanging around the mid lane with Moore and Happy. Well, for now, both teams very content with just playing the poke game, as Dragon is going to be respawning in a minute here.
More important, though, that Moore doesn't get chunked out this time around and NewBee actually get a 5v5 as opposed to a 4v5 attempted steal on this Dragon.
Game Talent showing one more time this is an objective they want to fight for, already trying to take as much control over the area as possible. In fact, Wushuang trying to move as aggressively down towards the bottom lane as he can, looking for Swain, it seems.
No, it's because they have the prepped wave here from Gimgoon, so they're trying to get very quick chip damage, and again, catch NewBee cheating through their own jungle. They want to make picks.
Well, they get some decent damage down with Republic just poking it out. Happy and Dade, very successful in clearing the wave, but Happy takes a lot of damage in that trade.
Game Talent's composition is, I'm going to say, much more successful in a lane versus NewBee's composition being much more successful in a jungle. Again, using choke points versus abusing the siege potential of Lucian, Karma, and Azir. So fighting here, NewBee will lose this. They need to make something drastic, which is why you see more looking for the Tempered Fate and Swift trying to find that flanking position. NewBee, no, we can't continue to sit across them in the lane phase. We will lose. Come to the Dragon. That's where we're strong.
And the third dragon of the game has spawned here. It's going to be an Ocean Dragon, and Game Talent's immediately looking to try and take down this objective. Already starting and looking to try and pick it up as soon as possible. Swift poising aggressively to try and get into the fight here. Tempered Fate will come out, locks down the dragon for a while, but nobody else from Game Talent. This dragon is low. Wushuang is able to smite it away and pick it up. V takes a little bit of damage from the Azir, but very content with just giving the objective over towards Game Talent, and they're just going to back out away from the pit as well.
Here comes the flank, though, so NewBee, they don't get the dragon, but they may get their fight.
Definitely looking for it. They're going to be able to take down this mid lane outer turret if Game Talents can't respond. Savoki looking to try and poke them down. Wushuang going aggressively in, not going to connect his ultimate on top of Happy, who pops his true shot barrage.
And that means that the play is completely dead for NewBee now. They tried to get their the superior position on mid lane, take the 5v5 after losing Ocean Drake, but check out their side waves, everything crashing towards them. So Game Talent's completely in the driver's seat again, which means that they now have a window of opportunity to do whatever they want. In this case, take blue buff, as well as start setting up vision around this Baron again.
They're looking to actually try and take it, it seems here. Tentaku going to dash in, Gimgoon already soaking up damage. V, he's already shown his presence down at the bottom lane, so Game Talents know they can take this one. In fact, NewBee not trying to contest it anytime soon. No Tempered Fate to stop or delay this either. Game Talents will be able to take an objective. Teleport is coming in though. Going to look to see if they can contest
Just
them
disengage.
after it. They're looking to try and disengage. Savoki takes a lot of damage. Dade is going to get locked down by Gimgoon. Happy trying to slow down the tank, but he just flashes away. Game Talents know exactly what they do, which is take the objective and get the heck out of there.
And this isn't what we expect from the likes of a Frankenstein team of EPA and Masters 3. You expect them to make mistakes in these late game decisions, but they have the Baron, and instead of baiting into NewBee's 5v5 comp, we got the free objective. Just disengage, just run away.
And it's given them the same gold lead they started with previously. They're about 5,000 gold ahead of NewBee down. They're controlling most of this map. Both the bottom lane and top lane inner turrets have almost been taken down by Game Talent.
So check in on their win conditions. With Game Talent's composition, yes, they have a lot of power in a 5v5 simply because they have Azir, they have Maokai, they can look for these big flanking plays, they can neutralize a lot of Victor's damage if Gimgoon's positioned appropriately, but this comp is so much stronger in sieging. And with the Baron buff, that's exactly what they want to do. Again, they want to fight in the lane phase. NewBee know that if they're standing front to back, line of scrimmage, that they'll slowly lose against Game Talents. So pressure is on for Swift to find planks, and pressure is on for Game Talents to start sieging now.
Well, they're looking to try and do that, starting off with the bottom lane. In fact, they will have Gimgoon splitting up in the top lane with a very nice wave crashing on towards the top lane inner turret. The rest of Game Talents want to be able to try and take down this bot lane inner turret.
Watch
the
Swift.
The entire team of NewBee is going to be wrapping around this objective, trying to protect it from the 4 members of Game Talents, but that gives Gimgoon a lot of time to try and take down the top lane turrets.
I like the fact that they're choosing to go into a 4v1 simply because there's so much pressure for the Tempered Fate or for the Dragon Rage kick to come in, so they're still making sure that Gimgoon can be
They look for it. Swift actually going to get a kick onto Republic. He goes very aggressively forward. Republic still able to get out of there. Pops his ultimate, but will get taken down. Game Talents are getting obliterated here after the fight that was started by Swift. Pentaku has been tagged by the Sonic Wave, but we'll get out of there.
But it doesn't matter. Game Talents knew that that was a threat that could happen, but it means nothing for NewBee. They're not able to translate this into any objective. Yes, they'll pick up Pentaku, but they're going to lose an inhib tower, possibly more, because check out Gimgoon.
Gimgoon was able to take down that inhibitor turret and the top lane inner turret as well. So Game Talents opening up the map. opening up a nice gold lead for themselves even further. 6,000 gold ahead of NewBee at the moment.
Yes, good job to NewBee. In an ideal situation, Game Talents don't lose 4 Baron buffs and only retain 1 because of a really nice engagement from a Lee Sin. But at the same time, they understood going in that this was going to be the priority, that NewBee were going to be backed into a corner and forced to pull the trigger on an engage.
And they did just that. It was a great engage onto Republic, kicking him back into the team, forced to flash ultimate and die right afterwards. But Game Talents get what they were looking for, which is another turret taking down, this time up in the top lane, leaving that inhibitor exposed.
Still could have theoretically had more, so props definitely need to be given to Swift. That's very hard to do, to engage on the likes of a Lucian, Azir, Graves, Karma comp with a Lee Sin. So that cannot be understated. He did that as a Lee Sin.
That was really impressive, actually, that engage. You know, you got the kick on towards the cannon minion that was buffed up by the Baron and flashed right afterwards.
Lee Sin, obviously one of the few champions that you can flash in the middle of the animation. So if you start the Dragon Rage on the front of them, flash behind them, complete the animation, it'll kick them back into your team.
Pretty impressive coming in from Swift.
We expect that, though. Sorry, Swift, this is the bar that you've set. It's just so high.
It's too high, you know. You got the likes of Insect already naming a move after himself. Lee Sin has been a champion that's played in competitive play for quite some time now. But taking stock of things at the moment, despite Game Talents having a massive lead right now, Dragon will be coming up in about a minute. It will definitely be a point of contention between these two teams, because that will be the Elder Dragon actually spawning.
A reminder that this tower is a stiff breeze from going down, and there the wind blows.
The wind has blown.
So some pocket money there for NewBee.
There's still half the amount of turrets in comparison to Game Talents, 3 to 6 at the moment.
And we're still very close in this game. Again, a lot of that in the individual CS of NewBee's members. But Game Talents do get a advantageous position on this mid lane. Again, this is where they want to fight, in these lanes, in these sieging maneuvers.
There's been a very massive item pickup since that last fight as well. The previous fight, Republic did not have his Void Staff, whereas we did see the Victor picked his up already. Now Republic has his, can shred through the magic resistance provided by the frontline carries of NewBee. V's not going to be too happy with that. His Spirit Surge going to get chunked down a little bit. Mortal Reminder, like we mentioned, on Graves, going to stop the healing coming out from the Swain as well. But still, Game Talents just opting to try and siege this one out. Elder Dragon has now finally spawned, and Game Talents immediately disappear in towards the Fog of War. Going to be able to take the blue buff away, donating that one over towards Republic.
Ping's going down to this inhibitor. If they can control the top lane inhibitor, that is going to be a pressure point across map from an Elder Dragon. Make that objective much easier to secure in the future.
And they're getting a lot of damage down onto this inhibitor without any contest coming in from NewBee. They take it down swift. Desperately trying to look for a flank with V trying to run away. The Sapling going to be able to slow down the Swain, but that's about it. Swift still going for a flank, wrapping around quite nicely. And Game Talents, they turn around. They've been choked in here. This is definitely going to be a fight. NewBee definitely want to try and look for it as Swift. He's going to get the tag on towards Gimgoo. Gets sped up by the Kame immediately. He's still going around. They're not letting them out of their sights just yet.
It's because they know that,
Temper Fate lands as a Republic, going to lock him down. Gimgoo now trying to save his Azir. Ultimate actually going to come out, just knocks V backwards. Swift now caught in the back lines. He gets obliterated by the Game Talents lineup. Wu Shuang now diving on forward. They're looking for the carries. Happy takes some damage. V is now the frontliner trying to soak up the damage coming in from Game Talents. But they find the pick they were looking for and stop the flanks coming in.
And NewBee are now on full retreat, but they're being chased by Savoki here.
Savoki looking to try and get a slowdown. Speed jumps back in towards the fight. He gets obliterated. Savoki will trade his life for the mid lane on the side of NewBee. And a magical journey will get them to safety one more time. But Gimgoo, he's returned. He's got the teleport. The twisted advance should be coming in. No, it's too slow. Got slowed down quite nicely by the Ezreal. Will not be able to get the advance he was looking for.
So the reason why NewBee were going so hard at Game Talents is because they know by losing that inhibitor that eventually that's going to become a pressure point that will mean the Elder Drake down the road. They saw this as their small window of opportunity to fight back. Unfortunately, overcommitting, overreaching, it burns them huge. They lose their picks, they lose their mid inhib tower, and they may lose the Elder Dragon anyway.
Baron has respawned as well, so there's another big objective on the map for both NewBee and Game Talents. V is still down for 50 seconds, but take us through this, Froskurin.
The reason why this doesn't go well is because of how far they stretch out and separate this fight. So Republic now has completely separated Swift from the rest of his team with that Emperor's Divide, which means that it's immediately a 4v5 because Swift goes ham anyway. This is our biggest criticism of this all-star jungler, is that he's going to play the exact same way as behind as he is ahead. And when he's ahead, it looks great. But when he's behind, it's so punishing.
Certainly is. And Game Talents were able to punish him quite heavily there. As they're trying to clear out the wards towards the Elder Dragon Pit, they want to try and take that objective down. Like we mentioned earlier, Baron is up and available too. So the two major objectives at 35 minutes on Summoner's Rift are up and online at the moment. Kill score is 9-9 for both these teams, but the big difference is 3 Dragons, 4 Game Talents, and they have 4 turrets more than NewBee at the moment.
The other big issue as we're looking at the Elder Dragon is simply the fact that Wushang has a stronger smite than Swift. Yes, you've got the execute ability with Lee Sin, but still going to be very hard to smite this one out from underneath him.
And they're going to try and start it here. Wushang tags it, pulls it out of the pit however far he can. Gimgoon now wants to be one to tank it up.
V is looking for the flanking teleport play, resetting position. There it goes.
They're going to try and go for that flank. Swift now jumps in towards the pit. The Dragon is at about 5,000 health. Good ultimate comes out, locks down Savoki and Gimgoon, but they're the front line and the support here, not the targets you're looking for. Gimgoon still takes a lot of damage as PentaQ sprays the culling out, trying to get some damage onto V, who pops the zone. Is going to be able to heal back up. Gimgoon, he's going to get taken down. Guardian's Angel going to get popped. Wushang's too low to jump over the back over the wall. PentaQ
Look at
trying to
Azir.
take down Swift. As Azir, he's trying to do something, but he's going to go to the base and try and take down the base. They have to stop the pause. Wushang trying to sacrifice his life, jumps on top of Dade, might be able to take him down, but Azir, he's going to be able to close out this game. NewBee, they can do whatever they want in this team fight, but the Birdman and the backlines is going to be able to end the game here against NewBee.
What a ridiculous play from Republic. Again, this Azir took teleport, something you don't really expect on the Golden Chicken, and he uses it in the last team fight to TP out of the fight and to backdoor NewBee's Nexus for the victory.
What an amazing play coming from NewBee there, because, Game Talent, sorry. Because, they were looking good most of that game. They were getting the picks they were looking for. They were finding the fights they wanted to take against NewBee. But to close it out, that was a 5-5 team fight. NewBee looked good throughout that entire fight, but the teleport play was pretty impressive.
No, it's time to do some reevaluation on Game Talents. Again, this is a roster that is the Frankenstein hybrid of Energy, Pacemaker All, and Masters 3, as we can see the highlights on your screen. These are effectively 2 bottom-tier LPL teams that were smashed together to make an undefeated Week 1 2016 Summer Split team. And people are saying, the teams that they beat, it was Saint, it was Snake, bottom-tier teams. This may just mean that Snake's not as strong as we once thought they were. Game Talents, they haven't been tested yet. They come into Game 1 against NewBee, an elite LPL team, and they just frankly outplay them at pretty much every point in the game.
They certainly did, and NewBee, they looked impressive in a couple of team fights. This was one. Swift getting this engage off was rather impressive there at the start of the fight that they won, but it costed them an inhibitor doing just that.
But they keep their cool. That's the #1 difference between Game Talents and NewBee. Yes, Game Talents individually, pound for pound, they do not have the talent on that roster that someone like NewBee does. The fact that Swift can make a play like that is amazing. Lee Sin finds an engagement on Karma, on Azir, on Ezreal, on Lucian, all these high mobility, very safe champions as someone who doesn't have a consistent form of Hearthseed C. But for Game Talents to have the cool to say, it's fine, we lost this team fight, Gimgoon, keep going, expose the inhibitor. Now that the inhib is exposed and we've had control of the Dragon the entire game, we can use this pressure point to balance the Elder Dragon. It's this late game macro decision making that beat NewBee out, and that's impressive from a baby team.
Well, we saw Republic pick off a very nice backdoor with his Azir there in that game, but we're going to go into a quick break and we'll be back with game number 2 in just a bit.
swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at MVP for game number 1, and there's no way this was not going to Republic after what he just did.
Yeah, quite impressive. I do also want to give props to Wushang, though. So this is how this game played out. Wushang pretty much did a beautiful job controlling the early part of the game, recognizing where the strong side of his map is, props to Savoki and PentaQ to set that up, and then executing on it. But mid-game and late-game decision-making, Republic stepped up huge to execute. A fantastic Emperor's Divide, splitting a very critical team fight to pick off Swift and turn a 4v5 into their advantage, and a beautiful teleport to end the game in a Azir backdoor.
So I lost him in this team fight. I'm not afraid to admit that. He pointed out, where is the Azir going? And I could not find him. And he just decided he's getting the heck out of there and ending the game. And, you know, fair play to the rest of the team. Wu Shuang just jumps in and decides he needs to be the hero the team wants. He's able to clear out and stop the backs coming in from the rest of the members. Even Savoki, PentaQ going in there trying to stop them. And here he is, Republic the man himself, taking down the Nexus.
Yeah, and to be fair, the spectator didn't do a great job helping you out there either. But huge congrats to Republic, which means that he is now leading the MVP boards again. He's got 3 MVPs. And, you know, I was a little bit hesitant when I saw that Republic was going to retain on this roster again. It is the combination of Energy Pacemaker as well as Masters 3 on Game Talents here. But he has certainly stepped up. I don't know what that guy's been doing in the offseason, but he looks great.
He's been looking good. I mean, he's been picking up very meta-heavy champions. The Azir Victor, his most played champions, has a Pocket Cassidy in between there as well, which he's played in this split of the LPL so far. And I want to kick that off where we left it. You know, this was kind of the Frankenstein-S team, you know, a mix between EPA, a mix between M3 as well now, grouping up together. They're looking pretty impressive here, and this is one of their first tests.
That's an understatement. No, they looked great. And again, it's not just that they won, because obviously in the LPL, sometimes things just go haywire. Sometimes you just take a really crazy fight, you have a composition that scales, you're like, hey guys, let's fight at 5 minutes, and things just go to shit. This time around, it was about really clever objective identification and executing around those objectives very well. Props again to Wushang, the jungler from Game Talents. I think that guy is a diamond in the rough. He looks phenomenal. I can't wait to see what other development he'll reach to. But the rest of the roster is also stepping up. Game Talents, we said that their strength is going to be in the lane phase. They have an opportunity here where they can snowball their lane dominant style into a gold lead and then just run over NewBee before they get online for their 5v5. And they did it beautifully.
And did just that to finish out the game as well. NewBee, they wanted to pick those 5v5s. They got a couple, and they won most of those fights they found. But Game Talents executed their strategy a lot better in game number 1. That means we're going to go into game number 2, 1-0 in favor of Game Talents at the moment. The picks and bans are already underway. Nidalee, Graves, and Kindred being taken away by Game Talents. Once again, focusing the fact that they want to take away as many jungle champions as possible, whereas Echo and Rise are going to be the bans coming out from NewBee.
Yeah, no surprises. NewBee did focus a lot of their attention last game on that Swain pick. We'll see if they go the exact same route. But another jungle ban, which means that left up picks are going to be that Gragas, Lee Sin, Graves, and Elise.
You know, these Graves not even left up here. He's banned out. These are the 4 major champions that we see in the current meta. You know, it's Nidalee, Kindred, the S-tier S junglers, and we see Graves, Rek'Sai being picked up here and there. All 4 of them are gone. Even these 2 teams know this is a very jungle-focused game here. Rise, 100% banned in the LPL. He's not going to see any play anytime soon as Lucian gets locked in.
But I really like this pick against NewBee. Again, out of the... now NewBee have played 7 games, but previously out of the 4 out of their 6 games, they played Lucian. They really used this champion as a crutch to help Happy and More through their lackluster lane phase. So Game Talents, recognizing that PentaQ did phenomenally on it last series, giving it to him this game and trying to exploit that weakness again.
And this will be his 2nd game with Lucian, the split of the LPL. We have to see what NewBee decide to respond with, because with all the jungle bans coming out, a lot of very powerful picks are left open, not only top lane, mid lane, but also from the support lineup as well. They could definitely opt to try and take a jungler one more time here.
You could look for the jungle priority. Effectively, you have Lee Sin, Elise, and Gragas left. Swift, again, a very comfortable legacy Lee Sin player, so no surprise to see him go that direction. I'm a little bit curious on the Karma. Again, Karma, long-range support, offers a lot of utility. It's not that I think it's a bad pick, I just thought that they would prioritize the Bard, because this surely means that Savoki will take the Bard now, and we'll have the Bard-Lucian matchup.
And we saw Savoki actually use the Karma in the previous game to great effect, constantly trying to disengage whenever NewBee wanted to find those fights, buffing up his team when they get skirmishes too. I
almost feel in a scenario like this, what NewBee should have done is if they weren't going to prioritize the Bard, like you see the Lucian goes down, you don't want to put your bot lane in another 2v2, just sack it, look for a lane swap, and prioritize Elise to have the steroid on her spiderlings. But I think with the Lee Sin and the Karma pickup, it means that they're going to attempt to look for standard lanes again.
Game Talents picking up 2 more very strong champions in this current meta. Swain and Azir being picked up here. All 3 of these champions have potential to be picked during the first few rotations because they are that good at the moment.
Again, priority of Azir is that he can be blind pick, so you are correct. He's just that good that it doesn't even matter what his counter is or what he's going to look across from. This time around, though, Gimgoon getting his hands on the Swain. Swain is incredibly dependent on not receiving a lot of pressure, especially in the early game, just because he needs to push forward to be as successful, make use of his punishing trades underneath turret. So we'll see if Wushang can set him up for the same amount of success.
NewBee on the other side, waiting to pick up their next 2 picks here. They're going to be going with the Maokai and Sivir as their next 2 lock-ins. Spawn is a very big fan of this trifecta of the Karma, Maokai, Sivir. Very fast. I'm going to run at you and lock someone down, Team Comp.
It's NewBee. It's the 5v5 comp. Again, we've underlined what both these teams are good at and how their compositions will be executed and what they're going to draft towards. And I think this also means that they are going to go ahead and lane swap. They would have great lane swap potential, especially because, again, the Bard was being hovered. And Game Talents may actually consider this now and change up their support pick. Because Bard doesn't do well in a lane swap.
Well, let's see if Game Talents do just that. At the moment, they're waiting to pick up their final 2 picks. It should be a support, and it should be a jungler coming in here. Most likely going to be Elise, I feel. But for now, waiting to see what they decide to lock in.
You don't think it's going to be Veigar jungle?
No. I highly doubt that. It's not Saint Vicious playing this game.
I think it's... I like Gragas simply because this means that if Dade chooses Veigar or Victor, that there is kill threat and kill pressure on that mid lane. Obviously, both of them are mid-range mages, and Gragas is seen as kind of a soft answer to them, simply because if you cast behind them due to their low mobility, it's an instant death. So Dade's now like, okay, I see the jungle pick. What do I go for now? Do I look for the high mobility assassin, or do I think that I can sidestep the cask and take Victor or Veigar anyway?
And I'm just really excited to watch this Trundle support, because now Quicksilver Sash no longer removes Trundle's ultimate debuff, so Maokai gonna get a lot of resistance and shredded just from a support in this game, and he's the big tanky member for the side of NewBee.
And I also like the fact that they're picking up Trundle in response to Karma, Sivir, and Maokai. Again, it's a run fast to composition. Trundle can slow a lot of that down with a well-placed pillar.
We're going to have to wait to see what NewBee pick up as their mid lane pick of choice, and it will be that Victor. So Dade's going to have to play this game very carefully against the Azir and the Gragas coming into this match.
Again, Gauntlet is thrown. Dade says, it's fine, I can deal with the Gragas, it won't be a threat, I'll stay safe for your team. Likewise, Republic going back to his double teleport Azir play, so getting to play that back-to-back, see if he's going to have another MVP performance.
You know, Game Talent sticking to the guns, very strong side lanes. Lucian Trundle bottom lane, they've got Swain up top, the control mage in the mid lane, and a great ganking jungle in the jungle. Whereas NewBee sticking to their guns as well. They want to run at you and team fight. Both of these teams have very distinct play styles they're going to be working on in Game 2.
Something that I want to see for Game 2, though, is I want NewBee to execute on a lane swap. I think it benefits their composition far better. Yes, Lucian is great at pushing down towers quickly, but Swain can really get punished here. We saw what Power V was able to get over Gemgoon. Unfortunately, he couldn't execute on it. But NewBee can certainly punish.
Well, we're going to be heading into game number 2 between Game Talents and NewBee very shortly. NewBee dropped their first game against the currently undefeated lineup of Game Talents. They're looking really impressive here in the summer split of the LPL. And going to game 2, they want to try and continue that dominance. But we're going to do game number 2 very shortly as we load onto Summoner's Rift.
This one is for the bad guys. It's gonna be the same, so we take till we get it rushed away.
It might very well be for the bad guys, but unfortunately they've caused us to grant another pause and a technical difficulty here. So unfortunately, we're going to have to wait a while before we get onto the Rift, but hopefully we'll be able to get that solved as soon as possible.
We can go ahead and talk about the compositions again, though. So Game Talents have Swain, Gragas, Azir, Lucian, and Trundle.
That's right.
Again, Swain is very dependent on pushing up against his opponent because of his 2 damage over time abilities that he can lay down underneath the tower and controlling that area. So what he does is he pushes the wave, he throws down his laser bird, and he throws down his torment, and he walks away laughing as you get to choose between taking the damage over time or trading your CS. Naturally, for him to do that, though, it leaves him exposed to easy ganks, which means that it's incredibly important for Swain's mid and bottom lane to distract, to look delicious, to draw the enemy jungler to gank them, as opposed to him being ganked, so he can get up and online into that big tanky final form.
Well, we'll have to see if Game Talent's Gemgoon can do that on his Swain and if his team can be the distraction that he wants them to be, as we are on to the Rift for game number 2 between Game Talents and NewBee.
Well, luckily for him, he's got an Azir and a Lucian if they choose to get standard lanes, or if we will see a lane swap initiated by NewBee. Again, Azir is going to have a superior push, especially early, against the like of Victor's.
We're taking a look at the Keystone Masteries very quickly as we head into this game. Nothing too surprising. Further battle on Lucian, Warlords, Bloodlust on Sivir. We see these change quite a bit in Spring Split. And most AD carries opting for further battle instead, but Sivir bringing that one back.
Naturally, because Sivir is a 3-item power spike AD carry, she uses Warlord's Bloodlust to bridge her lack of lifesteal early on in her build. And it is going to be the lane swap initiated. So we talked about this a bit during Champion Select. I do agree with this. I think it's brilliant. Again, you saw the priority pick of the Lucian. You see that a lot of power is hinged on the Graves. That said, Game Talents are actually trying to blind match this.
Be pretty impressive.
And they will be spotted out by... Nope. They managed to duck underneath the ward.
Well
Stand
done.
corrected.
NewBee actually going to be running into the fog of war here. Instead, Game Talents are the ones that do get spotted out by the ward.
And this is how extreme NewBee want to dodge this. They normally, a lot of players, because the waves have already set, would say, you know, screw it, let's go top anyway. Instead, they're resetting their position. They're going to lose a lot of time on this initial wave, but we will get a lane swap scenario. Why is this important? Swain doesn't do as well into a lane swap as Maokai will, just because of double jungle. Likewise, trying to preserve Happy and more away from PentaQ and Savoki. They were so punishing the 2v2 the first game around. Need to keep them alive and online.
Big win coming for NewBee already at the start of the game here. We'll lose a couple of these minions right off the bat, but it's not going to matter to them too much. As once Happy gets into lane, we'll be able to start farming wherever he possibly can. And we will have a start of the lane swap coming from these two teams. There's going to be Sivir and Karma sent down to the bottom lane, reacting to the Lucian and Trundle being sent up into the top lane. And let's see where the lane swap goes from here. We check in with the mid lane very quickly, which will be isolated for some time. Republic up against Dade here. Dade already taking a little bit of poke here, popping a few potions very early on.
So now the question goes, you know, where do NewBee go after this lane swap? Naturally, it's beneficial for their composition for the map to open, because the less towers down, or the less towers standing, the farther you have to run, which means the more potent and powerful Maokai flanks are, as well as Sivir and Karma's mobility and augmenting movement. So they want to get to that big 5v5. They want to take these towers as quickly as possible, ramp their gold in kind of 2-3 item power spikes, and start looking for that 5v5, because game one, they didn't get it long enough in that power spike.
Swift, though, being very aggressive here against Republic, flashes forward, taking some tower damage here. In fact, taking a lot of tower damage. That felt like a little bit of a misplay coming in from the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Swift obviously on page, you know, we can trade the first blood here, flashes to give him a better Q, but Dade not burning any of his summoner spells. He could have used the Ghost if they were simply communicating correctly. A single laser and an auto attack would have meant the difference there.
And instead, that means Swift is not going to be able to get up into the lane that's being pushed now by NewBee, but he's returned for another gank here into the mid lane. Does have that ward still. Republic, though, being very cautious in this lane, making sure he's as far back farming as he possibly can against the Victor.
Just making sure that he should be standing towards his strong side of the map, which is going to be that top side. You can see Gimgoon going to be the big beneficiary of these towers falling down.
So is V. He's going to be the one that picks up all the gold for himself on that Maokai. Swift now wasn't able to get a successful gank in the mid lane, only burning the summoner spells coming out from Republic. Instead, he's going to be able to take away the Raptors from Wushuang inside of Gangtown's jungle, but once again, Dade taking a lot of damage from Republic.
There's always going to be a question of how effective will Swift be in a lane swap scenario. We talk about how it's really important for NewBee to have an early power spike jungler, because Swift compensates for their inability to lane as strongly as other elite LPL teams. In a lane swap scenario, a lot of the times the jungler is just either power farming or making standalone plays on the mid lane. And it's just curious if this will affect Swift's mentality. He was obviously very aggro to try to make something happen mid. Almost cost him his life. See if he gets himself into any more trouble, or if he's going to be able to calm down, chill out, farm to level 6, and use that Lee Sin power spike.
We just took a look at more than he's been invading quite aggressively in towards Game Talent's jungle. Dropped down a very deep pink ward. Trying to spot out vision for Wushuang moving around the map. So we're going back in towards mid lane. Republic still duking out with Dade here. He popped his teleport to get back into the lane earlier. Dade had to make the long trip back from base. But it's still Republic that's able to get the push down on towards this Victor. Does have the help of Gragas being nearby this time round. Game Talents now, they sent their AD carry support down towards the bottom lane and be working on the next iteration of this lane, so trying to take down the second outer turret on the side wave.
Neither team is doing a great job, though, of catching the incoming waves, so they're not preserving the waves that they have behind them, which means that we shouldn't see anyone commit to a push through. Good news for Game Talents, though, is that they have control over the Mountain Dragon as opposed to a Cloud Dragon that we saw early on in Game 1. So I'm going to give them the initial advantage, unless NewBee can really make something stick here, either preserving their wave and pushing through, or possibly a successful gank on mid lane.
NewBee actually had a lot of pings going out towards that Mountain Dragon, but they're still going to have to take some time to take down this top lane turret. In fact, they might have to wait for the next wave here.
And it sounds so simple, but you lose so much time on your tower trading by simply not standing correctly behind your towers.
But Game Talent, something not to go and try and take down that Mountain Drake. Instead, they're just going to leave Gimgood down in this bottom lane, try to deny a couple more of those minions and also soak up all the gold coming in from the tower for himself. The rest of Game Talents went back to base, picked up a few items for themselves instead.
We'll have an... I wish I could look at Maokai. I was going to say he might have an extra wave to him, so Swain, Gimgoon might be at a small advantage when all is said and done in these side lanes.
We'll see how that one pans out. Swift, he's trying to take away his wolf camp at the moment. Little does he know that the blue buff is actually being taken away now by Wu Shuang. He's going to be able to smite this one away. Right underneath Swift's nose, he walks on over towards the pit, finds it's been taken away. More helplessly walking through, seeing the buff taken away by the Gragas. But still relatively even between these two teams at the moment. 2 towers each, 11,000 gold to each of these teams. NewBee did have a very slight goal lead, but I say slight. It's only about 100 or 2 here as Dade, going very aggressive against Republic, puts down that Chaos Storm, able to knock the Vixer out of lane.
Yeah, and not able to get the chasing laser there because the Trundle Pillar managed to slow him down, so Dade not able to look for the follow-up kill.
Instead, it's going to be Savoki and Wu Shuang in this mid lane trying to farm up whatever they can.
The swap back, though, from Game Talents, again, control over this Dragon Pit is now back in NewBee's hands. They do have a bottom wave pressured very far forward, as well as more you can see on your screen laying down deep vision.
He's been doing that this entire game, more making sure that NewBee have the vision that they need to continue executing these swaps. As now Swift, Moore, and Happy are going to be down on this bottom lane, working to try and take down the bot lane inner turret. Top lane inner turret for the side of NewBee, still very healthy, and there's no wave crashing towards this. This could be a free objective going on over towards NewBee.
Yeah, there is zero response. Savoki and Gimgoon are on this side of the map, but uncomfortable approaching it because Swift is level 6, so there is massive kill pressure if Lee Sin gets behind them.
Happy and Moore just going to add insult to injury as well, trying to deny its way as many of these minions as possible. The next wave for Game Talents is here, so the minions are going to fight that instead of the tower, and Happy will eventually take that one down.
So beautiful adaptation from NewBee. Game 1 to Game 2, they execute on the lane swap. Game Talents are trying to make a very late rotation towards the top side of the tower. Should be met, though, because Happy and Moore are starting their back, so it is going to be a tower lead overall for them. But more important, this punishes both top laners because you're not able to just sit in a lane initially. You have to get these extended lanes, find your freeze, and start farming yourself up. But a Maokai is going to be so much more beneficial, so much earlier than Swain on this low econ build. So desperation calls, and Game Talents are trying to set up a cheeky brush play.
Gimgoon really needs to try and find a way to farm up in this game. He's now sitting alone there, but Moore, he's been caught out inside of his own jungle, gets ignited, tries to flash over the wall. There goes On the Hunt, being popped by Sivir, trying to keep him alive. Happy gets the heal down, but it's not going to be enough. His first one goes over to PentaQ.
And again, desperate play, but fantastic adaptation from Game Talents to make something stick for them, which means they still have pressure on this side of the map.
With that pickup now, Lucian, he's going for the Yomu's Ghostblade Black Cleaver build, so that's going to help him out pick up that item faster than you would expect. Very cheap build coming in for the Lucian. He's already got this ready to pick up.
Their Swain may not be as powerful as the Maokai right now, but they've got First Blood. That's what counts.
They've got the Lucian. He's got First Blood. That's what counts. You know, Swain, he's always an investment for later on in the game.
Oh yeah, but that ramp time, and again, NewBee, it's about getting them to these 5v5, these 3v3 scenarios. They know that V's in a more comfortable spot. He's got more farm coming into him. They know that they have a window of opportunity to contest this dragon, so it's going to be a very early and very free Mountain Drake. NewBee in complete control and executing on this lane swap beautifully early game.
It surprised me that Game Talents decided not to take that one down earlier when they had control over the pit. Instead, they just get out-rotated by NewBee in this match twice already. That was the first Mountain Dragon to get taken down by the side of NewBee, and the next one will be spawning in 6 minutes, another Mountain Dragon.
So back-to-back Mountain Dragons. Again, Ocean Drake probably the most powerful dragon pre-25 minutes, and the reason we say pre-25 minutes is because it indicates if you're in standard lanes, 25 minutes is when, you know, teams start to group up and really start sieging towers as bot.
PentaQ just caught way out of position there. NewBee just find a very easy pick for themselves.
But when your maps and your side lanes are opened up like this, the Mountain Dragon's going to mean even more earlier because we already have teams sieging. And again, Sivir, Lee Sin, Karma, they mean so much more in a lane swap because it's farther to run, and PentaQ just didn't even try.
Just dropped the ball there. No reason for him to be in that position. Seems like Game Talents just making these micro mistakes that are adding up to quite a lot at the moment. NewBee, 1,500 gold ahead, an extra tower, and a dragon to their name. So looking very strong just 12 minutes into this game.
NewBee really targeting what game talents are strong and comfortable with is now in the mid lane.
Dada actually going to get caught out here. Republic ults him backwards. They have Savoki working on him, trying to take him down. A teleport's actually coming in towards the mid lane as well. Republic will be the first to fall down as V was able to get the wraparound gank. Savoki trying to chase down Dade. Wushuang able to knock Swift away as they try to take down these two members. Nevermove is going to lock him down, but V, he's able to take down Wushuang. This is disastrous for game talents at the moment. The saving grace might be Gimgoon, but here comes the comer as well. Pentakill gets the good damage down on towards the Maokai. Swift is going to have to try and run away. Q's on over towards an enemy minion and will be able to get out of there. It's still a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, so NewBee again trying to group up, look for their superior 5v5, 3v3, but unfortunately they don't have the strong members collapse well enough. And game talents, another great reactionary play. Just like their brush camp, they find a nice collapse which keep them even and get their foot back in this game. Gold lead still to NewBee.
And they're about 1,500 gold still ahead of game talents at the moment. That's just a trade in kills there. They're going to be able to siege this mid lane outer turret. But Republic's moving back in towards that mid lane. Going to be able to poke out the remaining minions here. Swift now fancies a fight here against Gimgoon. He's going to be able to get the Q down. Blocks him down, gets a lot of damage. The two teleports coming out from both the top lane of Swift. He's going to get jumped on by Republic. Puts a lot of damage down. Gimgoon now getting jumped on by V. The Maokai will be able to pick up a return kill and is trying to fight this Azir. And here comes Happy and more. Game talents once again getting caught out. Happy going to take a lot of damage from the Sand Soldiers, but it's not going to be enough. He will fall to V.
Republic did a massive amount of damage on the back half of that, though. Happy and more had to be very careful. And again, NewBee, map is open up. They're trying to find these team fights a little bit chaotically because it's not transitioning into any kind of innate lead. In fact, they're actually burning teleports and summoners, trying to get these advantages, but making their point.
Still looking a lot better from the previous game for NewBee. A lot cleaner coming into this game despite how messy, so to speak, this match has been so far. And for now, game talents, they're the ones fighting from behind at the moment against a NewBee lineup that wants to fight you constantly. Taking stock of the items really quickly, you can see Gimgoon already got his Rod of Ages.
I mean, all of this fighting across the map is just purchasing NewBee's slight, like, wave control. Like, they get, you know, a free wave here, some kill gold here, and more fighting now in the mid lane.
And Dade there as well, as he's going to get taken down. 3 members of game talents able to pick him off.
The power of Gragas against Victor, we talked about this when they picked up the Gragas before the mid lane matchup had been decided. It was throwing the gauntlet to Dade, saying, we have the Gragas, do you dare pick Victor here? But Swift,
being really aggressive, actually jumps on forward, trying to get a kick off towards Savoki. Nevermove will lock down the Lee Sin, stop him doing more damage.
and Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. So we'll actually have something for these teams to fight over rather than just minuscule waves and CS discrepancies.
And we talked a lot about how, you know, Swain's not going to be the huge benefactor from that lane swap, but he's caught up nicely. 75 CS to both these top laners. Has that Rod of Ages completed here. Looking at the rest of his team. Stinger being picked up by Republic, looking for his Nashor's Tooth quite shortly.
A lot of the power back in Gimgoon's pocket was the successful teleport on the mid lane play that kind of put Swain back into this one. So again, just re-emphasizing a great reactionary play from Game Talents. Coming into this big 5v5 in a minute 22 though, do you have some adorable people in the audience?
That is the youngest League of Legends fan I have ever seen.
I was genuinely caught off guard by just the cuteness factor.
I don't know where to take this anymore.
I was going to be looking
He's stolen the game.
I know. With a face like that, I can see why.
We set up all this narrative, and then, cute kid, oh, we're done. Let's pack it up for us, Gurn. Our jobs have been taken.
No, it's okay.
It's the next generation.
Fish, there's a 5v5 coming. So what does that mean that's important? It means item breakpoints are important. So why don't you take me through it? Softball pass.
Softball pass over to Fish. Well, take a look at those items really quickly. Finally, as he's gone back to base, picks up that Nashor's Tooth as well. And he's, not as well, he's already had that Negatron Cloak stacking for quite some time there.
Big thing is you have a completed Hex core on Victor, on Dade, in a big 5v5.
With the Negatron Cloak as well.
That
is
is
a big thing.
That is pretty big. No, Victor's going to do a lot of damage if he's able to hit that Chaos Storm effectively. We've talked about how it's a very cost-efficient power breakpoint. So, unless Republic just makes a game-changing Emperor's Divide, which he did in Game 1, I'm going to go ahead and confidently say that Dade's stronger. at least in a AoE 5v5 sense.
Well, we'll see if that does break out, because at the moment, Game Talent is actually opting to try and take down the top lane inner turret instead, looking for more tower objectives over the dragon. So the second Mountain Dragon is going to fall with relative ease going on over towards NewBee, whereas the top lane inner turret will fall down for Game Talents.
I mean, effectively, you're trading the same thing. The Mountain Dragon is going to empower you to take towers. Why not just take the tower as well as the global gold that you have the chance to do? So I don't mind this trade. More important, though, is, again, emphasizing Dade. The Victor has the completed Hex score. He's very strong right now. Probably don't want to fight him at a choke point. Let's just trade tower for Mountain Drake.
Game Talents are going to look to try and even out the objectives being taken down by looking for a Rift Herald pickup as well. Wards are going to come out, and lots of pings coming out from the NewBee lineup. They're trying to close the gap here, and that means Game Talent's going to immediately run away and not try to take down the objective.
But they have moved into the mid lane, and again, I just have to emphasize this, Gragas. When Gragas was big and powerful, when we started having these ARAM scenarios, it's because he belly bops forward and he can immediately break these types of freezes in the mid lane by getting a nice cask behind this Victor.
Well, let's see if Wushang can do that. He's one of the very impressive new junglers that we see here in the LPL.
I'm going to say breakout star.
It was kind of overshadowed, it felt, with Condi being in the lineup for Team WE.
I think he was just frankly overshadowed because he's on a team like Game Talents, but there we go.
There's that belly bop into a Trundle pillar there, and they're going to be able to take down Swift at the start of the fight here. Swain going to be able to heal out quite nicely. We got a teleport. It's going to get cancelled there coming out from V. And they're still looking for more as more has to flap over the wall. It's going to get jumped on by Wushang. The slow's going to connect onto Happy. Meanwhile, in the back lines, they're trying to take down the Victor. Good flash coming out from Dade, able to evade the ultimate coming out from Azir.
We expect amazing mechanics like that from Dade, so nothing surprising as Game Talents continue their chase. They will translate this into a blue buff steal, but with Victor still up and alive as well as Sivir, sieging mid tower is still quite a feat.
Game Talents pick up a single kill for themselves, but they're still behind in gold against NewBee.
The idea was solid, though. This idea that we're going to set up a trap, we're going to make a pick, we'll take a numbers advantage and translate that into mid-tier tower. The reason why Game Talents chased so deep is because they knew they needed to kill more. You have to kill Victor, you have to kill Sivir if you're going to take a team fight into an objective trade.
And it almost looked like they were going to be able to take down Dade, but that flash was just clinical coming out from the Victor.
It saved their tower. So strong individual mechanics and a strong individual performance from NewBee members. Again, keeping them in games, but it's kind of been their lackluster teamwork that's cost them the series so far. Obviously, we have time to turn it around, but this isn't something, a criticism that we usually throw at a team like NewBee, formerly Chaogu.
But NewBee so far still looking rather impressive when it comes to their rotations around the map, you know. We're able to force that very early inner turret that also allowed them to pick up 2 dragons for free without any contest coming from Game Talents here. Swifty's found himself on the wrong side of the map one more time here. Moore's going to be able to help him out. There's that pillar being put down.
It's trading blue buff for blue buff.
Meanwhile, Pentacu's going to be trying to push out this mid lane with the help of Zavoki, looking to try and get some damage down towards this mid lane outer turret. In fact, if he's left alone long enough, might be able to take it.
Needs to be very careful, though, because here comes Moore and Swift, which is why they're going to exit to their strong side of the map. And a good prepared wave from Republic mean that Game Talents can very easily rotate bottom should they choose to.
Republic's going to try and push this one out. It's a very nice wave, as you mentioned. V is here, though, looking to try and stop him from pushing any further. Good poke damage come out from Republic.
More important, great positioning from Wushang. Check on your minimap right now. He's cheating and shadowing on top of Republic, daring NewBee to walk into the jungle. So setting up a really nice vision trap. They could look for another pick.
Swifter is going to be able to bop here. Wushang, great timing. Stops the damage coming after the Q on Wushang, but he's going to get kicked backwards more now. He's going to get jumped out as Wushang takes a lot of damage on the Huntsman pop. Teleport's going to come in straight on top of a gravity field from Gimgrid. He flashes forward, gets the never middle to damage. Great pillar is going to be coming out from Savoki to keep him on top of that skill shot coming out from the Swain.
And this is what's put Game Talents over the edge and why I'm starting to question that they're not a bottom tier LPL team, but they may actually be the real deal. They are so good at setting up between objectives. They had 2 waves prepped and they baited NewBee into a trap and they're looking for more.
They're going to try and jump onto Happy. Here comes Wushang, flashes in. Good flashes in return from NewBee. Wushang is getting taken down low, but they've already taken down more. Looking for more people to take down, but they will settle for the mid lane outer turret instead, and a lot of low health bars on NewBee.
So a bit over aggression does cost them their jungle, but again, the fact that Sivir is pushed out and more importantly that Dade is dead cracks these 2 mid towers. So huge swing of power for Game Talents. They're back in can control.
Not only power, but also gold has been swung in their favor completely as they're 2,000 gold up ahead of NewBee, and they're 5 turrets to 3 at the moment. With Dragon spawning in a minute here, not looking good for NewBee at the moment.
And I just have to underline this, how it was all set up. Republic on the bottom side, the fact that they're running double TP with an Azir, which isn't something that we usually see. Azir, normally very fragile when he looks into a TP scenario. He's not going to TP into a fight and start laying down massive amounts of damage. He needs setup time. The fact that they're using it to set up macro rotations, to bait teams into vision traps. We saw Wusheng shadowing overhead him, having the ward laid down, baiting Swift out.
And we know we talked about NewBee being that very strong 5-on-5 team, as we can see the gold swing that's taken place so far. And you know, Game Talents, we credit them a lot to their very good laning phase, how they like to control that. NewBee, they looked a lot stronger than laning phase here. Now it's the mid-game almost, where Game Talents just come online, find the picks they were looking for. Like you said, Wusheng getting good position inside the jungle to try and create all those opportunities.
The difference between these two teams right now is that Game Talents understand how to play around objectives and NewBee don't. We saw it last game. NewBee were careless with their wave management. When they did manage to win a team fight, they weren't able to execute or snowball on it as effectively as possible because they'd have to back and reset their map. Game Talents, they're not to the point of like 2015 LGD yet with their wave management. But they're looking really good.
They
like,
certainly are.
surprisingly good. It's not just a dominant lane phase anymore. With this series, they've proven that there's more.
V is actually still in base, sitting on top of that home guard buff, looking to try and find a teleport flank. This is the third Mountain Dragon. It's something that NewBee would definitely like to pick up here, but Game Talent's not going to give it up without a fight. Republic, though, he's caught out. He's not in this position as the rest of the team. TP's going to come into the back lines immediately. Game Talent's going to back off. V is going to get stopped by the home guard. Hetsky being very aggressive towards this Maokai, trying to shoo him away. Collins going to put out. Flash actually has to come out for the Maokai. Dragon will go in favor of NewBee. They pick up the third Mountain Dragon to themselves, so mission accomplished from the lineup.
Yeah, indecision from Game Talents means that, like you said, having those 3 Mountain Drakes, they'll do 30% bonus damage to towers as well as epic monsters. So Baron, very threatening from NewBee right now, as well as when they do immediately start sieging, they're empowered heavily.
This is, you know, not the end for Game Talents here. It's still a objective. 4 objectives. Mountain Dragon only helps you out take down more objectives.
But the thing is we just talked about how NewBee are actually very careless with their side wave management. So when they do win these team fights, because they're the kings of team fighting, at least that was the identity that they had previously in the LPL, now having 3 Mountain Drakes, it pretty much compensates. Okay, yeah, our waves are a mess, but guess what? We have all of this percentile bonus damage to towers that we don't have to immediately care for them. We can just bowl through on less creeps than we'd have to have before.
And it almost feels like Game Talents also have to be very cautious now. We saw in the last game where, you know, NewBee were fighting them 4-on-5, finding great team fights, and they left their Maokai up in the top lane, pushing, taking down turrets. If they do that again here, NewBee just be like, sure, we'll race you. We've got 30% extra damage to these turrets. We'll take them down faster.
It also means, again, that since they have so much more Baron threat now, that it's a much larger... You know, you have to come to this area because we could very quickly burn through this. And that's where Victor, that's where Maokai, that's where Sivir want to fight. They want to fight in this Beyblade arena around Baron, this Venn diagram of death.
Saving grace, I feel, for Game Talents at the moment. They have both their teleports up and available. Gimgoon and Republic able to split away from the team and join them at a moment's notice if NewBee try to execute on taking down that Baron Nashor or look to try and push for a turret. For now, though, very content with farming up. As we check in with these items really quickly, you can see Azir, good spike for him, picks up the Abyssal Scepter, looking towards his Rylai's as his next pickup. Swain has already picked up his Spirit Visage, probably working towards these on his Hourglass next. Whereas PentaQ, he's picked up his Yoma's Ghostblade and Black Cleaver, looking towards his Zeal item as his next pickup.
And pretty much all that really means is that Azir is about to hit his big breaking point, Lucian's already online, and Swain's about to hit the big breaking point. So it's probably the next 5 minutes where Game Talents will probably be as strong as they'll ever be before that 6-item mark.
And on the flip side, you can see V, he only has a Spirit Visage and the Frozen Heart, so not a lot of health, but quite some decent resistances on the Maokai at the moment. That's all going to get stripped away if Savoki can use his ultimate wisely in these fights. Lee Sin looking towards a very tank-oriented build, has that Banshee's Veil being picked up. Victor completed that Hex Core earlier, now looking for a major ability power item pickup with a needlessly large rod inside of his inventory. And Sivir looking for that 3rd item power spike.
Yeah, really needs that Infinity Edge for the backline crits there.
Both supports also picking up the Locket of Iron Solari, so trying to mitigate some of this AoE damage that is prevalent in the solo laners of both teams.
which means that Sivir's going to shine even more. Unfortunately, the Korean penetration build that PentaQ is running won't benefit anyone else on his team.
Yep. Unless you count Trundle's auto attacks, you know, popping him with the club.
That's who it's for. Savoki, I got you.
Well, you know,
It's time for you to shine.
Savoki protected him for an entire spring split. It's now PentaQ's time to return the favor, Frostkern. Needs to help him carry. He's the highest KDA of all the supports right now.
It's definitely doing quite impressive things this game, as we have a little bit of a lull again. NewBee, they want the 5v5. Their comp is empowered with more space to run around. Wow, I need to blow my nose.
Game talents though there. Going to be pushing out here still, also waiting and trying to see where they can actually fight, because they wouldn't mind taking a 5-on-5 with the gold advantage they have at the moment, but not necessarily on an even footing with NewBee at the moment. That's where they would shine. And you can see that with the patience that Game Talents have at the moment, warding it up, clearing out as many wards as possible.
It's Game Talents having superior, again, creep control and creating different pressure points on the map in terms of waves for NewBee to clear and to farm, and kind of dragging them around the map because they're waiting for a different objective to appear on the map. So another dragon will be spawning. It's no longer going to be a mountain drake. The three of them have already come up. NewBee has control of all three. But Game Talents can't leave the Baron alone. It would die in seconds.
Pretty
They'd
much.
shred through it. So it's this dance of we have to be near this area because we can't afford to leave it alone because the Mountain Drake is too high of a threat on your shredding composition. But what we can do is we can make the most of our double teleport, and we can be really obnoxious by continuously resetting these side lanes and forcing you guys, instead of to consolidate 5 people and pressure this Baron, to continuously deal with these side waves until, you know, another dragon spawns or we have another option on the map that maybe we can play into.
And they're going to continue doing just that. You can already see Gimgoon making his way towards the top lane. V actually preoccupied with Republic, who is split pushing down the bottom lane. Both Gimgoon and Republic have their teleports in this matchup. We saw the Azir, he was trying to pick up his Rhino's Crystal Scepter, but was only able to pick up the needlessly large rod during his next back there. Gimgoon, though, he's just picked up his Zhonya's Hourglass, so a massive spike for the top laner for Game Talents at the moment.
And just look at how cautious Republic is being. Now that he has vision on where members of NewBee are, he's going to go ahead and step forward and reset that wave. But like you said, making use of the fact that they have the double teleport. Eventually, someone will be out of position.
On the hunt was actually popped there by Happy, looking to try and catch out Savoki. Forced the Trundle to use his flash to get away.
Game Talents, though, continue to be patient. That's one ultimate down. Dragon will be spawning in 5 seconds, but again, just chipping away at NewBee, stretching them farther and farther apart, forcing Dade to respond to creep waves, and trying to open up space to make picks.
That's actually a flash being taken away. We saw the flash being taken away by Savoki earlier. Now, Swift being very aggressive, looking to try and take down a red buff. He might actually pay for this with his life. There has to flash away from the cast, and we'll get out of there. But now, teamfight's been taking place. Wushuang going to be locked down by V. There's the ultimate coming out on from the Maokai, trying to reduce some of the damage there. But a good culling comes out, puts down a lot of damage. Wushuang tries to go back in, never move, going to land onto Dade. Suddenly, Game Talents looking to try and split up the lineup coming in from NewBee. Is Wushuang going to be able to get out of that pit? Nobody gets taken down in that fight, just ultimates traded back and forth.
Keyword there was split. It's exactly what Savoki's Pillar did. Game Talents also using Swain as a big front line, but caught out as they rotate back to mid.
V going to jump straight on top of Gimgoon. Savoki now going to get jumped on by Swift. Lots of damage being put down onto Lisa. Great body bop coming in for Wushuang. Straight onto 3 people. That signals go time coming in from Game Talents, and they turn the team fight around.
And the all-star jungler isn't Swift in this matchup. Again, Wushuang comes up huge. Finding the belly bop on 3 CC targets underneath tower means a good cleanup, and now possibly a free Baron. Dade and more could look to contest, but I think they're going to give it up.
And look where Republic's standing. He has his ultimate available. He's full health. He's ready to stop the mid lane under support if they try to get anywhere close to that pit. And now Game Talents, they have a 5,000 gold lead on their hands with this Baron buff. They're looking really strong 30 minutes into this game.
And check out this overreach from Swift. So Swift's going to go in on Savoki to try to get to PentaQ, knocks him away from the Dragon Rage, but bam, right there, the flash belly bop. A great response from Wushuang. I cannot say it enough. This guy needs to be watched. He is an up-and-coming all-star in the LPL.
He's already proving that here. We talked about him so much last night, he wasn't even playing because Condi was playing that game. That's the member who was playing for Team W while he was on the bench there. So you take a look at the damage that was dealt in that fight. Swain and Azir way up there. And they're already wreaking havoc with their massive item power spikes coming in here.
On the other side, though, Happy is doing his job on the Sivir, which is what you expect with those ricochet bounces, but unfortunately Swift and Maokai not providing the correct line of scrimmage there, not setting up enough space and time for Sivir to shine.
Dade as well, pretty disappointing in terms of damage in that fight, equal to V in that matchup. You know, not really good when your Victor's doing the same amount of damage as your tank.
And frankly, right now, we've got 3 Mountain Dragons. Again, the Air Dragon was just picked up from Game Talents, but those 3 Mountain Dragons mean nothing if you never hit a tower or if you never hit a Baron.
With no objectives on the map at the moment, it's going to be difficult for them to take down more. You shouldn't be there, my friend. As he's getting caught out by Game Talents. Carling's going to get put down, puts a lot of damage down on towards this comer. Wushuang looking for that final barrel and will slam him in the face to take him down. It's a 4 and 5 for Game Talents, so they look towards taking down an inhibitor.
Good news, though, is that NewBee fans, you still got Victor online, you still got Sivir online, so still an uphill battle in terms of sieging into this tower. But check out the waves. Again, Game Talents did a great job prepping both their side waves, so they do have another option if they don't want to sit mid.
The top lane is pushing back in favor of NewBee at the moment, but they already took down the top lane inner turret instead. Game Talents forcing straight on top of this inhibitor turret. Already trying to fight V, actually getting caught out here. Trundle pops the ultimate. The subjugate going to rip all those resistances away from the tree as the inhibitor turret is going to fall down. Game Talents looking really strong. They want to just keep charging on towards the base.
Yeah, they could look to end this. At this point in the game, Gimgoon and Savoki are just too massive of a front line.
And they're going to be able to rip through these Nexus turrets as well. Gimgoon is trying to be the obnoxious strain that he can be. So Republic actually has to get out of there. Happy getting some good ricochet damage out. Savoki almost gets taken down for that. The Boomerang Blades are critting left, right, and center. Swift desperately trying to see if he can pick up anything in the back lanes, but Game Talents recognize that and get the heck out of there.
A little bit of an overreach, though, so good defense from NewBee. Game Talents could have disengaged from that, picked up another free tower, particularly that bottom inner turret. But try to end the game. Don't get much. Still have the gold lead.
They definitely do. 6,000 gold in Game Talents' favor, sitting quite close to where they were when they ended the game against NewBee in the first match of this best-of-3 series. Around a similar timing as well. You know, 33 minutes into the game, Game Talents find their lead and working with that quite nicely at the moment. We take a look at the items that have been picked up since then as well. We can already see Gingu looking for another big ability power item. Probably going to be the Rabadon's Death Cap there. Just something that is large rod and the blasting one. Meanwhile, Gragas picking up some more defensive items. Lots of magic resistance actually coming in from this guy. So no armor being picked up except for the Frozen Heart at the moment.
And frankly, we can take a moment to kind of recap how we got to this point in the game, because NewBee played the early game so well, recognizing that they don't have the strength to 2v2. Yes, they have a very star-studded roster, but none of them are particularly good in lane matchups. Dade, never known for his lane phase. Happy and Moore, never known for their lane phases. It's all about these big 5v5s. But Game Talents are so much more surprising in the 5v5 than we really give them credit to. And they're also great at identifying what makes their composition strong and executing that. Understanding exactly where they want to fight and how they want to fight.
V, once again, is sitting inside of the base, looking to try and find a teleport flank here. They've pinged out the ward that's really deep, far behind this inhibitor turret, and actually going to commit to it.
That's
V,
deep.
He's looking for this, but he's so far away from the rest of the team. Game Talents have to try and do something now before they get collapsed on by this Maokai. Pentakill diving backwards. V's going to jump straight on top of this Lucian, trying to do as much as he possibly can. Pentakill flashes away immediately, but Wushuang, he's in the back line. Swift going to try and kick Republic forward. Gets locked down by V. They're able to take down the Azir, but at what cost? As Swift, he's going down. Wushuang, he's the next target here. Gimgoon is trying to do the best he can to take down whoever he can in the back lines. He takes down one as he finds Swift. He's just constantly healing up. Eventually, Happy's able to take him down. That's 4 members dead from Game Talents.
But more importantly, the base is still bleeding, and yes, NewBee may find an ace, except Savoki's going to slip away into the night, but they can't do anything with it. That's the team fighting that we expect from NewBee. Swift coming up huge on his Lee Sin again, getting into the back line, picking out Republic, forcing off Pentakill, so he takes up both carries, but it's too little too late. Where was that play 10 minutes ago?
It's a huge flanking teleport though from V. That summoner spell is going to be down for the next 5 minutes as we take a look at the damage dealt. This time, Dade comes out strong, able to deal equal damage with what we see from Happy once again.
Well, it's super easy when you got your massive tank line set up in front of you and Swift hand delivers some fried chicken to the back line.
Poor Republic, they're sitting at the bottom of the damage dealt for his lineup, we're getting kicked straight into all the damage sources and locked down by V right afterwards.
Important to note, though, that was Swift's flash. I don't know why that was so hard for me to say. Obviously, a 5-minute timer on that, so he won't be able to have that up and available for the next fight if they fight within that window.
On top of that, Game Talents, the only summoner spells they are left up is Republic's Teleport and Savoki's Ignite and Flash. So, Baron's coming up in 50 seconds. The Elder Dragon will spawn in 45 as well. Mountain Dragon could definitely come into play for NewBee here with these two objectives spawning at the same time.
Again, it really just feels like NewBee haven't utilized their triple Mountain Drake at all. They've had one big team fight, and you have to look at that as kind of a criticism to V. The fact that Swift has to be your primary playmaker on the Lee Sin when you have a Maokai with teleport available, but such a deep TP kind of fumbled. NewBee need multiple members of their roster to step up into this playmaking position. It can't be all on Swift and Dade's shoulders.
For now, though, Elder Dragon's going to be spawning in 5 seconds. NewBee looking to try to take that one down. Game Talent's very content, actually, with just trading it for the Baron buff.
And this is what these two teams prioritize, the sieging potential from the Baron buff versus the combat stats, as well as the sieging potential of augmenting that triple Mountain Drake. It makes sense. NewBee, they're the 5v5 team. Give us the triple Mountain Drake. Also give us the combat stats of having Elder Drake. Game Talents, they're the smarter macro team right now. Give us the Baron buff to stall this out.
Game Talents pick up the Baron buff, head straight back to base. Elder Dragon live for NewBee at the moment, which means they get a half, increase the effectiveness of those macro dragons by half, so 45 extra damage to turrets here.
But also check out the turret buff there to backdooring. Those initial few hits, they didn't have a creep wave with them. It takes, what, 66% of bonus true damage to towers away. But as soon as that creep line showed up, immediately those towers fall. So NewBee's lack of wave management still punishing them when utilizing Mountain Drake effectively.
On top of that, if Game Talents can delay the buff out for a significant amount of time here, the Baron buff is going to last longer than the Elder Dragon buff will. So they do have a window of opportunity to counter-attack.
And NewBee needs to completely reset that 90-second window of having the Elder Drake, because they need to reset their side waves. We've said this over and over. NewBee, they're great at one thing, team fighting, but they are not great at controlling their map right now.
That's not allowing them to team fight effectively at all. That Dragon buff almost complete here. Baron buff just starting for the side of Game Talents. They're looking to already go onto the aggressive front, already setting up a wave up in the top side of the map, pushing up mid lane wherever they can, grouping up inside of NewBee's jungle, just waiting for the Elder Dragon buff to disappear from the remaining members of NewBee.
Still, question is if they can take a 5v5, Swift has his flash back up and available. And again, V's kind of dropped the ball on this Maokai. Yes, his KDA looks decent, but as far as him stepping up and changing these team fights, it's really been on the back of Swift and his flash.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here as that Dragon buff is going to be dropping from the 5 members of NewBee now. Baron buff still up and online for all members of Game Talents. They're definitely going to be looking towards taking down this inhibitor. There goes the Dragon buff. Immediately, Wuzhong shows himself inside the mid lane. Rest of Game Talents group up as well. There's a teleport actually coming in. There's Savoki. He's getting caught out. There's a turret coming down as well. V, he's being caught out. Subjugate goes onto him. He melts like a hot knife through butter, but Republic takes so much damage to the backlines. Chaos Storm is going to deal so much to him. He eventually goes down, but Swift, he's already dead. More and Dade, the next target. Siva's going to get taken down. And a clean, clinical ace comes out from Game Talents.
Game Talents just ripped NewBee in half. These were the former kings of team fighting, and not only were they beat in the team fight, they were beat around the map in a clinical 2-0 from this unexpected amateur team.
And that's the Nexus turrets going down as well. The Nexus will fall. Game Talents pick up a well and deserved victory, 2-0 against NewBee.
And the question now has to be, where do Game Talents actually rank in the scheme of things? We've had a surprising performance from the LSPL promotion, IME, but this former Energy Pacemaker roster meets Masters 3 in Game Talents is turning quite a few heads as they finally prove themselves and take down an elite.
And they're still undefeated here in the summer split of the LPL. Week number 2, they've only dropped 1 game so far, and that was the Snake, the first match they played in the LPL. NewBee, they've looked strong. They picked up a win against, they picked up a single victory against EDG. They were able to pick up 2 games against IG as well to pick up that best of 3 series, but dropping this 2-0 to Game Talents.
Okay, let's break it down. First and foremost, we had a triple Mountain Dragon available to NewBee. That, a lot of teams look at that, that's instantaneous. That's 30% to towers, as well as massive control over Baron if you ever get a hold of it. Fact of the matter is, they never did. They were never able to touch it. That 30% translated into an easier Elder Drake, which was then completely wasted because they had 0 control over their side lanes and were just pulled around by NewBee, or pulled around by Game Talents. Game Talents set the pace of that game from pretty much 10 minutes onward. NewBee had a phenomenal lane swap to try to shore up what issues they had in Game 1 from Game 2, but Game Talents were just a step ahead of them pretty much the entirety of the game, and that's what you don't expect from a low-tier considered LPL team.
And probably not going to be considered a low-tier LPL team after that match against Game Talents. In fact, after the run they've had so far in the LPL, Game Talents really look promising, and we talked a little bit about the context of their wins coming up into this match.
Yeah,
now they've taken down NewBee, that doesn't matter anymore.
That's what's so important about this series, is that NewBee, they're not playing to the same level as we saw QG formerly do, obviously a rebrand, but they're still playing well, particularly in their 5v5. And it's also how Game Talents are beating NewBee. Again, NewBee aren't necessarily known for their big macro map play, but for a team to be so decisive and so clean around objectives, again, there was no hesitation. We're trading the Elder Drake for the Baron, and we're going to counter it out by also pushing our side waves to make sure that they have to respond and they don't get to use that objective buff. That's high-level League of Legends that, again, you don't expect from a team that was relegated.
And they played that very fantastically. NewBee, on the flip side, they didn't look great in terms of their macro play. Were not able to control the map very nicely. They still, however, looked great in those 5v5 team fights. There were a couple of fantastic fights in Game 1 and Game 2 where they fought from a deficit and were still able to pick up a great fight, so to speak.
You have good, really nice individual performances from the likes of Republic, which is another surprise because he didn't have a great spring split. But you also have phenomenal performances from Wushang, the new all-star jungler on this team, particularly on that Gragas, again, the belly bop into 3 people underneath the tower.
That was beautiful.
It was beautiful. But what's really surprising is that this team knows exactly where their comps are strong. That sounds like so basic a thing to understand, but you can see they recognize they're strong in the jungle. They're strong around Dragon Pits. We don't want to fight NewBee there. Continuously pull them into the lanes. We're really good at sieging. So many LPL teams will just fight or take a 50-50 fight because they think that they're just have the better mechanics, that they'll just be able to brute force it. But Game Talents are showing a self-awareness by saying, we know exactly where and how to beat them, and we know exactly where and how they'll beat us. And they're doing a great job avoiding that. And that's what's separating them here, and that's how they beat NewBee.
You know, one other player that we didn't really get to single out that I'd like to single out in this matchup was Savoki. You know, we talked a lot about him in Spring Split. You know, he was the protector of Pentakill, the one that keeps him on a leash, make sure he's always, you know, tame and brought back and kept alive. In this match, he looked fantastic. He was assisting Gimgoon, he was assisting Wushang. He had some great synergy with his ultimates and timing it with his team. Fantastic. He's been looking like a brilliant support in the LPL.
Yeah, and what's so clever is if you initially go back to Champion Select, Savoki looked at the Bard. Again, the priority pick goes on to the Lucian, and then they see that NewBee in second rotation take the Karma as opposed to the Bard. Normally, teams would say, okay, they got Lucian, so we have to take Bard here because we don't want them to have the strongest 2v2 or one of the strongest 2v2s in the game. But when NewBee showed that they took Karma, Game Talents immediately pivoted. They said, they're not going to 2v2 us. They're going to lane swap us. So instead of taking Bard, who doesn't do as well in a lane swap scenario, they take Trundle and they try to counter out the movement speed comp.
Well, we're going to take a look at the MVP for the match. The man that we thought would fall behind in a lane swap is going to be going on over towards Gimgoon. 7-2-10 with 22% of his team's damage share in that match. 90% kill participation as well. He had a pretty decent game on this Swain too.
Yeah, especially because the early game from NewBee, not only was it to protect Happy and more, but it was to shut down this Swain pickup. He doesn't do as well in a double jungle scenario as someone like Maokai will do, but it was really that initial teleport play on mid lane that put Gimgoon back into this game and allowed him to get a nicely timed Roa, and then from there Swain was able to get to that point where he just becomes this unkillable front line.
He certainly was. We've seen quite a few obnoxious Swains in the LPL so far, and this is a pick that constantly, sneaks through picks and bans occasionally. When it does, it's just devastating for whichever team has to play against it.
It's about making sure that Swain can get to that point where he has those 3 big core items. Again, the Roa, the Hourglass, as well as the Spirit Visage. So he becomes that big, unmovable front line, able to heal himself practically back up to full through a Zodiac Hourglass stasis effect. The issue is that if you put him into a lane swap, he's not going to be as effective as other champions. He's requires a ton of gold to kind of get up and online and before he's safe. So there is counterplay in terms of you have big windows of opportunity where I can gank this Swain because he's going to expose his Achilles heel, or I can slow him down and I can get him behind the clock, and my low econ Maokai will be much more effective in early team fights. But game talents are just so good at being reactionary and finding these desperation picks around vision play to make sure that Gimgoon, even though he was put in a lane swap scenario, was able to catch back up by getting 2 early kills.
So we have a little bit more time here, Frosco, and one thing I want to really bring up, because we talked a lot about game talents doing well. One thing I really want to bring up is what did NewBee not do right there, besides the fact that they didn't control their maps, because they look good in team fights. They obviously knew that this was a very jungle-focused game, because they banned out 3 junglers, they took the Lee Sin, and Swift had a good performance on it, but things were just falling apart for the NewBee lineup.
Swift wasn't able to get anything going. I mean, if we look at all of his early ganks, it didn't necessarily... NewBee were poor at identifying where they were strong and what side of the map they needed to pressure. I feel like even in a lane swap, Swift honestly had no idea where he should be or what he should be doing most effectively. Typically in a lane swap scenario like that, if you're not going to be utilized in the side lanes to push through and to contest inner turrets, as a Lee Sin, just power farm your jungle. Get that really early level 6 power spike and just turn up and just destroy someone. But Swift, you can see in his eyes, he wants to gank, he wants to be that carry, so he sits and he camps Dade's lane. Miscommunication, Dade didn't follow up, there wasn't a first blood that should have gone to Victor because he didn't burn either of his summoners. So it's these tiny little synergy issues.
And is this something that we're going to continually see coming in from NewBee here? Is this something to have to fix going to the next few matches in the LPL as well?
The thing is Dade is a strict upgrade over Doinby in terms of individual mechanical ceiling. If Dade is playing at his height and if Doinby is playing at his height, no one should ever dispute that Dade isn't as good as Doinby. The problem is that Doinby means so much more for Swift than Dade does. Dade, yes, he can team fight one of the best in the world. Swift, huge playmaker. We saw that. There were a couple of kicks where it's like, that shouldn't be possible on Lee Sin, but you made it possible against this composition. The difference is when Swift gets that scratch or that itch that he needs to scratch and he just goes way too deep, Doinby would follow him. Dade will not, and it leaves Swift's weakness exposed.
And a big scary thing for me here is the fact that NewBee, their next match they're going to be playing is up against Snake Esports, and this is a team that you like to say are what NewBee are right now. What they should be what NewBee are right now, but they're not. Is this going to be scary for NewBee, or that should be still a decent match for NewBee to take?
It's funny because if you took NewBee and Snake and you smashed them together, you would actually probably get a pretty solid team. Because Snake right now, or theoretically, are good in kind of the lane swap scenario and playing around the map because their 5v5 isn't the strongest. Whereas NewBee, for whatever reason, are only good in their 5v5 right now. And that's still a little bit questionable as we saw this series.
Game Talents, on the other hand, they'll be playing IG on Saturday, I believe. Or was it Sunday? Can't quite remember. They'll be playing IG during their next match. And this is going to be scary from IG because they've got a match coming up very shortly against Saint. That's not going to be fun to watch, knowing that Game Talents are looking this strong. That's the next team that you have to play after the match today. That's going to be a little bit scary for Invictus Gaming.
I mean, if you want to think about it, maybe Saint will surprise us. I mean, IMA and Game Talents have been very surprising. It's still relatively early in the LPL, so I don't want to hype too much, but I think this series does actually mean a lot in terms of, again, finding context for where we are in the LPL. It's a new split. We've got a lot of new teams, new players, new synergy to put together. And, you know, when we ranked internally Game Talents, we're like, bottom of the LPL, might get a few good like blue shells from them, but we did not expect this type of dominance.
Well, Game Talents were able to prove us wrong and also take up the victory here. But we're going to go into a quick break and we'll be back with game number 2 at night. It'll be Invictus Gaming taking on Saint. Don't go anywhere.
This one is for the fucked up, shoot up, spit out, stepped on, no luck, no fucks, tough love, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking, no sound, no crown, burnt up, broken.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Frostgren and I are absolutely losing our minds because that kid, he messed up my narrative last game because he's just too damn cute, Frostgren.
Yeah, way too cute. I wish that guy was on the desk.
I wish so too. I kind of don't want to cast anymore. Producer, please, can I leave so I can go say hi to this kid? He's just too adorable, but it's still Anthony Stewart here with Indiana Frostgren back, and we're here to bring you guys the second best of 3 matchup that we have for tonight. It's going to be Invictus Gaming taking on Saint. We were just able to witness Game Talents pick up a very decisive victory against NewBee in that last match, and they're looking really good now.
You know, coming into this evening, we were like, oh, it's going to be Game Talents versus NewBee, Invictus Gaming versus Saint. This is just going to be about context. We can finally, deliver this idea that, Game Talents, they're on top, but it's because they face the 2 weakest teams. Well, I mean, Saint may have just been crushed by one of the top teams in the LPL.
So where do we go from here? Because Invictus Gaming, they picked up a single game against NewBee when they played in their first match of the LPL. Now they're up against Saint here, who dropped their games to Game Talents, and it's just everything's all over the place now. Game Talents may very well be one of the best teams in the LPL, like you mentioned.
We'll slow it down, but Game Talents are certainly showing something that we didn't quite expect. Now, quickly touching back on Saints' loss to Game Talents, because that's all we've seen of Saints so far. We've seen one best of. It was a quick 2-0, and by quick, I mean it was quick. We had 3 Infernal Drakes, and Wu Sheng just ran away with the game on a clever Kindred pick. And it was quite disgusting having, 24%? No, it's even more than that. It's 30%.
With the Elder Dragon, you mean?
Oh, yeah.
With just with the 3, it's 24. Then you add another 12% going into that. But yeah, that was pretty crazy coming out from Wu Shuang. But for now, we're going to go straight into this matchup. And it's going to be the lineup for Invictus Gaming. First up, they take on Saint here tonight to tie up in the top lane with Kid in the jungle, Rookie, the all-star mid laner with Rain and Tabe down as their bottom lane in any carry. No more time on the roster, but they still have Kitties as their substitute.
This is probably the most veteran roster in the LPL. You have 2 legacy players in Kid and Zatai, as well as Tabe coming out of retirement to play for Invictus Gaming in their playoff run and continuing with the organization. And then you have the OG and all-star Rookie there. I mean, it's hard to pack as much talent onto a single or as much experience onto a single roster, but I think IG very easily have that.
Speaking of OG, they've got Tabe returning to the lineup. He had a very brief stint with IG during their playoff run, played supports for them, and he's actually been looking pretty decent so far for the lineup.
I know. It's okay, Fish.
He's gonna be playing here one more time here for Invictus Gaming. See how well he does here against Saint. Frostgren is just absolutely tilted by me, so I'm going to take over from analysis from here on. Look at his hair. It's absolutely on point. This is what I'm going to be talking about
The
now.
reason why I bring this up is because Saint is kind of this comeback revenge team. So if you have so much legacy, so much experience packed into Invictus Gaming, you have a very similar scenario in instances across from them in Saint. So their roster, it's going to be Acorn Captain Snoopy STYZ returning to the LPL in that AD carry position. And Shu. Should be noted, though, that Otto, formerly known as Jian Gun, is also on their substitution roster. And the idea is that it's like if you kicked out the bottom of the barrel and you kind of dug around in the mud, you have all of these old school professional players that you packed onto the same team and you wanted to see have success. If Saint could actually reach the potential that all of these professionals at one point had behind them in their careers, this could actually be incredible. But so far, the execution on that has been less than ideal.
And Saints, they were formerly of H1G. Surprisingly here today, the only remaining Maimer from that roster, Chiman's not going to be playing for the team, not even listed as a substitute here. So instead, it is going to be Captain starting for that. And the way I want to kick this off, Roscoe, is these 2 teams very focused on developing their lineup here, but in two very different ways it feels.
Yeah, okay, so ideally, Invictus Gaming, they want to be a top 4 LPL team. They've consistently made playoff performances. They made Worlds last year. This is a legacy organization inside the LPL. So they're starting kind of probably mid-tier or kind of on the very bottom of the elite of the LPL and starting to move up. Saint, on the other hand, after their 2-0 massacre across from game talents, at this point, they just want to stay in the LPL. Again, there's just this very interesting storyline and thread of this. STYZ is a perfect example. STYZ used to be a very hyped up AD carry. He formerly played for LGD before he was benched by the organization and then kicked down into LSPL. He was thought to be this all-star AD carry, maybe, you know, on the same path as someone like Uzi or SMLZ or Wei Xiao, and unfortunately just never reached or lived up to that potential. And I think the same could be said for a lot of the members of Saint, and this is kind of their opportunity that if they could just scrape that possible ceiling that they once had, they could be a contender.
Well, let's see if they can do that as we head into Champion Select. For game number 1 between Invictus Gaming and Saint here, the bans are already underway. We see Lucian and Caitlyn being taken away so far by Invictus Gaming. Whereas
And
Saint,
the reason why is because STYZ is a phenomenal Caitlyn player.
he is on the team as well now, so they're going to be targeting 2 AD carry bans right away. The side of Saint, though, we do see the very typical red side ban of Rise, 100% banned here in the LPL so far, whereas LeBlanc is going to be banned out as well. Target ban going on over towards Rookie.
And no surprises here. So if we're looking at where these teams are weighted, Saint, obviously going to be weighted towards their all-star AD carry, or their former all-star AD carry. Invictus Gaming have consistently been about Rookie and only Rookie, but I do want to give shout-outs to Kid and Zatai. Zatai is pretty much just a super stable, very solid top laner, probably one of the best in the LPL that's just being overlooked, especially because Flandre is starting to underperform, and Kid. There were a lot of jokes being thrown around when Kakao was kind of kicked out of the team and Kid took on the mantle of jungle. But Kid has been an up-and-coming staple of the roster. He's no longer a liability.
There's a lot of jokes being thrown around that he could only play Graves in the jungle, but surprise, surprise, it's actually an AD carry jungle meta, as we do see the Kindred being locked in here for Invictus Gaming.
Yep, and you said it yourself that Kid was really reliant on Mundo and Graves initially because it played to I cannot die because I am Mundo, but also I am an AD carry in the jungle. Kindred sits in a very similar vein, but a lot of power given to Kid early.
We're going to have to wait and see what Saint decide to pick up doing their second pick rotation. The final ban that came out from their lineup was the Nidalee, so a big jungle target ban. Still have Rek'Sai and Graves left over, two of the more S-tier picks in this matchup.
Power of Azir, though, possibly being flexed. Again, one of the big things is how much power he offers teams, but also that he can be blind picked relatively safely. Obviously, you don't want to give a powerful champion like that over to the hands of Rookie.
And they still have Victor up and available here for IG if they want to pick the control mage into control mage matchup. But Saints are going to be content with picking up the Azir and Karma during their first pick rotation. And immediately, we see a Sivir lock-in coming in from Invictus Gaming as well as a Trundle.
I feel like Sivir and Trundle are immediate responses to the Karma being picked up. Obviously, they're to augment your movement seed around the map, making sure that you don't get both Sivir and Karma.
And now Saint do have the luxury of picking up their next 2 picks here. For now, IG already have 2 very strong AD carries complementing each other, so to speak. Kindred in the jungle, able to keep a lot of people alive and also deal a significant amount of damage. Sivir boosting up the entire team. We have this Trundle able to shred any resistances from any tanks that Saints want to pick up down the line. They've already picked up 1, which is going to be the Rek'Sai in the jungle going on over towards Captain. Waiting to pick up their next pick. Still looking for an AD carry and a top laner. They're going to pick up that top laner being the likes of Echo.
Yeah, so far Invictus Gaming really haven't shown their hand too much here. Both solo laners being the remaining picks right here. But Saint have identified themselves as a sieging 5v5 composition. We'll see where they really round it off with their AD carry. I'd like to see STYZ kind of go the route of Jen.
It's possible if we could see that pickup here. They have saved the final pickup for Saint for STYZ.
And again, it just goes to emphasize what these teams are prioritizing. The fact that Rookie will have a relatively late pick. Sorry, I'm looking at how they're flexing Trundle and Bard. and STYZ gets the actual counter pick on red side for the AD carry, as well as eats 2 AD carry bans.
It does look like we are going to see the 2 control mage matchups in the mid lane. LeBlanc was banned out by Saints, so they're going to go back to the default of the Victor here. Rookie will be picking up that champion. Bard is going to be the lock-in for Invictus Gaming down in the bottom lane to combo out with the Sivir. Now, just waiting to see what STYZ is going to be playing as his AD carry of choice.
Does mean that Trundle, like you said, will go into that top lane for Zatai. Zatai is a phenomenal Trundle player. He's actually won, or single-handedly won games on the back of his split pushing, and that's something that we don't see a lot of in the LPL, is true split pushing, as well as 5v5 top laners. Zatai actually fits beautifully into that.
He certainly does, and STYZ on the side of Saint now still taking his time with this pick, hovering over Ezreal, one of the stronger AD carry picks besides Lucian at this moment. One of the more common pickups when Lucian is not available, like he is not in this game. But still, does have that pocket gen that we could potentially see being picked up here. But I do like the Ezreal pickup coming in for this team comp. Provides a lot of extra crowd control with the slows from his Mystic shots. Once he gets that Iceborne Gauntlet up and online, and it should be the pickup coming in here for Saint.
It's pretty much a chip or a poke composition. It also has a lot of siege potential on it. Obviously, standing in front of a tower, the zoning potential with Acorns, parallel convergence, the dive threat from an Unburrow, Azir's reach with Sand Soldiers, as well as Mystic Shot and Karma Poke. Saint will do wonders if they can get into siege mentality and if they can get Azir and Ezreal online with their 2 and 3 item power spikes. On the other side, you have a much more traditional 5v5 comp with emphasis on a 4-1, or as well as a some pick elements to it with Bard.
Well, let's see if they can use that effectively. Coming from Tabe down at the bottom lane, he's definitely brought a lot of shot calling to the team here, but we were questioning his mechanical skill coming into this split of the LPL. Certainly lived up to it so far and was able to perform quite decently in a few games he's had. He's played Karma, he's played Bard as well, he's played the Braum as well. He's going to have to see how he's going to be able to initiate for the likes of Invictus Gaming in this match.
It also means that when Saint are funneling in to try to use their siege composition, that Invictus Gaming have a lot of tools to catch them out and to run them down with a Tempered Fate into On the Hunt.
Well, we'll have to see how they're going to be able to use this coming into the matchup. Lots of picks, lots of very strong picks going to both teams. So the coaches will be able to shake hands here, and we go into the champions into the match. First match between Invictus Gaming and Saint. Ladies and gentlemen, we have loaded onto Summoner's Rift for the first matchup between Invictus Gaming and Saint here for the final match that will be taking place tonight in Day 2, Week 2 of the LPL. Both teams just going to be running out from their bases. Seems like so far they're going to be fanning out and looking for vision wherever they can, spotting out anything cheeky coming out from these two teams.
So if we get a standard 5v5, although it looks like we will have some action happening down on the bottom side of the map.
Good stun coming up, but don't get anything from it. Both of these AD carries, I suppose, just trying to fight over vision control of that brush as we take a look at the Keystone Masteries very quickly.
Ward actually denied. I do want to point out that Rain is taking Battle of Fervor on server as opposed to the Warlord's Bloodlust, so not looking for the bridging mastery towards her lifesteal itemization. We'll see if that empowers any of his trades and gives him a bit more lane pressure across from this Ezreal and Karma. Thing that I want to point out is, again, it looks like we're going into standard lanes. Where's the priority for either of these jugglers? Azir, Ezreal, and Karma, pretty much just Azir and Ezreal, want to sit and they want to find their farming breakpoints. Again, Saint's composition does really well in kind of a poke siege composition, so when they get to position and play around towers, so it should be a very slow early game for them, which means that Captain's primary focus and a lot of kill pressure is on that top lane. Likewise, it's really important for Invictus Gaming to make sure that Zatai gets ahead if they want to open up the split push potential from a Trundle pick. So expect both jugglers and top laners to kind of be the central focus of action around. especially because IG also kind of sack their bot lane and never go down there.
Well, let's see where that focus is going to take place and if those junglers are going to have a massive impact in that. Look at that Rookie already starting off with his signature laning phase, already standing in front of the main enemy, is trying to poke out Snoopy right off the bat. Tatai actually following the same suit here, trying to push out the Echo from the lane as soon as possible. Acorn already have to dealing with this grass, already has to deal with this grass on the Undying Trundle. It's just constantly being a bully, and Rookie just not relieving any pressure just yet.
This is the Rookie special. He's pretty much like Uzi in his lane phase in that he will contest you for every single creep. His lane dominance is some of the best in the LPL, possibly the best in the world.
And he's definitely fun to watch here every time he gets any one of those champions. He's known to be very dominant in the mid lane with it. He does it with Victor. We've seen him do it with Corki previously when he was very popular in the LPL.
The nice thing is he can obviously just stand on the back caster creeps and trade with you using his shield. But here we go. We talked about focus on the top lane, and here comes Captain.
Tatai needs to be a little bit careful because here comes that Rek'Sai, going to be able to unburrow probably and get the knockup instead. Just going to get the flash away from Tatai and be content with that pickup.
Now means that we'll be keeping tabs to see if Captain will punish that. Again, Rek'Sai has very creative gank path, so we'll see if he kind of swings into the jungle and ganks from behind the tower with a cheeky tunnel. Right now he is securing Scuttle Crab to make sure that he's not interrupted with his pressure by Kid.
Take a look back towards mid. Rookie gonna flash it so aggressively and suddenly gets the ignite down before the heal, but a good response coming in from the Azir. The heal will be able to keep him alive, just under 100 health there, but Rookie just continuing the aggression.
And Rookie may slow down any sort of advantage that Saint has because he just organically won his lane, which means Captain may need to now pay attention towards this Azir-Victor matchup to just help Snoopy survive it, meaning that he can't continuously snowball Acorn ahead and punish Satai's lack of flash.
And I'm just taking a look at all the CS scores that we have at the moment. Top lane, dead even. Jungle, dead even. Bottom lane, even. Mid lane, there's a 15 CS advantage for Rookie then, and he just forced the Azir out of base while pushing away to his turret. I mean, we hype this guy up time and time again, but there's a reason why. He's just too good, and now you're going to see a dive up in the top lane. Echo going to get jumped on by both Tatai and the Kindred. The Power Converge is not going to connect. Tatai takes a lot of damage. Kindred goes back in, and Kid is actually going to pick up first blood clinically for Invictus Gaming.
And again, I hate to say I told you so, but it's all about that top lane. Not only is Kid up there to return the favor and allow pressure back for Zatai to not have his flash, but more importantly, it's to make sure that this Trundle goes even or favorably gets ahead so they can open up that split push potential later on.
Saving grace, if any, for Saints at the moment. It's the fact that their bottom lane being very aggressive now. It's been already been able to poke Tabe and rain out quite a bit. They've used quite a bit of mana trying to farm out these waves. They are slightly behind the CS, but should be able to catch up if they farm this wave correctly. Well, we'll have to see if Invictus Gaming are able to hang on well enough. For now, though, we're straight back into this mid lane. Rookie still trading very aggressively with Snoopy, making sure that he can still stay ahead in this lane, still be the dominant mid laner in this matchup, force possibly Captain to pay some attention here.
Because of how early Rookie sent Snoopy back, he wasn't able to buy pretty much anything. He's got a Doran's ring and he's got a potion to his name. And check out Rookie's itemization.
Double gang coming into the mid lane. No bar looking to try and get this Cosmic Binding down, but does do the Streamer Shuffle to get out of there. As, like you mentioned, we take a look at Rookie's itemization there. It does have the boots and the Dark Seal picked up, as well as that Doran's ring and a little bit of that Hex Core there as well. So a little bit of bits and pieces.
A variety bucket for sure in terms of everything that he's bringing into it, but well and truly very far ahead in this lane phase in terms of a 1v1 potential. So again, Invictus Gaming, complete control of the top lane, complete control of the mid lane. We talked about how they'll never go down for their bot lane, but if Kid wants to swing that way, this could be a very easy and early snowball for IG.
And you know, IG at the moment, both their top laners and mid laners playing very aggressive. That's the only line of concern at the moment is that bottom lane. So if Kid goes there, it leaves you so much pressure, just opens the map wide out.
Typically, IG's strategy, however, is to identify the one point on the map where they're strong and just continuously abuse that, as opposed to try to balance everything across map, which is why we see Kid, again, He knows that his mid lane's strong, he knows that his top lane's strong, so he's continuing to abuse that section of the map, pushing in and laying down deep vision.
He's looking to see if he can try and get the jump onto Echo one more time. He's already been struggling against the tie. Every time he moves up to try and pick up any form of CS, the Trundle is there right up in his face, making sure he can deny whatever he possibly can.
Still very dangerous to dive and Echo. Acorn does have level 6, which means he has his Chrono Break available to him, as well as the Parallel Convergence. So smartly, Kid decides that's not worth it. Just kind of shadowing underneath the tie.
It's not about that life. In the bottom lane though, now things are moving back a little bit more in favor of Rain. Both of the AD carries have gone back and got their first backup. We see the tier coming out from the Ezreal separating. There's a major difference in these two AD carries items at the moment. Both picked up a cull as well. The boots came out from Sivir too. So still fairly even in this bottom lane.
Saint have already shown their hand and throw their cards down. It's just about farming. They want a very quiet early game. They want Azir and Ezreal to get strong. And again, the only option Captain has is to continuously gank this top lane, because this is the only place that he has kill pressure.
And Tatai doesn't even decide he's going to run away. He just sits there and looks at Captain in the face and says, sure, you can come to this lane.
Because the problem with Saint's plan of just quietly scaling up into the mid into the late game is that Invictus Gaming's composition will do the exact same thing, but they have a lot more win conditions in terms of the flexibility of their composition opening up that side push.
One of these could be Kid trying to get a gank in on towards Snoopy. He's going to try and do the streamer shuffle to get out, but Kid already got the slowdown, moving forward for even more damage onto this Azir. Wolf comes out, bites him in the face, and that's a lot of damage down onto this Azir.
And Snoopy is losing so much time and more importantly, so much experience in this lane.
I like if Snoopy, Rookie, sorry, did pretty much anything there. 1Q, an ultimate, an ignite. That could have definitely cost Azir his life there.
Doesn't matter.
Blown a couple summoners.
Don't necessarily need to pick up the kill here, but we're going to start to see how Invictus Gaming will play around this winning pressure in the mid lane. Because right now, Kid can do whatever he wants.
Certainly can.
Rookie's going to get the earlier rotation. He's going to be the stronger mid lane in all of these engagements. So it's now about IG recognizing that they are proactive, that they have set the pace of this game, and starting to speed it up and abuse it.
We can already see that deficit taking place in the mid lane. 73 CS to 60 at the moment. The only place that is winning on the map for Saint is in the jungle, 45 to 30 in favor of the Rex side. But that is a single kill on over towards the Kindreds. You'd probably be very happy with that.
I actually saw the True Shot Barrage used to check Dragon. Again, Saint have lost all control of their vision in the river. A single ward placed in Pixel Brush.
And that is a dragon that a lot of teams like to fight over and contest for. We saw it in that last game as well between Game Talents and NewBee. The Mountain Dragon is up and available if IG or Saint decide they want to try and contest for the objective. Definitely, IG look like the stronger team to look for the contesting of the dragon now.
They do need to make sure that they spend their gold and their advantage on Rookie before they look towards that just yet. Although Rookie, again, still has quite a lead in terms of his level. Level 8 to level 7 right now, although Snoopy should shore that up. But the big thing is when Rookie hits that level 9, it can make the use of his 5-point advantage.
The tie-up in the top lane still being rather aggressive. He's got a longsword, a cull, and a Doran's blade for himself. So looking a little bit more like an AD carry than a Trundle at the moment. But has been able to successfully bully out Acorn, force him to use a lot of mana to stay in that lane. Temper Fate actually to come out, separates Karma away from the choke point she was trying to get towards. But not going to lock her down.
Yeah, Shu keeps his calm, makes sure that he doesn't connect with the Tempered Fate like you said. Really ballsy play, though, to step forward and to think that you have the space to deep ward as a support when your mid lane is losing as badly as it is.
Gets it down, blows out a major ultimate coming from Tabe as well as a Rookie. Still putting on some hurt on towards this Azir. Snoopy actually went back to base and picked up a Negatron cloak for himself, so looking to try and deny as much damage from this Victor as possible.
Doesn't necessarily hurt his itemization too much, can look towards that Abyssal to help him out, so... Good news for Snoopy is that he is on a pick like Azir, so he should be okay if he can continue to just neutralize this and stop the bleeding.
He's trying to, but he's still falling further and further behind in terms of CS. Not a drastic deficit at the moment. Snoopy tries to go in. Good flash from Rookie, though, in response to get straight out of there. And Rookie, he's going to pick up the kill with the Deathfire touch eventually.
And that is why Rookie is possibly the best mid laner in the LPL. That was brilliantly played.
Just so good, Froskuren. That was clinical.
Perfect flash. And cool guys don't watch explosions. The fade away.
It says, he just went back to farming. Rookie now actually going to get jumped on by a teleport coming out from the top lane. Echo is down here, but so is Kid trying to deter them. It's actually going to take a lot of damage here. Kid, sorry, he's going to pick up the kill onto Acorn.
And Rookie just casually walks over to the TP. Excellent communication. Again, this team is fully speaking Mandarin. Rookie is fluent in Mandarin. He streams in it. He walks over, lays down the gravitational field, and picks up a free kill on Acorn, who didn't even use his ultimate.
Now in the bottom lane, it's disaster in paradise for the same bot lane. Ezreal tries to flash forward to pick up a kill. Now there goes Su, but he's up against a Bard. He's just going to keep meep slapping him. See if he can pick up the kill in return. The root is going to come down for Su, but it might not be enough. Tabe definitely looking for it, and there's the Rek'Sai trying to pick up the return kill. They already traded 1-for-1. Should be able to take down Tabe as well, as he slowly but surely just claws his way at this spot. Oh, good flash. Gets away from it. Preyseeker's got to come out. Not going to be enough. Managed to get onto the Coco.
When Invictus Gaming's bot lane outplays you, disaster has struck. That is the weakest part of their team. That is the weakest part of their map. And Saint are losing at every corner right now.
I thought certainly he was dead there.
Oh,
He had to be dead.
Kid got the blue buff.
Oh, unlucky. Pretty sure he wanted it. As a jungler, you always want the buff. You can't take it, but you just want it. Right, Frostgrin? No?
Well, blue buff goes over to Snoopy.
Yeah, it doesn't get taken away by Captain on the other side of the map. But Saint is still behind in this match. 2,000 gold behind Invictus Gaming at the moment. 4-1 in terms of the kills. Take a look at the items that have been picked up so far. Kindred already has that Blood Razor. Cinderhulk, was also picked up by the Rek'Sai here. Stinger being picked up by the Azir in the mid lane. And Sivir is still waiting for the Essence Raver.
Really being the key item that brought Rek'Sai back into the meta. The adjustment of damage that it's doing to the jungle creeps, meaning that Rek'Sai can keep up with the likes of Nidalee and Kindred, as well as then be tankier. In fact, does have a CS lead on Captain comparatively to Kid.
63 to 55 at the moment. The only lane that is significant, or the only part of the map that is significantly ahead in terms of CS. Top lane, we can see Tatai. He is up by about 30 CS over Acorn on Echo, and does have his Ravenous Hydra pickup as his first item, so going to be able to clear out these waves quite nicely. As Tabe, he's been caught out one more time here, caught daydreaming and roaming around the river. Meanwhile, though, Kid will be able to take down the Mountain Dragon sneakily behind the pit for himself.
Tabe's sacrifice does mean that Invictus Gaming take that dragon for free right underneath Saint's nose. That is something that Kindred can do that Rek'Sai cannot, is the ability to solo out the dragon. So typically why we see her still on the permaban list, although with the priority against Rookie, Kid managed to get his hands on it. A lot of people wouldn't think that Kid would be a threat at some point in his jungle career, but certainly being one this game.
He's proved a lot of people wrong throughout the Spring Split and now in the Summer Split, doing the exact same thing. Showing he has migrated to this jungle role quite nicely for Invictus Gaming, as they do have their eyes set towards the Rift Herald. Ty's already building towards a very heavy split push build, and if he picks this Rift Herald buff up, it's just going to be a nightmare for Saint to deal with for the next 20 minutes.
And this is actually something that IG do that a lot of LPL teams have been opting out of, which is giving the Glimpse of the Void buff to the top laner. A lot of people suspected that it should go to the top laner. Again, that 5% damage reduction, as well as the extra magic damage when you stack up Glimpse of the Void, but a lot of junglers have been taking it in the LPL.
And look at that immediately. Tatai already putting down some work on top of Acorn, immediately charging on top of him and challenging him in a one-on-one, trying to heal up wherever again. Acorn actually taking a lot of damage, has to put down the ultimate. Kid's here as well. What are you doing, my friend? As Tatai just slaps him one more time and takes him down.
Acorn is... the barrel has been kicked out. He's in the bottom. He's sitting in the mud right now, and there is not a lot of hope of swimming up. He is so far behind.
And there's this big nasty troll kicking his teeth in as well in the top lane. It's just not looking good for Saint at the moment. They're just falling further and further behind, organically almost. But, as I say that, Saint do find an avenue attack in the bottom lane, but it might cost Captain his life here. So there's a three-man gank coming out towards this Rek'Sai. Cosmic Binder is going to miss coming out from Tabe, but they're just to be able to take down this mid lane outer turret.
Like you said, Rain is the sacrificial lamb here for Invictus Gaming. Get tons of chip damage on the mid-tier tower as well, but STYZ and Shu, the last remaining beacon of hope for Saint right now on this map, as a TP might ruin that.
Oh, here comes Tatai, the massive troll looking to try and take them down. He's going to get stunned up
still has
by
pillar.
Su. Puts the graphic cone down. Temperfate's going to come in as well. They lock down the Ezreal. This is bad news coming for Saint here as he gets binded as well. STYZ just waiting. Tatai with the BM there as Victor's coming in to pick up the kill instead. They give it over towards Rookie.
The fact that it's not even BM, but it's Invictus Gaming communicates so much for Rookie to say, I'm coming, I want the kill, I walked all the way over here, please.
They give it on over towards their all-star mid laners now, Captain. I don't think you want to take this troll on, my friend. Tabe looking to try and stun him up with the Cosmic Binding, so I'm not going to be able to connect. They still will be able to take down the bot lane and the turret.
So this advantage that Kid and Zatai have created in the top lane is now starting to affect the bottom lane. A brilliant teleport right there. Great communication from Rookie. And Rain back in position. Yes, he's the sacrificial lamb. He's left to his own devices. He's just the Sivir, but he covers the middle lane from any sort of counter push.
Kid and Akon are going to go toe-to-toe
You got
underneath this
nothing.
turret. Kid has to pop his ultimate, but Akon, he might fall down to this final turret shot. It's not going to be enough. He is able to keep alive with the corrupting potion charges ticking.
Acorn proves me wrong, and like you said, it's the potion ticking that saves his life. Well played to get his foot back into this, but still quite in a CS hole.
Certainly is at the moment. It's about 30 CS behind Tatai at the moment. And, you know, Tatai is going immediately for another offensive build as we actually see Snoopy jump straight on top of Tabe. He's been caught out one more time here in this match.
Saint deciding to pull the trigger and to early group up, trying to chaos style their way out of this.
I mean, they're still pretty far behind the Invictus Gaming lineup at the moment. 4,000 gold down. Desperately trying to find an avenue to get back into this game, but it's just not looking good for them at the moment.
So what they're doing is they're picking up and they're rotating their AD carry or their duo bot lane around. Obviously by getting the bottom tier tower relatively low, it hasn't fallen quite yet, although Acorn, if he's left to his own devices, should be able to shore that up pretty quickly. They're trying to allocate easy resources and farm onto their scaling champions. Again, they need Ezreal, they need Azir to come online, and they need to start sieging before their composition starts getting strong. So making the correct adjustments and allocating resources correctly.
They're able to pull back the gold deficit slightly here as Saint to take down the bot lane out of turret. And it was Akon that was down there working on that. You can see the items coming out from the top laners now. Iceborne Gauntlet was picked up by Akon. And we can see Trundle working towards his own Iceborne Gauntlet, not opting for any health items at the moment, just resistance and extra damage coming out from these two. Whereas Victor in your mid lane, Rookie, very aggressive itemization, going for the Lich Bane first on his Victor.
He's very far ahead. Also, pushing and sieging towers. He's got a lot of chip damage on that mid-tier tower, despite looking across from an Azir. A little bit uncommon, but that's how hard Rookie won his lane.
And
so that Lich Bane will continue to help push that mid-tower down.
He's even packing Ignite onto Summoner's Rift here, something that we don't see very often on Victors. Normally go for a defensive Summoner spell or a Ghost pickup even. Instead, Rookie staying true to his playstyle, being very aggressive in this match.
I think we have a bit of a window here where we can talk a little bit more abstractly about how the meta has transitioned, although as I say that, Dragon spawning in 15 seconds.
And on top of that, Tatai wants a piece of Acorn one more time. The Glimpse of the Void buff going to deal some decent damage towards this Echo. Does get locked down the Power Convergence, so should be able to get away. Well, that's just something Acorn cannot deal with at the moment. That's alright. Dragon is going to respawn here.
He's a full item ahead of him, so they both have Iceborne Gauntlets, but you have the Hydra available for Trundle, and Acorn is just trying to hang on, especially due to a level discrepancy as well, level 13 to level 12.
Not looking good for him at the moment, though.
And Invictus Gaming, they can continue to pressure other objectives because now Saint have to choose. Either we just passively lose the 1v1 on the top side and lose more structures, or we send multiple resources to deal with this giant troll and we give away other things on the bottom of the map.
Well, look at this, he's already chunky down Acorn to below half his health. He's already popped a lot of those corrupting potions, not going to be able to heal up at all as he faces off against Trundle for much longer, however. Invictus Gaming only looking to try and siege down this mid lane outer turret as Kid solos out the Ocean Dragon behind the pit one more time here.
Yep, so we split up all of our resources on Invictus Gaming. Kid, you got Dragon, we have mid, and Zadai is going to continue to prep the wave top lane, so watch for a very cheeky rotation from IG after they take mid.
They do take down the Ocean Dragon as well. So second Dragon taken away by the Kindred. And they do take down the mid lane outer turret too, so opening up the map a little bit more. But here comes the Rek'Sai looking to try and jump on top of Rookie. Good flash away from the Victor, is able to escape the crowd control from the Rek'Sai.
Such an aggressive move from Saint does mean that Invictus Gaming aren't able to execute on their rotation top lane. Blue pings did go down for Zatai's prepped wave, and Zatai may actually find himself in a little bit of trouble. Although I think Saint are like, you know, this troll, he'd probably take too long to kill, that the rest of IG would collapse on us. Let's just take mid.
He just casually backs off towards his turret and then try and siege that one up. Now Saint trying to pick up another objective for themselves. They are still 3,000 gold behind IG, as Temper Fate actually going to land on top of the Azir midway through his Shurima Shuffle. Takes a little bit of poke damage, and now the Sivas popped on the hunt, trying to look for it. There's a troll in the back lines looking to try and jump on top of them as Rookie. He's jumped on top of Akon, jumps forward, pops down the Chaos Sword, trying to do whatever damage he can before he goes down. Captain now in a bit of trouble, as Saint actually looking decent in this team fight. Akon, he's in the back lines, pops his ultimate to get back in. Double kill coming in for the Azir. He's going to shift on forward, misses his ultimate there, but it's not going to matter as they find another kill on top of Kid. Akon diving into their back lines, and Saint, they found something there because they picked up 3 kills for none.
Miracle team fight from Saint to save themselves the game, possibly. We'll see if they're able to capitalize much on this momentum, but it was primarily picking out Rookie, making sure that he went down and didn't have any follow-up. And they know that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so they immediately transitioned to Baron.
There's only Tabe and Tatai left up here. There's the Rek'Sai call. Tatai's going to go in. He wants to take them all on. He's going to take down 1. He picks up 2. He's looking for the 3rd kill here, but he does get taken down by STYZ eventually. Tabe tried to help him out, and Tatai almost comes out big for IG.
In the end, though, it's going to be quite an even trade in terms of the kills going across the majority of the plays, but we're going to see a replay. So effectively, Invictus Gaming think that they have Snoopy caught out, but the teleport splits them up, and Rookie gets separated from his team, and frankly, Victor, low mobility. If you jump on top of him, he's going to die, and there's just no follow-up from IG on Rookie's Chaos Storm damage. And from there, Saint just ripped them from the inside out. But they overreach on the Baron, and IG managed to slow down any momentum built off this play.
And Tatai shows one more time why he is so big at the moment. So they only pick up a couple of kills in the turret for themselves. We're not able to pick up the Baron. We're still going to go through this replay. Probably going to watch Tatai. No, decided not to. Not going to watch the troll obliterate people anymore. But so he takes stock of things, even though the score is even 10-10 for both these teams. Big thing to note is IG, they still have a turret advantage and also 2 dragons to their name.
No, big thing to note is that quietly, STYZ have really put himself in a good position right now. He's ahead on CS, 4-2 and 4 to his score, and more importantly has 2 key items, the Iceborne Gauntlet as well as that upgraded Mermana, and now the Blade of the Rune King. STYZ is very strong.
It certainly is. And IG, they're still 2,000 gold ahead of Saint, so even though there was a massive team fight in favor of Saint, they got a delayed ace and only lost 2 members in total. They're still behind, and it's going to be a deficit they have to fight back from. STYZ is the AD carry they need right now to try and fight back from that deficit.
Issue, though, is that for how strong STYZ is, he still cannot face across safely from Zatai. So the lane assignment issue still exists for Saint, and that Echo cannot stand across from him. Ezreal cannot stand across from them. They need to commit multiple resources, which means pick up the litter for IG on the rest of the map.
And you can see the turrets are just slowly falling down for the Trundle. And Zatai was able to go down to that bottom lane and just casually pick up the bottom lane inner turret for himself. Also nothing that Akon could do there to try and defend that. His range just going to be able to clear out the waves up in the top lane. 1 ricochet is enough to be able to clear out the entire minion wave pushing towards the top side of the map.
I got a minute and 43 to talk about something. Here we go. We're going to talk about AD carries and the utility position. So there's kind of a trend that I've noticed in the 6.10 meta. As I say that, they're going to fight.
Commentator's curse going in here. This captain definitely looking to try and get the jump on towards Rain, but nothing happens for us.
No, IG's looking for the collapse. Here comes
they're
Temper
going
Fate.
for it. Temper Fate's going to land on top of that Karma. Here comes the Tatai, looking trying to lock down the support Karma. They should be able to get a bite in towards him, and they do take him down.
One day, I'll be able to talk about it.
One day, eventually.
Okay. 6.10 meta, the AD carries somehow don't seem as powerful as they used to be. What I actually think the priority you should shift to is bringing more utility and more teamfight presence on your AD carry position, which is why we see the things like the Rise of Sivir. But I also think it puts Ezreal in a really unique place, and that he's still going to bring kind of lane dominance to an extent. especially in his early levels, level 1 in particular. But he's also going to marry just raw late game power with really beautiful utility from the AD carry position based on his itemization. So I like the fact, I've been waiting for a game where we didn't have a Lucian, where it was like a Sivir and an Ezreal, and kind of why I think that these two AD carries are filling the role out nicely.
Well, he's going to have to put his work in here to take down Zatai. He's been caught out, pops down to Subjugate, gets a lot of health back from the Rex side. He's going to try and desperately run away. STYZ is still trying to poke him out, but Zatai's just a little bit too big at the moment.
Also had some fancy footwork right there. And again, this is what we were talking about, lane assignment, resource allocation. Zatai is eating multiple resources, multiple members of Saint, and it opens up space for Invictus Gaming to take what they want. It shouldn't be the tower, although that Lichbane is going to get quite a bit of chip damage.
And certainly as an IG rookie already looking to try to take this one down with the help of Kid. Akon, though, has something to say about that. Jumps in aggressively to put some decent damage on towards the Kindred, but not going to be enough. Dragon, however, is up and available for IG to take if they want to go look for Dragon number 3.
Do need to be careful, though, because they did just burn on the hunt to disengage from that, although Zatai does have teleport available, so here he comes, 5v5.
They might look for this one as the Dragon's already down towards half its health here. Zatai is in the middle of this fight. Akon actually gets a good power conversion down on towards Kid. He's dropped down towards a 3/4 of his health. Good. Ultimate coming out from the bar to lock down Snoopy and STYZ. The ultimate's been popped down. Chaos Storm is on top of Snoopy. He's been locked down and stunned as well. They take down the Azir as Kid is going to be one that picks up that kill. And Akon just suddenly decides he wants to jump back into this fight with his ultimate. Double kill coming out for Zatai as they chase down the Ezreal. He has to flash away. And suddenly IG turn on the switch. They go and pick up a nice team fight. And they're going to be able to take away the Dragon, the Mountain Dragon for themselves.
And again, we talked about the first team fight from Saint was a miracle. They knew that they weren't going to get another one. Invictus Gaming find a beautiful Tempered Fate on both carries, Snoopy and STYZ, and just run that fight over.
You can already see the damage dealt in that fight. Rookie, now that he doesn't have Akon sitting on top of him, was able to put out some tremendous damage, especially on top of Snoopy, who was out-damaged by an Echo in that team fight.
But the AD carries cannot carry in a 6.10 meta. It's just too hard against these really massive bruiser tanks that can just freely run into your backline. So again, this is why I think the AD carry position will start to shift more away from hyper carries and more towards utility-based AD carries. STYZ is huge. He's doing a good job, but he's not in a position of power relative to everyone else on the map.
There's an interesting delivery system there coming in from Captain STYZ. Got the red buff on the side of Invictus Gaming quite low, and then threw the through shop around barrage down to pick it up. Rookie continuing to pressure out this mid lane, his home and where he's comfortable. Still not changing anything from the start of this game. You take a look at the top lane now. Zatai, he's already gone back to base, picked up a Spirit Visage and a giant belt for himself. He is a monstrous Tron as well. Glimmer of the Void doing so much work onto this turret. Nothing they could do to stop this troll at the moment. As Tempered Fate comes out, looking to try and threaten Snoopy, who's able to shroom a shuffle and gets out of the danger zone.
IG won every single lane organically. We talked about how they need to make sure that Zatai would get ahead and open up the split pushing option. Now with the priority of Baron buff, they're in full siege mode. And Acorn, what are you doing? Help is on the way, but it may be too late.
I don't think it's a very smart idea to fight the Trundle under any circumstance. You send any more than one person up to that top lane, that's your mid lane inhibitor gone. IG would just walk straight through it. Rookie, though, he's moving down towards this bottom lane. He does not have teleport. He's in fact packing Ignite into this match, so once they see him down on bottom lane, it alleviates some of the pressure from Invictus Gaming, from Saint.
Still very hard to execute on. The other beautiful thing about the comp is the tandem of Sivir and Trundle. Again, we know that IG like to run split pushes, as Zatai might be able to chase down STYZ here.
Doesn't care. Captain actually up in this top lane. I don't even think they could take him 2-on-1 at this point in time.
But the thing is if Saint ever get the crazy idea to try to engage on a numbers discrepancy because they see that Victor is bottom or Trundle is top, Sivir immediately just pops ult and disengages Invictus Gaming back to safety.
Rookie, though, he's going to get caught out 3-on-1 here. Let's see if he can buy enough time for his team to do something as Rookie. He's going to get jumped on. Snoopy flashes forward, gets the ultimate down.
Rookie, however, does not have that same luxury, but meanwhile on the rest of the map, no one can stop Zatai. We talked about lane assignment. Ezreal just doesn't have enough.
Zatai actually going to be able to take down that turret by himself. STYZ has to run away from the kid that jumps over the wall. Captain almost gets taken out. He might still fall, leaving him with just under 100 health. Power Convergence will lock down Tabe and Tatai as the rest of Saint trying to jump up here. Good Power Convergence locks down Snoopy. It's now a 3-on-5. Pillar comes down, is able to stop Akon. Now Captain getting back into the fight. Jumps on top of Kid. Looking to start this one more time, but he can't because as soon as he jumps in, he takes half his health in damage. Pillar, one more time, slowing down Saint. They just can't catch the Invictus Gaming lineup.
This is just table scraps, really. It doesn't mean anything for Saint. Yeah, it's nice to have that pocket change there to spend a little bit more at the bank, but Invictus Gaming still have complete control of this map. That's an open inhib in the top lane.
And they've blown the gold lead wide open at the moment. 8,000 gold ahead of Saint right now. And Invictus Gaming, they want to prove that they're one of the top teams here in the LPL. Saint, they just want to stay in the LPL here and kind of prove they're not one of the bottom teams, but so far, Invictus Gaming doing a good job of showing that they can still beat the bottom of the pack.
To be fair to Saint, they look much better in this series so far than they did against Game Talents. That was a pretty massive smash, but still a long road ahead of them if they want to find a victory in this game alone of the series.
We're going to try and start doing that by trying to take down Siu here. He's already taken half his health in damage. Kid's going to flash forward. A chomp comes out from Tatai as well as they look towards Yasuo. Pillar not going to be able to get him on the backside and knock him backwards. The rest of Saint trying to converge on top of Tatai and his teammates. Power Convergence goes down, not going to lock anyone out. Looking for more damage on towards this inhibitor. The rest of Saint, they're just backing off. They can't do anything to stop the task force of IG just roaming onto the base, and Tatai doesn't care about these turrets.
You do need to respect the backdoor lockdown, however.
Maybe not.
He's so far ahead. That's
Tatai
ridiculous.
doesn't care. There's the Temper Fate on top of the pillar. He can't shift out of that one. One more time, the Azir's going to get locked down. Acorn going to take the brunt of the damage to start things off. Meanwhile, Azir looking to try and see if he can collapse on top of them.
7, 1, and 5. Zatai is a god this game. Nothing can stop this Trundle. He can go anywhere he pleases, eat up as many resources as possible, and probably just walk away laughing.
He's been doing that throughout this entire game, and Rookie now trying to be a little bit of a pest, take away the wolves for himself. Gets a couple of the small ones, but that's it. And Dragon's actually be live in 30 seconds, so it's not going to be an Elder Drake. As Rookie now might actually get jumped on by Captain. He might not want to have jumped over to that position. In fact, goes over the Dragon pit wall, tries to get out of there. That might have just conceded the Dragon on over towards IG.
I was going to say, I don't think it was necessarily Rookie that had been caught out, but Captain trying to make miracle plays happen. Void rushing or Void screaming to try to catch this Dragon off guard.
Doesn't work, and it just puts IG even further ahead here. They don't pick up the kill, but they have positional advantage over this Dragon. They should be able to pick it up, head back to base, get a couple more items, and possibly go for the Baron that's going to spawn in about a minute 30.
Baron would definitely be the priority here. It is only a Cloud Drake that will be spawning in that pit, or has spawned, excuse me.
You take stock of the items really quickly. Up in the top lane, Tatai, he has 6 items. 34 minutes into this game. He's got a Guardian Angel, he has his Dead Man's Plate as well. In the jungle, 5 items coming out for the Kindred so far. Has a recurve bow, looking for her 6 items shortly. Rookie just sitting on 1 item away from 6. 7.
What it means with Zatai being so far ahead is that Invictus Gaming can actually separate their resources. I say that as I now notice that Kid's on the bottom side of the map. What they could have done is had Zatai and Kid actually take the Baron while the rest of IG set up waves, but they're going to go ahead and actually collapse together.
And this is the 1-4 you were talking about that IG wanted to try and execute here. Trundle up in the top lane, the rest of IG grouping up as 4, making sure they can disengage or fight. If they choose to, Acorn, lacking an entire item against Zatai here, is not going to stand a chance to stop him from running in towards the base.
He's just trying to flood the base with super creeps, however.
He's going to be able to do just that. Tatai actually going to try and get some chip damage on towards these turrets. But Akon should be able to defend underneath the safety of his Nexus turrets. Temper Fate's going to come out here, locks down 2 members from the side of Saint, but opting not to go for the initiation.
Just continuing to buy this Trundle time.
Tatai is definitely inside and all up inside of Akon's face, but not getting too much out of it just yet. Waiting for more of the minions to collapse on towards the base. Is the final inhibitor down in the bottom lane. The only thing that IG needs to take down, or remaining that they need to take down.
Invictus Gaming being pretty respectful, actually, of Saint. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and say, forget this. Let's just do it the easy way.
Take the Baron, try and force you to fight us here. If you don't want to fight us here, sure, we'll just run into your base with these massive super minions. Zatai actually opting not to help his team out, instead just going to be a nuisance in the mid lane, try and hold off the squad of Saint that's trying to collapse on towards this pit. Puts the pillar down, it's going to stop them advancing any more further. Tabe doing his job as well as the Mystic Shot comes out a little bit too late. Baron buff does fall on over towards Invictus Gaming.
And they're not going to go ahead and reset any of their backs right now. Instead, they're going to march it straight up the mid lane. So Invictus Gaming looking to end off of this fight.
Here comes On the Hunt. Pillar's been put down as well, separating Acorn. A good ultimate does come out for Snoopy to separate the team from how long? Chaos Storm. The base has been dropped on top of 5 people on Saint. Just keeping them at bay even longer as the Rylite is ticking, slowing them all down. Rookie still looking to try and take down Shield. Forces the flash coming out for the Karma as now they're all on top of the base. The Nexus turrets are being destroyed. Saint, they're trying to regenerate and get back into this fight. Acorn, he jumps in, has to use the ultimate to get straight out. Snoopy now trying to use the Sand Sage, but Captain, he goes down first to tie. He's in front of their team's face. Ultimate comes out the kids and keep Rain alive. And they're going to work on this Nexus turret. And IG pick up a very decisive game 1 against Saint.
And we talked about the experience and the legacy players that are stacked into this Invictus Gaming roster. They look clean around the map. They prioritized the lanes correctly. They took free Barons, free Dragons, and only really fell victim to a single bad team fight. A very consistent game out of a very usually inconsistent team.
And you know what? IG, they definitely looked a lot better in that match. Their first match against NewBee, they're only able to pick up a single win in that best-of-3 series. However, there against Saint, they look very clinical in game 1, and they executed their win conditions quite well in that game.
It was pretty obvious, though. We knew that they were going to try to snowball Zatai ahead, not only because it's Zatai and that's his responsibility and relationship with Invictus Gaming, but again, that they prioritizing having that Trundle there for the flex pick and to support, and knowing that they wanted to open up the option for a split push. IG, again, one of the few teams in the LPL that truly do run a split-pushing top laner.
And you know, this is the second time that IG have put their eggs in a Zatai basket. The first time was against NewBee. The only win was when they gave him the Fiora pick and tried to work around that. One more time, getting a split push onto Zatai and trying to work that 1v4.
And this is the important thing. When people look at Invictus Gaming, the only person that they see is Rookie, and rightfully so. Rookie is an incredible player, and he is the backbone and core of IG. But when they are truly successful, and when their fans should be really excited for them, is when players like Zatai and Kid step up. And normally Zatai is very consistent. He's really coming to his own as a top laner.
And you know what? It almost feels like it was opened up. The map was opened up by Rookie. He put a lot of pressure into the mid lane, allowing the top lane and the bottom lane almost to catch up and get that far ahead there. But yeah, so Zatai was able to pick up a very, very decisive victory for his team on Invictus Gaming. But we're going to go into a very quick break and we'll be back with game number 2 between Invictus Gaming and Saint just shortly. Well,
This one is for the fucked up, chewed up, spit out, stepped on, no luck, no fucks, tough love, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking, no sound, no crown, burnt up, broken. This one is for the beggars. Stand up if you're feeling reckless. They don't understand that we're heartless. We'll never be the same, so we take till we get our fucking way.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Fish, and joining me still is Indiana Frost going back. We're going to take a look at the MVP for that last game in just a bit. It is going to go over to Tatai, 7-1-7 with 22.6% of his team's damage share. He was a monster on that trundle.
And this is what I was talking about. Everyone will look at Rookie and say he's an all-star mid laner, one of the best in the world. But when Invictus Gaming turn up and when they play to what IG fans expect, it's on the back of Zatai. Zatai, Kid, and Rookie, all three of them have really performed and kind of stepped up into their own, particularly in the form of Kid. But this guy played phenomenally.
You know, the two wins that Invictus Gaming have picked up here in the summer split of the LPL so far have been off the back of Tatai. The first one was when they picked up a single win against NewBee in the best of 3 series. We're not able to pick up the series, though, when they allowed them to play Fiora and they played the 1-4 strategy as well.
Yep. See if they continue to play this type of composition. However, again, Invictus Gaming really like their split pushing. A lot of that is also due to the fact that Rookie just naturally wins pretty much every what's what I'm looking for, matchup that he's given.
You know, we just saw then up against Nazir at level 1, already zoning him away from the creeps. Flashed on him at level 3, I believe. He was still showing that he was a very aggressive mid laner, and Rookie still showing that he's a star performer coming from Invictus Gaming. On the side of Saint, though, they did not impress at all in that game. And, you know, we talked a little bit of how they lost to Game Talents, who could arguably be one of the better teams in the group or in the LPL in general.
Or at least performing in the first 2 weeks. Yeah, Saint, they looked better than they did against Game Talents, but that's not saying much because against GT, they got smashed. We talked about kind of the triple Infernal Drake, and it was just probably, it was a massacre. It's probably the single most one-sided game of League of Legends that I've ever seen that's potentially ever been in the LPL. Against IG, there were a couple of highlights, you know, maybe 1 or 2 team fights, and it looks like it's actually going to cause a position swap, which, ready for some fun facts?
Sure, I'm ready as Otto comes in for Saint.
Okay. Otto is formerly known as Tian Gun. He was the mid laner in the LPL previously for a team called Young Glory. Young Glory happened to be Invictus Gaming's sister team. So Otto is very familiar with IG, and he's also hilariously exactly like Zatai. So Zatai used to be a mid laner, and Zatai as a mid laner was like this crazy, super aggressive, loved to play like Riven and Zed and split push all day, which is why he should have always just been a top laner. It was just in his blood. Probably why he made the transition so well. Tian Gun is in a, now known as Otto, who's been subbed in, is a very similar style of player. He plays assassins. He's very aggressive, very greedy player, I think is fair to say, but a very high mechanical ceiling, at least the last time that he was in the LPL. And again, Saints roster, if they ever live up to the potential that their careers at one point promised, they could be a threat. It's just now, what shape are they in?
You know, we kind of saw STYZ put on a small performance during that match, despite the fact that Saint just got gutter stomped almost by Invictus Gaming in that game. But we are going to head into Champions League for game number 2 between Invictus Gaming and Saint. As we are taking a look at the bans that are taking place already. Rise, 100% banned here on the red side. No one's allowing that champion to get through anytime soon, as Azir and LeBlanc are going to be the bans coming out from Saint, and Lucian is actually taken away by IG so far.
And of course, Coach Chris, the guy that's standing behind Invictus Gaming, running their draft phase.
Making sure that Tatai gets all his power picks. Yeah, no more Maokai for that guy. Didn't perform too well with those 2 pickups when they played against NewBee. As Nidalee is going to be the next ban coming out from Saint here. And Kindred, the final ban from Invictus Gaming. So the 2 S-tier junglers that we like to talk about a lot are going to be banned out in this matchup. Graves and Rek'Sai still left available though.
See what the priority pick for Saint is going to be, especially with a new mid laner coming in for them. Again, Otto, formerly known as Tian Gun, isn't completely foreign to the LPL. Used to play, I think, about a year, 2 years ago.
This is what I was thinking is going to happen. Swain was not banned out in this game, was banned previously by Invictus Gaming. And Caitlyn also not banned out in this matchup, so they're going to allow STYZ to pick that one up if they want to.
One of his legacy picks. We'll see if they commit on this Swain pick. We've talked at length over the night how Swain is really dependent on his other lanes performing well, or at least absorbing attention away from him, so he can push forward and make the most out of his QE trade potential. And Jiangun's actually talking quite a bit, so that could have possibly been a flex pick Swain between the mid and top lane. We've seen it played in both positions in the LPL.
It almost looked like he was going to switch out last minute there, but does eventually lock in that Swain up in the top lane. To see how he's going to be able to use this one for Saint. But now Invictus Gaming immediately going to lock in their next two picks in their rotation. They take Sivir and Graves.
And again, Sivir is kind of a staple for IG just because they do like to run a split-pushing top laner. They still have a lot of those available, including Fizz, which I know Zatai is very comfortable with. And Sivir just shores up any sort of engagement or counter-engagement that the enemy team can make on them when they put themselves in split-pushing scenarios. So again, if Saint see that Zatai is super far forward top contesting a tower, they try to all-in engage on the rest of IG, you pop on the hunt, see ya.
Saint still looking to pick up their next two picks here, taking a lot of time with champions like this time around, not rushing through it at all. Lots of very strong and powerful picks are left up and available on the table, and it seems like Saints are getting the better half of that as Rek'Sai and Victor are being considered here. Two very dominant picks in the current meta.
It would mean that they expose both solo laners, so not taking any sort of hidden picks. They could have picked up the support there. They could have picked up the AD carry because they already know that they're facing across from a Sivir. So continuously giving so much power and priority to STYZ. He did perform well last game on his Ezreal, but again, the 6.10 AD carries are just not really in a position of power to deal with so many big top laners.
Once again, let's look at Invictus Gaming. They're going to be able to flex that Trundle pick. Could probably go up towards Zatai one more time here, but with the Echo pick up, most likely going to be a support pick coming in for Tabe.
The thing that we need to point out, though, is that Rookie is the mid lane Echo player in the LPL, so that could very easily be a mid lane Echo. In fact, I almost am 100% that it is.
100% that it's a 100% pick?
I'm 100% that it's a top or a mid lane Echo.
We'll have to see if Rookie is going to be the one that plays this into the Victor matchup, as Thresh has actually been the first lock-in for the final two picks coming in for Saint. Caitlyn is the hover coming in for STYZ at the moment. This is a champion that was banned out in the previous game, and a champion he's very well known for as he locks it in.
You're about to have a treat, Fish.
Am I?
Yep, this is going to be the legacy pick for STYZ. Like you said, what made him famous, his bread and butter, we get to see his Caitlyn was banned first. Hopefully can make a difference this time around.
Now we're still waiting to see what Invictus Gaming are going to pick up as their final pick here. They are flexing the Trundle and Echo for now, and it's not 100% accurate for us here, and as the Zed is going to be the lock-in coming in for Invictus Gaming. We'll see the Echo in the top lane and the Trundle support.
I'm totally fine with that because it gets to mean that we get to see even more of a treat, and it's going to be Rookie's Zed. Big question mark over Zed and where he fits in the meta. I know my counterpart Rusty is very adamant that Zed is 100% broken. Obviously, the QSS change is really putting him back into power. But again, it's another split-pushing composition coming out of IG. This time, no power given to Rookie.
You know, Zed was kind of like the Vladimir pick at the start of the summer split of competitive play across all the regions. We saw it a little bit in like the Oceanic region and the LPL as well, where it was banned out but never picked, and then people just dropped it. Now we actually finally get to see a game here being picked up by none other than a Rookie. I think, also, you know, he's coming as a substitute here. He's in for a rough ride up against this Zed in the mid lane.
Something that he's going to be very familiar, though, again, Tiangun, a famous Zed player in his own right, but this time around has the control mage.
Well, let's see if he can use that Victor to his advantage. Azir was banned out, so does still have that S-tier control mage to go into this matchup against Rookie. This time, though, Tabe, he's picking up the Trundle here, and Zatai is going to see if he can work his magic on the Echo up against Acorn Swain. As the coaches are going to shake hands, we'll have to see if IG can pick up a 2-0 win here, or if Saint can come back, but don't go anywhere. We're going to go straight into game number 2 very shortly. have loaded on to Summoner's Rift for the second match of this best-of-3 series between Saint and Invictus Gaming. One more time, the champion's going to run out across the Rift and try and scout out for vision across all different directions of the jungle.
It's a 5-point. They stand at the 5 entrances to the jungle as well as the lanes. Again, we've been saying it all night. It's a priority focus onto top lane. So if you look at Saint's composition, theoretically, you have Caitlyn and Thresh. They're one of the strongest 2v2 lanes in the game. They passively won against Rain and top A last game. They now have a range advantage on their support pick, Thresh versus Trundle, so they're going to look to do the exact same thing. Now, Otto opted into the Victor, although we are going to actually see a lane swap, which theoretically should just survive and neutralize Rookie. But Rookie, he smells blood in the water. He goes for the Zed pick, he finds the assassin, he's looking to put this guy into the ground and to, again, snowball the game out of control. Last game, it was against Snoopy, so different mid laner, different pace, but Rookie must be feeling pretty good right now.
Certainly would on this Zed pick, you know. Very aggressive laner on a very aggressive champion. We have to see how he's able to use that here.
And again, another lane swap to try to put down this Swain, but it's actually going to be not matched by IG.
Saints.
Wow, the Swain opting into the lane swap. Find that curious.
Interesting coming up from Saint. They didn't go and put any deep vision out, so it's a blind lane swap coming up from the lineup.
See how they're able to work with it. They've got a trick up their hands. Maybe just really prioritizing keeping Zatai down, since he did win the MVP on a great performance last game. Doesn't have his Trundle this time. Instead, Tabe picked it up away from him.
For now, we have to see what Saints are going to do with this lane swap started and how RG are going to react. Scary thing for me, as Tabe is trying to be a little bit of a pest, is that this means that the mid lane is going to be relatively isolated between Rookie and Otto, but already Otto putting down a world of hurt onto this Zed.
He is not Snoopy. He's also giving Rookie the Rookie treatment, standing on the back of his caster creeps and really abusing his rage advantage right now.
So this is why they had him as a substitute. He gets to watch the first game, how he lanes as Victor, copies it in game number 2, uses it against Rookie. Has to be it, right, Roscarin?
No.
No? Okay.
Pretty sure there were some external factors.
Pretty sure as well. I think one of them being that you have to pick the substitutes before the game actually starts too.
But it's really nice to see that Otto is still in form, at least for the initial levels and initial part of this game. We will have a swap back, though, so a lot of pings going down bottom, and it's going to be an initial wave that's pushed forward between Saint, and it looks like they tried to blind predict a lane swap, and they're trying to now match up across from Invictus Gaming and get this Swain into the 1v1.
And immediately we do see Invictus Gaming send them back down as Otto is actually going to get exhausted here. As Otto exhausts Rookie, sorry. There's a lot of damage down towards that Zed kid. Doesn't really want to face check this jungle against Captain.
Yeah, just concedes it, thinks that the red buff is gone, which means that Rek'Sai will be able to get in behind him. He doesn't have a mid laner.
Going to be able to knock him up, get a little bit of damage down, but Kid just returns the damage in return, does get the Q off across the terrain, so instantly pops out. So you take a look at where things are at the moment. Top lane, Swain is going to get that matchup against Echo. In fact, Acorn burnt the teleport to get up there, so teleport advantage for Saint at the moment.
Also a level advantage for Acorn, so this, in the initial lane swap, Swain has come out on top, as now they're going aggressive bot.
Siu looking to try and find Hook, gets it onto Tabe. Their heal's being popped down by Rain. They're trying to return the damage, but SDYZ gets lots of damage down on top of that. Trundle now looking to try and take down Rain. Trundle on top of the like, trap. Might have been a misplay. SDYZ flashes forward. Will take a turret shot, but he picks up 2 kills. Kid now trying to do what he can against the lineup. Teleport's actually coming in. There's that advantage coming with Invictus Gaming. It's insane. As Kid flashes forward, finds the kill for himself, but it's not going to be enough. As Swain will be able to pick up a return kill.
Welcome back to the LPL, STYZ. It's nice to see that you haven't lost your touch on at least Caitlyn, and that is the ceiling of expectations that Saint was supposed to have coming into this split.
Coming into this split of the LPL.
Give up.
Yep, you got it. Don't worry. Here's your
No,
pen
it's
back.
like you're climbing a mountain and then you just face plant at the very end. I just fell off a cliff.
It's like I did it. But STYZ, he definitely did it there as he picks up 2 kills, but very aggressive Thresh play coming from Siu as well, but now Tabe looks to try and return the pressure himself. Rain is going to be coming back into this lane. The final attack will be enough. Tabe cancels his to allow Siva to pick up the kill, and IG just strike back as soon as they get back into the lane.
I always love trundle in tandem with skill shot based AD carries. As meanwhile mid lane,
Rookie going to take a lot of damage. There's the gravity field. Rookie flashes out of it aggressively, but there's a Thresh there as well. Stu's been putting in so much work this game. Kid trying to find a return kill one more time, getting his auto attacks blocked there, and will eventually fall down to the victor.
what a bloody game. Not even 6 minutes into it, we've already got 8 kills. There is chaos happening everywhere and at every turn. In the end, though, the primary benefactor is going to be Otto in this mid lane. 2-0 to start this game off.
And on top of that, Saints already have 1,500 gold advantage just 5 minutes into this game. That's a huge lead to have this early on. It's Seal. He's been putting a lot of work with this Thresh. Whew. He's all over the place.
These are their signature champions. Most supports obviously able to play Thresh, although this was a big standout for Shu. Doesn't have as much experience in the LPL as some of his counterparts do, so may still be relying on some solo queue habits.
Take a look at that bottom lane there. You can see already a huge CS discrepancy between them, about 6 or 7 going in favor of STYZ, who just pushed him out of lane one more time, and he is a level ahead of this Sivir. This is not going well for Invictus Gaming.
But the most important aspect is checking in on where Rookie is. Again, he's going to be the thing that opens up the 1-3-1 capability, so it's so crucial that this Zed doesn't fall behind, and more importantly, gets a favorable snowball.
Well, he's a little bit far behind. Also, thanks to the 2 kills that he picked up in those messy engagements. He also does have a creep wave and a half in advantage as well as farm. But Rookie is level 6 now, could potentially try and make a few plays with his death mark. For now, Invictus Gaming, they're the one on the back foot. As Saint, they open up this game quite well.
And the pink ward being destroyed just goes to show how much control Otto has of this lane right now. Rookie doesn't have any information or insight about where Captain is, so Victor is able to freely clear out pockets of vision from IG, and Rookie can do nothing about it. He just has to respect him.
Akon gets a really good trade up in the top lane against the Swain, chucking him down below half his health. Rookie still in this mid lane, like you said, respecting the Victor pickup here. Otto's been doing a very good job of keeping Rookie under control, not allowing him to be as aggressive as he'd like to be.
And we talked about how Rookie smelled blood in the water, you know, taking the aggressive assassin pick. He threw down the gauntlet, and so far, Otto's just been slapping him back with it. And it's not often that we see Rookie get pushed around.
Both junglers there just walking past Pink Woods inside of the brush. As Captain actually going to be able to jump over into this bottom lane. Tabe is going to be the first focus as he goes down. Teleport actually cancelled as Victor just comes out of the back there and is able to take down Rain in the back lines. Killing spree for Otto.
And this is to the Tiangun, now known as Otto, that we also expect to retain back into the LPL. Very roam-heavy, aggressive, kill-oriented mid laner, even on the likes of a low-mobility champ like Victor.
Saints are now 3,000 gold ahead of Invictus Gaming and looking to try to take down this Mountain Dragon as their first objective of the game. Otto just casually roamed down to the bottom lane to pick up another kill, sets the Sivir even further behind. Experience deficit and 20 CS behind this Caitlyn. Already has a BF sword as well. STYZ looking really strong. And so is Otto.
A lot of the power has been picked up on IG's side in the hands of Kid, and now it's kind of up to Kid to move that power around and start assisting his lanes.
As we do see, Mountain Dragon will fall in favor of Saint with their 3,000 gold lead at the moment, looking very strong this early into the game. Next dragon to spawn will be a Cloud Dragon, so not as heavily contested, but Saint could definitely try and push their advantage, taking down more of those objectives. A lane swap actually been initiated by Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, Rain and Tabe just have to get the hell out of Dodge, away from this Thresh and Caitlyn. They can no longer continue to 2v2. There's a massive item discrepancy. There's a massive CS discrepancy. And STYZ showing why this is one of his legacy pickups. Does mean that Zatai is now going to feel the brunt of it.
Interesting decision making coming from Invictus Gaming, trying to claw their way back into this game any way possible. Akon actually running out of mana here. In fact, it's going to be Seal that heads up into this top lane to help the Swain out a little bit.
No problem there, leaving his Caitlyn alone. Caitlyn will do fine against the Echo. Doesn't have a ton of kill pressure unless Zatai is able to get right on top of him, but with 90 caliber net should be okay.
For now, though, we can actually see Zatai building a little bit aggressive on his Echo, picking up the... What's the code? What term is it again?
Phoenix Codex?
Phoenix Codex. Pick up on the Echo, so not picking up a tank item to start the game off. And with that Null Magic Mantle, it almost looks like he wants to pick up an Abyssal Scepter as his first item.
More carry-oriented. We'll keep tabs on what kind of builds Zatai looks for.
Meanwhile, Rookie in the mid lane now actually being able to put the pressure back down on towards Otto. Get some decent chunk damage down onto that mid laner. He's keeping up in CS quite nicely as well, not allowing Otto to claw any further ahead even though he's 3 kills up. But that laser just does a little bit too much damage for Rookie's liking.
An issue is that Otto has a fairly big chunk taken out of his HP right now, so Rookie actually does have kill pressure on him, especially with Ignite, which is why Otto is having to play so defensively right now.
That's an interesting shuriken coming out from Rookie. One goes one way, the other goes the opposite. Didn't know that was possible. But for now, a lot of focus on this mid lane. They're just waiting, biding their time. Xiu, he's been roaming around quite a bit on this Thresh. He's been able to catch out rotation from Kid time and time again too, making sure that he can't get good counter ganks off.
All of these rotations, though, as we see the bot lanes trade spots again, are effectively buying waves for STYZ. The CS difference between the AD carries is starting to get a little bit out of control. Again, about 13 to 14 CS will be the kill or a kill's worth of gold. So STYZ is just getting farther and farther ahead.
For now, though, Invictus Gaming have been able to stop the bleeding. They're keeping at the deficit they started at, making sure they play a little bit safer here against Saint. Once this tower falls down up in the top lane, though, that's going to open up one more time. We'll have to see if Invictus Gaming can pick up the one in the bottom lane too.
They haven't stopped the bleeding. They've merely slowed it down.
I think if you're Invictus Gaming, that's more than what you'd like to hope for at this point in time. Top lane turret will fall down in favor of Saint. STYZ and Xiu able to take that down. Captain and Acorn looking to try and defend the bottom lane out to turret 2-on-3 here. They should be able to do a good job of that. But Zatai now has a difficult task ahead of trying to defend against a Caitlyn and Thresh, shipping away the top lane inner turret.
Unlike other champions, though, he's not in too much danger to Caitlyn as 1v1, like not having a partner there to block the ultimate, simply because he can utilize his chrono break.
STYZ and Xiu opting to still stay in this lane as Zatai wanted to try and get a recall in and freeze the lane out slightly more.
More importantly, STYZ is trying to reset the wave by making sure that it can get underneath the tower.
And we'll be able to do that. Zatai may not be able to pick up that final CS, but still holds on nicely. He's even in CS with Acorn at the moment, which is what matters most for this top laner. Rookie still has to farm underneath this turret for quite some time, but he is not falling behind in CS against Otto still, so keeping 1 for 1 in terms of trades.
Again, the bleeding has been slowed, but it hasn't stopped. STYZ is still eking out these small advantages in terms of catching, 1 extra, 2 extra waves over his counterpart in Rain. And it's about now tracking this Caitlyn's growth, while Otto is still sitting on a 3-kill advantage over Rookie. IG, they need to make sure that they can get their Ghostblade online for the Zed, start opening him up to look for the 1-3-1. Likewise, the Abyssal Scepter is now complete for Zatai.
That Dragon's going to be coming up in a minute as well, which means it's possible for Saints to try and force another objective. We have to see if Invictus Gaming are going to give it up, if Saint go for it, or if they're going to try and contest this. This is huge for Saint, though, as they're still working on picking up another tower advantage.
IG cannot contest the Dragon. They need to give it up and trade towers. Again, with the Abyssal complete, it means that lane assignments, Zatai can lane across from Acorn, but they're still under quite a heavy threat of STYZ. So Saint need to understand that this is where they're strong and continue to play around this Caitlyn, open up and attempt sieging to snowball their lead.
Zatai is able to pull one back for his team as he's working on taking down the top lane outer turret as well. Not quite evening out the turret advantage, but at least pulling one back. Allowing Invictus Gaming to stay in this game a little bit longer. Saint looking a lot better with the crazy bloodbath they had early in this game. 7 kills already before 10 minutes in this game.
When everything turns to nonsense, they seem to thrive.
Thriving in chaos sounds a lot like something Saint would do.
It should have been the other way around, though. I mean, look at how many veteran players you have on this roster. Naturally, they haven't played together, so you're still expecting synergy issues, but It's not what we expected out of names like Acorn and Otto and STYZ.
Well, Dragon has spawned here. Saint not showing any interest at it just now. They know they have the advantage, but Rookie going to take an ultimate to the face. Coming in from the Caitlyn is able to not dodge it out, actually, from his ultimate. Hextrick is going to pop. Rookie actually finds a kill onto Captain there. What a play coming out from the Zed.
So aggressive there from Saint when really they had already zoned Rookie off the tower. They could have looked to continue to siege, and this is a problem with IG's comp. They don't have great wave clear outside of their AD carry. So if Rain isn't in position, they can very easily start losing structures to STYZ.
In fact, they actually have to blow the ultimate coming out from Grace to clear out that wave. Saving Grace, you could say, is the fact that Rookie was able to pick up a single kill while being dived in. They still may very well lose this turret as Rek'Sai pops his ultimate, going to try and get back towards that mid lane as soon as he possibly can.
Completed items, though, that are important as... Oh, they're going to dive this.
Definitely going to look for it. There's a teleport available onto the Echo, but instead, Invictus Gaming is just going to give up that tower.
So Invictus Gaming have pulled the trigger on their side wave. You've got the Balmy Cinder as well as the Abyssal Scepter completed for Zatai. So he has wave pushing with the Balmy Cinder as well as he can kind of survive Acorn. Meanwhile, Zed has kill pressure on STYZ as well as Otto. So he can go ahead and be free in a lane with his Ghost Blade, but I feel like Saint should recognize that they can just continue to apply pressure and splinter IG's mid lane. Yes, IG should be able to run away from them with Trundle, with Sivir.
Rookie here going to get jumped on by both Thresh and Captain here. Doesn't have his ultimate available just yet. He's going to get chipped down on Incredibly low. Ultimate does come out from Caitlyn. They're going to be able to donate the kill over to STYZ. They find another pick for themselves.
Or IG will just fumble their side vision and Rookie will get picked off for free. In return, they will manage to pick up the Rift Herald, but Glimpse of the Void probably isn't going to be the turning point for Echo in one of these side lanes.
And actually, Echo taking a lot of damage here from that Rift Herald. If he turned around and slapped it one more time, might have been able to take him down. I think a huge thing that we haven't even seen yet in this game is the fact that Swain's just farming this game up and slowly... He's not being impactful on the map, but he's very happy with scaling up for Saint here.
Swain doesn't have to do anything. He just needs to stop Echo.
Well, there comes a hook coming in on top of Tabe. Pops the subjugate to try and keep himself healthy. Teleport was being channeled there coming from the Swain. Not going to be completed as Rain trying to chase down STYZ. Low on mana as the Victor pops the Chaos Storm over the back. Sivir taking a lot of damage. The laser comes in not quite long enough to connect onto the Amazon. But Tabe now trying to zone away this Victor. The rest of Victor's Gaming going on forward. There's a flash coming in from Zatai. Looking to try and take down Captain. Getting jumped away. Rookie should be able to pick up this kill. Now they're looking for more. Ultimate comes out. Deathmark onto the Rek'Sai just to close the gap. Here comes Zatai jumping straight on top of Otto. Seal taking a lot of damage as well. Rookie wants blood here, but just can't dive past that turret.
4v5, however, Acorn's been in the top lane this entire time. Does pick up, I think, 2 or 3 waves to his name, as well as pushes a big one into IG's top tower.
IG gonna have to try and do something with the pick they just got onto Captain here. Last time around, they lost a turret after getting a pick onto the Rek'Sai. Doesn't look like they're gonna get anything more other than just that.
Saint are in complete control of the tempo of this game, very different from the first game that we saw. STYZ was also sitting on quite a sizable chunk of gold. He's now completed his Infinity Edge, so really just looking for maybe another 2,500 gold before he bypasses Caitlyn's power trough in mid-game.
Rain, on the other hand, only has the Essence Reaver available for that Sivir. Still waiting for another Zeal item and then an Infinity Edge before he will actually become online. So Bird's going to come out, just hits Rookie one time and focus on trying to clear out the rest of this wave. Items coming out. It is actually going to be that Abyssal Scepter being picked up by Tatai, so a little bit of extra damage onto this Echo. He's going to go for the Sunfire Cape, but next...
It's again just so he can survive and assign across from Acorn. That's where Zatai needs to be. He needs to take the Swain, and Rookie wants to get some one-on-one time with STYZ. Problem was, is last time Invictus Gaming didn't have safe enough vision to his side, and he was actually picked out by multiple members. So Saint doing a good job to make sure that STYZ isn't caught out alone and continue to siege.
They've been able to use this Caitlyn pick quite nicely in this match, taking down so many turrets. Only one inner turret stands remaining for Invictus Gaming, and that's going to be the mid lane inner turret.
Saint are just doing a great job recognizing that where they are strong is in their AD carry and actually moving that around the map to shut down where IG are strong, which is on their Zed. They're following the lack of wave clear. They're making sure that Caitlyn's never looking across from Sivir and just losing all of her pressure to Ricochet.
Invictus Gaming, they're looking to try and stall out this game, try and find a way back into it, but they have to look at the other side of the table. There is a Swain on the other team. It's going to be difficult to try and stall out a game where you have this tank that just scales up into a massive beast. He's already got 2 of his 3 major items picked up, looking for a Spirit Visage next to complete the trifecta of magic resistance and health.
I
Also
actually
regeneration.
don't think that Swain will be that big of a problem. Now, Swain will, of course, do Swain things. Don't get me wrong. He's going to become unkillable. He's going to be a big, tanky frontline.
Stupid monster.
Yeah, just absorbing so much attention. But against Trundle, the thing about Swain is that he can't really get on top of anyone. He needs to kind of slowly walk up to you or get a nice flank. And speaking of flanks,
Tide's actually being flanked on by Seal here, going to take a little bit of damage and get slowed down by STYZ, but Kid is here as well, so is Tabe. They pop a teleport trying to get up into this top lane. STYZ kiting back nicely with that Hurricane. Captain's here as well. Rain pops on the hunt. Acorn has to use his ultimate to get back on top of STYZ. Puts a lot of damage down onto the Caitlyn, but it's not going to be enough. And IG, they have to back away one more time. Good damage onto the health balance of Saint, but they just lost their top laner in that fight.
Fortunately for them, though, Rain is in position, so they will be able to put up a good defense on this tower and buy Rookie enough time to go back mid and create a pressure point. He's actually looking to kill them.
Sitting to try and find something.
His only viable targets are Victor and Caitlyn.
Tatai is 10 seconds away from coming back up. Does have a teleport, so we can see if they try to make a flanking play with him once he's back up. But Saint just going to be happy with picking the pick up in the top lane, some damage down onto the turret and head back to base. Still looking good for the Saint lineup.
And again, Swain, I actually don't think he's that big of a deal. We kind of saw it there that he's very easily kiteable. Sivir can run away from him, disengage. In fact, Sivir, even if Swain gets right up in her face, just due to her bounce on W, she can hit Swain and still crit the backline. It's more so, again, creating space and separating the front line and the back line to allow STYZ to run away with the game. But even a straight 5v5, I still think Saint's more important is sieging towers right now. Like, the 5v5 is still going to be critical on auto more so than STYZ.
Well, Dragon is going to be back up and online. It's another Cloud Drake coming out for this game. Let's see if Saint one more time go for this objective. IG, they're 4,000 gold behind, 23 minutes into this game. In no position to look for it. Hook's going to come out and actually cancel the teleport coming in from Tatai. He's got nowhere to go here. Going to have to try and run away from STYZ as well. He's been caught out. Putting some good damage down onto the Caitlyn, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Pops the ultimate, doesn't land the damage, but still finds the pick. Tatai's a monster in the bottom lane. Looking for Sue as well. Not going to be able to find it though.
Way too overconfident from STYZ right there to think that he could safely walk into that lane. Yes, it worked a couple of times against Rookie, but you had 3 people there for you. You can't just go into melee range of Echo and think that it'll turn out okay.
And look at the position advantage that IG have created now. Kid and Rain able to take down the mid lane outer turret, and now they're moving towards the top lane inner turret. They're going to trade a Cloud Dragon, which I'm pretty sure they're okay with giving over for possibly 2 major objectives.
Yeah, Otto not in position to act as the primary wave clear, and good preparation from Invictus Gaming. We'll see if they pull the trigger as here comes Saint for a flank.
There's no STYZ in this fight, though. They could definitely try and pull this one off if IG want to try and turn that one around.
Nope, they're going to go ahead and say that we have the global gold. Let's go and spin that. Try to get a little bit stronger and look towards the next fight.
They're still 4,000 gold behind Saint at the moment, so, you know, saving grace. Yes, Tatai able to fight STYZ in a 2-on-1 with the Thresh helping him out, but they're able to take a turret for it, but it's still very big mountain for IG to climb to get back into this game.
And speaking of mountain, the saving grace for IG is the fact that the dragon spawns have been mountain, cloud, cloud. So Saint, yes, they have an early lead, but it hasn't snowballed as quickly or as oppressively as it could have due to those dragon spawns.
Saint being a little bit cheeky, hiding inside a bush for quite some time. They were a pink one inside of it. Now looking to see what objective they can go for next. Going to try and take the blue buff away from the IG lineup. That went over towards STYC. With the red buff ticking. So poor Victor not able to take that one for himself. And now Saint working on taking down the mid lane inner turret. Kid in no position to try and contest this. Rain desperately trying to clear against Captain. Just does no damage to the front line Rek'Sai at this point in the game. Saint just continuing with their dominance, trying to siege up every objective they can find.
But that's the key word there. It's where are they dominant? It's in the siege. The 5v5, possibly could look for them if Otto plays it correctly and, again, is able to zone for STYZ. Caitlyn's in a good power point right now. Sivir's still looking for her crit damage effectively. But it's still this idea that keep moving him around, keep sieging towers, don't let yourself get baited into a 1-3-1. Control the pace and tempo of the game and make IG respond to you.
And we can see already Yoma's Ghost Wave Black Cleaver being picked up here by Rookie. Definitely has a nice spike at this point in time. We saw what Zitai could do with the Abyssal Scepter pickup on top of STYZ earlier. See if he can continue doing just that as he looks towards an Iceborne Gauntlet as his next pick.
Yeah, has his armor as well as the Sheen available to him now, so definitely has kill pressure, which means that STYZ needs to be grouped up, which means that Invictus Gaming, if they pressure their waves correctly, have more of an opportunity where they can start pulling Saint around the map.
And I'd really like to see what Invictus Gaming is going to try and do to come back into this game, because Saint, they played 3 games in this split of the LPL so far, and they haven't looked this great as Kid. Actually going to get jumped on by Seal, and Captain Ignite is ticking on top of that. Graves is able to use the ultimate to reposition himself with a flash. And Saint able to blow another crucial summoner spell.
A lot of pings going down towards Baron. Now possibly towards Rookie. Again, he does not have the safety flanking vision, so this will be relatively blind until they're right on top of him.
Ultimate does come down from SIZU very early, but Sue's actually going to get jumped on straight away by the Deathmark. Puts a lot of damage down onto this Thresh. He's going to get taken down. Rookie picks up a kill. Now they're looking for a fight. Tabe's going to jump into SYZ. Getting jumped on Rookie. Double kill coming in for the mid laner. Rookie turns that one around. What was meant to be a gank turns into a double kill for this Zed.
And again, STYZ and Shu are choosing the worst possible engagements. They effectively have the entire lead on their back for their team, and they are throwing it away at Rookie.
You know what Rookie's saying to Ty right now? I want this MVP, my friend. Give it to me. And he's earning it right now. That was a fantastic play then. IG holding on once more. Still at a major deficit. 5,000 gold behind the Saints lineup.
I mean, naturally, Rookie presses his buttons like the best of them, but I kind of feel like MVP right now is STYZ for IG.
Oh, he has to stop helping the wrong team at the moment. Invictus Gaming trying to find whatever they can in this match. They've sent Zitai down into bottom lane to push that one out. Otto and Stu are in this mid lane pushing that out in favor of Saints.
It's because the itemization of Rookie and Zitai has now caught up where there are very few lane assignments for Saint to safely look across for them. They have to be together as a 5v5, which is why they're going to pull the trigger on the Baron.
They've already got it down actually pretty low. Zitai's down in the bottom lane. This Baron actually should be falling down unless we see a steal come in. Rookie is going to try and jump into the pit. It will be Rek'Sai that picks that one up for Saint. And they will be able to back away with that objective. Zitai did do some work down in the bottom lane, picked up a turret for himself, but still good trade for Saint.
That was the best possible call for Saint to make right there, so great execution on that. And it's, again, go back into the siege, stay together as a 5v5. IG, they want to start getting out to these waves, again, pulling open these scenarios where one person from Saint strays to the side to clear out waves. It gives Rookie these opportunities to find kills.
Things just don't look great for IG. They haven't since the start of this game. About 10 minutes in, Saint were able to find an advantage, and they've been relentless with trying to keep it up. Saint just do whatever they can to stop. IG do whatever they can to stop Saint at the moment. It just isn't working. It slows it down. Doesn't quite cauterize the wound that they have at the moment. And STYZ has gifted them a few ways to get back into this game, and now he has the double Zeal item and the Infinity Edge. Just not going to look good for the Invictus Gaming lineup.
Yep, that Baron play pretty much compensated for any earlier mistakes STYZ had made. And IG, they don't have the wave clear to keep this siege at bay. They either need to decide we're giving away the free inhibitor and trading it for a tower, although Rookie's not in position, or we're fighting right now.
Well, let's see if they go for that fight. Instead, this turret is going to go down. It's Invictus Gaming look like they want to give up the inhibitor and the turret. Saint going to be able to take down this inhibitor. Rookie is now going to try and join the fight, but there's no avenue for him to try and get on it for an attack. Otto puts down the Chaos Storm on top of Kid. Major ultimate being used there, but still, Invictus Gaming just can't stop Saint from running into the base.
They have no wave clear. They don't have a lot of options. Their composition is good at one thing, and they haven't been able to execute it. Rookie now caught out, forced to flee.
Trying to take the blue buff for himself instead. Acorn is going to be able to pick that one up for Saint. And suddenly Saint looking a lot better than it did in game one. This is a very different lineup that we expected them to be in this game.
Yeah, win lane, win game has effectively been the motto, and Auto stepping up huge as well. Not nearly the liability that Snoopy was for the roster and slowing down any sort of natural victory that Rookie would have in lane.
He's 4-0-0 on this Victor. Lichbane picked up as well as the Violence Crystal Scepter and the upgraded Hex Core. I just don't see how Invictus Gaming are going to be able to fight them. This turret's just going to fall down one more time. Another inhibitor will fall, and Sam will just slowly crawl in towards the base of Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, they're looking for a miracle play. Rookie would have to get to the back line and just delete Victor and Caitlyn.
There's a power lock emergency that's coming in. There's the ultimate on the Humvee pop. They're trying to look for a fight here. No, this is do or die. Lots of low health bars. Rookie tried to go in. Gonna get flash on. He actually finds a kill at STYZ. That's a major carry taken down. Otto now. He jumped on the way to Ty. They fight too. Rookie's still alive. He goes back in. They take down the Swain as well. Now Shu and Captain have to get the heck out of there. But Invictus Gaming, they find a 4-for-1 trade. They still lose the inhibitor though.
They find the miracle play, and their names are Zatai and Rookie. Both of these champions dive onto the back line. I was talking about it in game 1, why I think the AD carry position is trending more towards this idea of utility-based AD carries as a rather than hyper carry AD carries, as Rain is actually going to get chased down here.
Run out. No, not going to be enough. Just gets flashed
And
on
it's
by
because
Captain.
you have a bunch of top laners like Echo and Swain and Trundle running around, and how much threat they have to the backline, how easily they can hop back there.
Oh, another turret's actually fallen down from Invictus Gaming. That should be a Nexus turret, I feel, as Captain trying to keep them out of their base. Tatai and Kid were able to take down the Ocean Dragon in the meantime.
First dragon of the game. All that does, though, is buy Invictus Gaming some breathing room. They're still hemorrhaging from their base. They lost 2 inhibitors, as well as a Nexus turret. They do have Sivir, so quite a decent chunk of wave clear as long as Rain is alive and in position.
Well, there's 6 turrets down at the moment, which is massive, and 6,000 gold behind the Saints lineup. So they have to find that near-perfect fight a couple more times because they're back into this game. It was a good fight from Invictus Gaming, but a little bit too late from the lineup.
They also don't have a lot of key summoners that assisted them in that previous fight.
This is the final inhibitor turret that's going to fall down. This is do or die for Invictus Gaming. They need to try and find something here. Tatai looking for the parallel convergence one more time. Tabe now jumping into the back lines. Trap's going to stop them here. Otto actually caught down. He's going to take it down. Rookie finds the kill. But what can he do next? He's on top of STYZ. Gets the death mark. But STYZ is at full health. Is able to clean up Rookie. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Mid laners go down. But this is the third and final inhibitor turret falling for Invictus Gaming. Saint just demolished through the base of the IG lineup.
Rookie unable to outplay STYZ right there as they continue the forward march.
They're going to try and take down the final Nexus turret that stays. STYZ going to get jumped up by Power Verge. They take down the Caitlyn. This might need a saving grace that IG needed to get back into the game. They're going to be able to take down Otto as well. He's getting jumped on at that moment. Shu will fall down. Double kill for Kid. Looking for Akon. They take him down as well. Triple kill coming out for the jungler. But that's IG's base in shambles at the moment. This is going to be a difficult mountain to climb.
Like you said, they would need to do that about 3 or 4 more times. I don't know how he's alive.
What?
Big thing, though, is that team fight was still incredibly close. Yes, there were super creeps that were assisting out, but Otto didn't get the Chaos Storm off, which is a massive AoE damage spell that could certainly turn a fight. So Rookie and Zatai trying their very best to keep IG on life support.
I tell you what, Satai's been doing a really good job at keeping them in life support. Those parallel convergence have been on point in this match, locking down crucial people in a stun, allowing Rookie to do cleanup duty. But that's 3 inhibitors gone. I think the only thing that IG get from this is 3 waves crashing into the base, and they're going to farm up and try and pull back some gold. But eventually it's just going to be 6 super minions on top of 1 Nexus turret.
It's also eventually going to be a Baron should Saint fail for their 3rd attempt.
Well, they're looking for it one more time here. They're inside of the base. Satai actually looking to try and get a flank off here. Spotted out. Ultimate does come out one more time. Blocked out by Tabe. Slowly these waves are crashing in towards the base. Rain actually takes a lot of damage from that laser. Will be able to heal up across these minions. In fact, has a more than Malmortius picked up already. Ultimate comes out from the Graves rather early, trying to get some damage down. They can't defend this inhibitor quite nicely, but they will try. There's the pillar coming out, trying to separate the team. Lancer pulls STYZ back to safety. They knock down Tabe immediately. STYZ gets the death mark. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. They find the kill. Acorn's next to TIE Fighter as well. Now Otto trying to be the hero they need. It's not enough. IG find 3 more kills against Saint. They're not done just yet, but the Nexus, it's on top of Minions. They're going to have to try and defend this one. It's not going to be enough. The Minions might actually end the game here. IG found 2 more kills. What is happening? We'd have to try and stop these super Minions. What is going on? Frostgrid, how are they winning this game?
Okay, Invictus Gaming have dug themselves into so far of a hole, but they're trying to dig themselves out of it with their superior 5v5. Like, to just be frank, like, Rookie, Tabe, and Zatai are hard carrying these team fights, and they're just doing it so much better than Saint. Saint do not have the tank line needed to protect their carries.
That Nexus
Unfortunately.
is at half itself. They lost that final turret.
This is so too little too late. Again, they would have to continue to do this about 3 to 5 more times, and I doubt that Saint are not going to take the Baron here.
To IG's credit, they fought that at the inhibitor before it went down. Their inhibitors are respawning. If they can do that again and fight them before inhibitors go down while the Nexus is invulnerable.
IG have a tiny window. This is like the last chance, last play of the game that they get.
Well, they're going to try and steal this Baron as his kid has to come out big. Pops the ultimate, not going to find it. Baron goes over towards Saint.
Okay, so we're going to attempt this again, but now with Baron buff.
And actually, lots of pings just coming up from Saint. They don't care. They're waiting, going back to base, buying items. They ping the Elder Dragon. That's where they want to fight.
We've tried this 3 times. We couldn't get it the 3rd time. Now we're going to do it with Baron and Elder Drake.
They
no
need
mistakes.
the assistance, but IG, saving grace for them, if anything, is the gold lead is almost irrelevant right now, but they have no base to defend.
It comes entirely down to execution of teamfight now, and unfortunately, Captain and Acorn, like I said, the Swain means nothing. Trundle doesn't care. He's got Ignite. He's got his ultimate. Sivir doesn't care. She can hit Swain and still hit the backline, and there's literally nothing STYZ can do from Echo, Trundle, and Zed jumping on his face.
Look at this. Invictus Gaming want to try and fight for this Elder Dragon. They could try and possibly contest him at the pit and find a good fight. Tabe leading the charge, takes a bit of damage. Otto looking to try and start the fight. There's a hook coming for Seal on top of Tabe though. This Dragons has been started. Look at all those traps. There's no way you're getting over that, my friend. Flash actually comes out for Seal to get over the wall. They find one trap, trying to get back into the base. Here comes the Tide, jumping in, power convergence there. He's on top of STYZ, pops the ultimate, get back over the wall. Elder Dragon has fallen. Tabe's being caught on a trap, has to flash away. Kid used the ultimate to get some nice positioning there, but IG, they're running away for the lives. Power convergence only slows down Saint a bit longer. Inhibitor has respawned though, Frostgrid. This is the final stand for Invictus Gaming.
And it's going to be Elder Drake, Baron Duff, Saint. Will it be enough to compensate for their lackluster 5v5? Can the miracle play happen for IG?
What?
And they reset map.
What just happened, Frostgrid? That was going to be the final stand. They chunked out Invictus Gaming. They blew a lot of summoner spells and a lot of ultimates to try and contest that dragon. They have a 90-second buff, which might actually run out soon. And they're just going back to base.
QSS.
Quid is actually going to get caught out here. QSS.
There's a QSS purchase, so that's what it was. It was everyone on Saint saying that we are close in gold. Pick up the last remaining remnants of farm around the map. Make your final buys.
And we're going to make one final stand. This is a 40-minute game that's gone on for far too long here for Saint. They looked great early. I'm actually rather disappointed in the way they've closed out this game.
Remember when we were climbing up the mountain and then we just like face planted off of it?
Yep.
Saint have done the exact same thing. But they may still hit the Nexus on the way down.
Well, they might be able to take the mountain with them as they're working on this first inhibitor. IG opting not to pull the trigger here, which means their Nexus is now exposed and open. Saint looking for the next one. IG have to try and do something here.
Look for the parallel convergence. It's been Zentai that is typically the battle call here.
Invictus Gaming just giving up their inhibitors. I thought that has to be where they're going to try and fight. Saint now just looking towards the base, not even caring. There's on the hunt being popped. Nothing else can happen just yet. Gravity field comes down. Saint being very patient.
Elder Dragon has worn off.
You look for the fight now.
Oh,
STYZ.
never mind, JK. It just faded.
Takes a little bit of damage there, but Elder Dragon is going to fall off rather shortly. Power Convergence comes down. As High finds nobody inside of that. There goes that Elder Dragon buff. They now have a window of opportunity to try and find Rookie. Looking for a flank in the backlines. Rian is actually taking a lot of damage down the backlines. Can't go back to heal because the Nexus is exposed. The minions are coming. Rek'Sai's gone in. He's looking for damage. The Nexus is being hit. Sane, they have to try and fight now. Invictus Gaming, they're on to STYC. Rookie is not able to pick up the kill. Otto takes down Kid. STYC is still alive. Invictus Gaming, they can't muster the defense. It's a tie. Try as he might. A triple kill falls on over towards Caitlyn. And Saint, I hate to say this, but somehow closed out that game.
It was a long, grueling affair, and you can see it on Acorn's face. That is a game that no one is happy with.
Nope. Not at all. And if you're Saint, you'd be impressed with how you played that very early game, especially if you're a Saint fan. But you would also be very shocked by how they played that late game. To be honest, it felt atrocious coming up from Saint.
It goes back to the idea about where the power is weighted in Saint, not only their composition, but also in their team. Again, they're playing STYZ, they're not playing XQ, so this all-star AD carry formerly from LGD. He gets his signature legacy Caitlyn pick, but the AD carry strength doesn't mean anything when you have Zed, Echo, Trundle, Swain all running around the game. Maokai's still a very powerful and potent pick, and this was absolute proof to it.
And that was what started everything off. In fact, Rain just walking on top of a trap there gets taken down for the double kill. Kid comes in here. Great teleport comes in return to stop this. He picks up a return kill, but that's 3 kills about 3 minutes into this game. Not a good start for Invictus Gaming.
And we called IG consistent in their game 1, and they looked so clinical around the map, but we knew it couldn't last. IG back to their old tricks. They go in game 1, they look great. They go into game 2, fumble the draft a bit, not having a lot of flexibility or options in terms of wave clear. This is one of the punishing things about having a pick like Zed there as opposed to a Zero Victor.
And that's where things started looking better for Invictus Gaming. They picked up a few miracle team fights, you could call them, inside their own base with turrets falling down, inhibitors falling down left, right, and center, aces coming in, but it's just too little too late.
I don't think anyone can dispute that IG are the better 5v5 or team fighting team compared to Saint right now. I think they proved that about 3 to 4 different times, despite a gold deficit. It now comes down to this idea that IG, they put themselves in a hole, and they paid the price for it. It took about 40, 45 minutes, but I don't think they'll make another mistake like that as we go into the final game of the series.
Fair credit to Saint, though. It is a victory. They still picked up the win in that game, and you know what? They created the opportunities for themselves to be able to make those blunders later on in the game, and they did end up closing out, picking up the Baron, the Elder Dragon, resetting and going for that final push.
I think it really showcases where Saint are weak as well, and also where they're strong. Otto had a much better performance over Snoopy in that mid lane by taking the Victor, actually beating Rookie. Yes, it's a Victor versus Zed matchup, and he got a lot of help early. STYZ getting his signature, or excuse me, his legacy pick in the Caitlyn, still showing that he has the chops to pull it off. But frankly, it's their tank line. Acorn is not performing to that Samsung Blue Acorn that we expect. And likewise, Captain on the Rek'Sai has been pretty much non-existent in any of his team fight pressure.
Well, Invictus Gaming tried to find the comeback they were looking for. Unfortunately, it was not there for them. So Saint pick up game number 2. We're going to go into a short break, and we'll be back with the third and final game of the night. Don't go anywhere.
This one is for the fucked up, chewed up, spit out, stepped on. No luck, no fucks, tough luck, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking. No sound, no crown, burnt up, broken. This one is for the beggars. Stand up if you're feeling reckless. They don't understand that we're heartless. We'll never be the same, so we take till we get our fucking way.
Welcome back to the English is hard for me. Spawn, please come back here. Welcome back to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. If we take a look at the MVP for that game, it's going to go over to STYZ on the Caitlyn pick of the AD carry.
Welcome back, STYZ. Glad to see that you can still play Caitlyn. Unfortunately, you might need a tank line to perform a bit better if you hope to take home this series.
Definitely outshined everybody else in his team in that matchup. Saint, though, created a very early advantage for themselves, taking the objectives left, right, and center. But when it actually came down to finishing the game, they struggled quite a bit. Here was the early gank that came out, so to speak, where we got a very nice play from the bottom lane.
It was beautifully played, not only by STYZ, but also by his partner Shu there on the Thresh pick. And this wasn't the only highlight that they had.
Yep.
They were making plays across the map multiple times, flashes forward, then uses the heal to survive the tower shot. So if you're a Saint fan, you could definitely be a fan in this bottom lane because they're looking great.
They certainly are. They played well in that match to start off the game, finished it out quite sloppily. And this was that massive finish coming out there. STYZ was somehow able to stay alive from Rookie's burst, which is the main thing that kept them into that match. I felt like if they lost that team fight there, that might have actually been lights out for the Saint lineup.
We'll see. I mean, they had a long way to run. It was really, again, IG, more so their game to lose rather than Saint game to win, although STYZ cannot be faulted for his performance. He looked great.
So we see IG there. They actually dropped the ball very early on in the game. What do they need to change coming to that game? Because Saint early on looked dominant, and we know they have to kind of clean up their late game, but IG, it almost feels like their early game is a little bit questionable in that match.
I feel like IG got very cocky in the early game, to be frank. They played a lot of team fights that they weren't playing in game one. They had a composition, again, taking the Zed when you could have just neutralized it and taken another high priority wave clear, opened up split pushing potential for Zatai. It just took too long to get that composition online to do what it wanted to do. And even though they didn't have the big 5v5 comp, they were still playing the 5v5 stronger. So I feel like IG, you know, they came in, smashed game one, came into game two, maybe a little bit overconfident, baited into Saint's playstyle, and for game three, they're going to back up, reset, and play it a lot cleaner.
Well, on the side of Saint, we saw them have a very dominant first half of that match. Are we going to see the same thing coming up from them in this game? Because SCYZ looked pretty good in that match.
Yeah, I agree. If Saint has their win conditions now, it's that they can play a very chaos, very fast, scrappy, skirmish battle type of style. Again, they don't necessarily have great synergy because they may be experienced or veteran players, but this is the first time that they've ever played together on this type of squad. But you know that they have a high mechanical ceiling because they've all proven themselves on individual past squads. So just continue to play scrappy, play kind of solo queue-esque, play to your strengths.
Well, we're into picks and bans here in game number 3, the third and final game of the night. And immediately, the respect bans are coming out from Invictus Gaming here. They take away the Lucian and the Caitlyn as well as the Thresh coming in for Seal. They take that one and even lock in Swain as their first pick, giving Kindred on over towards Saint.
Means that Saint will have to have a completely different composition, and like you said, that immediate Kindred response. We'll see what AD carry STYZ looks to go. In the past series, he's been given the honor of the counter pick.
Let's see what they decide to do with their final pick in this matchup. Azir actually not being banned out in this series, so it is going to be picked up by Saint one more time.
Again, Otto still retaining a spot, so there was not a mid lane substitution back to Snoopy. Otto had a great performance, definitely an upgrade over Snoopy.
Still waiting for Saint to lock in their final pickup. They're in their first pick rotation. They already got the Kindred being picked up for Captain. He played Rek'Sai pretty well in that last match. And there will be the Azir pickup coming in for Otto in the mid lane. He played really well against Rookie to start off that laning phase.
I've always been a fan of Tiangun. I thought he had a lot of talent, obviously now renamed into Otto. Got to go toe-to-toe with Rookie, did great, shut him down in the lane. We'll see if he's able to do it on a different matchup, because I don't think Rookie will be looking towards the Assassin play again. I think he's probably going to opt into the Victor.
Invictus Gaming, though, look to pick up Graves as their jungler, and one more time we'll pick up Sivir as their AD carry of choice for Rain.
Yeah, they've just resigned Rain to this speed bot. As some interesting picks are now being hovered.
Don't think we're going to see that double AD carry come out from Saints. See what they do decide to pick up in just a bit. They are missing a top laner and their bottom lane at the moment, so they could very well go for their bottom lane pickup, although, like you mentioned earlier, they like to leave out their AD carry pick last sometimes for STYZ. A Bard is going to be the lock-in of choice for their support, and currently thinking of picking up Ezreal, it seems, as their AD carry.
No, it makes sense. Saint have shown that they like to prioritize standard lanes, even going so far as the last game to repeatedly swap into them against IG. So taking a very strong early level 2v2 bot lane in Bard and Ezreal.
Now, IG get a chance to round out their team composition with the final two picks of their lineup. They already have their AD carry, top laner, and jungler, so looking for a mid laner and support, and they lock in that mid laner being Twisted Fate, and the support for Tabe is going to be Karma.
So still keeping with their theme of playing around the map, this time by bringing Destiny as well as two ways to augment your mobility through Sivir ult as well as the Karma speed up. This does mean that a lot of kill pressure opens up for Rookie to start getting involved much earlier.
Now Saints looking to pick up their top laner as the final pick to go up against the Swain here. See what they decide to send up towards that top lane, because, you know, Invictus Gaming with the Swain, a very dominant top laner, able to oppress a lot of matchups. And you can see already Akon swapped out. He's got Teleport and Ignite as his summoner spells, which means it's going to be a Fizz lock-in for the top lane.
Okay. So Fizz versus Swain. I'm of the opinion that Fizz is possibly one of the strongest top laners in the game as soon as he has his Sheen, but that's still waiting until 1200 gold. He also has an incredibly powerful level 2, especially when he's running Ignite. So I kind of feel like Acorn has two different options here. You either look for an all-in engagement level 1, level 2 to try to push Swain out, or wait until you have your Sheen and try to beat him on a cheeky back.
Well, let's see what Akon decides to do with this Fizz pickup. It's one of the picks, you know, we talked about. We dismissed it as a pick that's coming back as a competitive play, but has risen and has become very popular among top laners and a couple of mid laners here and there too.
Fizz just does absurd damage. His base is ridiculously high. Go check Chum the Waters. He's got Shred on his W, so he does well and fine into tank matchups. He can itemize tanky because itemizing into CDR, which is a lot more free on more items now than it ever was before, gives him pseudo tankiness because it means he's able to use his Playful Trickster more often than not. So taking less damage.
Big point for me as well is Fizz is allowed to take Ignite up into the top lane. We saw a lot of that with Hecarim when he was popular up at the top lane because he's a mobility, and Fizz does the exact same thing. He can jump all around the map, become invulnerable for some times, and that Ignite just slots into where his flash would normally be quite nicely with a teleport up at the top lane. So let's see what Akon can do as we head into the third and final game of the night. The coaches will shake hands and we'll head into Summoner's Rift for the third and final match between Invictus Gaming and Saint.
This one is for the bad guys. Stand up, be the same, so we take
And we have loaded onto Summoner's Rift for the third and final match of this series and for tonight. And week 2, day 2 of the LPL between Invictus Gaming and Saint. With two very strong champions being picked up in the top lane for these two teams.
And we have 2 carry junglers, so normally when you look at this, you're looking at the 2v2, the Swaying Graves versus the Fizz and Kindred. But Rookie's on Twisted Fate. So this means that top lane has now become a 2v3, especially because Otto did not opt to take the teleport like Republic did on Azir, does have that exhaust. So I love the counterplay that Twisted Fate has against Azir by playing the rest of the map as opposed to just continuously losing his lane.
You take a look at the Keystone Masteries very quickly. Nothing too surprising. I think big thing that might stand out for some people is Strength of the Ages on the Kindred and Grey. Sometimes we see that swapped out, but more stand on the junglers, and further battle up in the top lane for Fizz. Very common right now, but just something that's been introduced only this split.
Fervor of Battle, Ignite, into W. It's pretty hard to outtrade.
We've seen a lot of top laners actually pick that one up as well. Rusty's still a little bit confused as to why the Echoes do it. But Fizz makes a lot of sense. And no early lane sorts coming out, it seems, and Bard is actually going to try and stop the level 1 camp being taken away by the Sivir and the Karma.
And we've talked about this before, it's just because Bard has such an oppressive level 1 with his meeps, so it always makes sense on a Bard to contest the camp as opposed to start one of your own, because the longer you keep everyone at level 1, the more power that you have over them. And again, it goes back to this idea that Saint chose a really powerful bot lane in a 2v2 scenario with Ezreal and Bard.
Invictus Gaming was still able to take away the small Krug at level 1, so to have a slight experience advantage for itself going into that game, into the lane, sorry.
Did he steal his red buff?
Did he?
Kid did. He stole the red buff from Captain.
Wow. That is impressive coming in from Kid here, already off to a nice start. So it seems like he did the very cheeky solo queue tactic, go from your Gromp straight to the red buff. As you see trading in the mid lane as well. Azir going to put some hurt down on towards that Twist of Fate. Trades back and forth between Rookie and Otto. Flash forward for the stun card coming in as 2 turret shots were going to 12's Kid. Rookie actually will be taken down in return. Otto outplays him in the mid lane.
Yeah, so aggressive from Kid right there. Taking the red buff, then looks for the immediate gank onto the mid lane, but Rookie extending himself so far right into a cannon creep wave. Otto just turns around and throws down the gauntlet.
And Rookie immediately going to use that teleport to get back in towards the mid lane here, trying to mitigate the advantage that Otto's created for himself now. His captain looking to try and take down his marked Scuttle Crab. Going to pick up a little bit of extra percent-based damage for himself once he kills that camp. Kid wants to try and contest it, but a little bit too low on health and mana.
Needs to really respect Kindred right now, especially because his mid lane is also losing. Otto does manage to get his first back in. Will have to walk all the way, but returning with the Phoenix Codex advantage versus the boots.
It's going to be a big advantage for the Azir in the mid lane. We saw what Otto could do in the previous game once he got a slight lead for himself. Might be able to do the same thing here as we go into game number 2. STYZ in the bottom lane taking a little bit of trade damage coming from Tabe and Rain. So far this bottom lane looks relatively even. STYZ does have a slight CS lead very early on to match for himself as Rookie is running around the jungle for a while here.
He got a very deep ward on Krugs, and he's looking for Captain,
who is on the bottom side of the map at the moment. Rookie gets a stun down towards Otto again. Actually might get ganked here by the Kindred. Otto putting a lot of damage back down. The soldiers not auto-attacking just yet. Has to pull them back in towards the pit. Here comes Captain now. Rookie does have that stun card, but Kid looking to try and jump on top of it. Flashes forward. Is able to pick up the kill. Now he's 1-on-1 against Captain until Fizz is able to jump into this matchup. Acorn teleports down for Saint, but is not going to be able to do anything in this skirmish.
2-for-1 special for IG. Rookie does not trade death, so it's a free kill pickup as well as the summoner spell. I do want to remind people that the Krug ward is not only for Rookie taking a casual stroll through the jungle and trying to find Captain to contest him, but also to allow safety for Zatai. Without Acorn having teleport, it means that if Zatai can force a back out of him, that's much more punishing because he'll also have the wave pressuring and can start to grow a CS advantage. 31-19 so far.
He now knows where Captain is and knows that he's very low on health while trying to take these Krugs as well. In fact, they're getting a huge chunk out of them. Kid immediately responding, trying to get as quickly as he can towards that Krug camp. Might be able to find Captain if he jumped over the wall, but instead he's going to get the back.
No, it's because they want to know for sure that this is going to be a 2v1 scenario. Still having to compete against how slippery this Fizz can be with Playful Trickster.
They flash forward there, put the bird down to get the slow. Akon trying to get out there, does have the Playful Trickster, but they've got the wraparound against this Fizz. Should be able to take him down here. One more auto attack is going to be enough coming from Kid, but he might be able to use it to get over this wall here. Akon uses it at the right time. He's able to get over the wall and is trying to go on a mad goose chase and run away from the many members. But here comes Twist of Fate. Rookie going to try and pick up the kill here. Does have the cards available. Akon has to do it one more time to get executed. Wild cards come in. Not going to be enough as the execution comes out for Akon.
That Samsung Blue Acorn that I was expecting to see right there. That was so beautifully played. He doesn't panic and use the Playful Trickster. Instead, the Q forces Fizz out a set distance from your target, so he uses the Q as an exit maneuver, holding on to Playful Trickster to dodge the tower, and then buys himself enough time to get the execute. Like, that had to be played perfectly to deny IG.
Still has allowed Tatai to pick up a massive CS advantage for himself up in the top lane. Acorn used his teleport previously, so has to walk all the way back to the lane after all the creeps have been denied there. And it's a 20 CS lead this early for Tatai. Rookie looking for another stun card on top of Captain, who's trying to run away, gets it down. Lots of damage going to go now, gets the slow from the smoke screen as well. Actually flashing away from the Graves that was chasing in.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane,
he's being caught out. Tabe trying to lock down Su, or Seal, sorry. This magical journey gets into safety. Destiny was popped by Rookie, trying to catch them off guard.
which means that Rookie does not get an opportunity to use it up in one of these side lanes. So far, things very quiet. Advantage still to Zatai, however, in terms of CS. Acorn doing a good job, though, keeping himself in it. Don't expect the dynamic of this lane to really change much until Fizz gets more itemization, but just because he's so far behind the clock, it may mean that Acorn never gets his foot back on the gas.
As we are taking a look at the bottom lane now, still a big CS deficit for STYZ at the moment. He's leading the charge in this bottom lane, but not that drastic in comparison to last game.
Anytime Ezreal's ahead on CS, though, good things have happened. As now top lane.
There's going to be a gang coming up on towards Tatai here. Pops his ultimate, trying to teleport out of there. No more crowd control to get rid of it. Can he die in time? He's going to be able to get out of there alive, but is he? The T-Knight's ticking, and they can't be able to pick up the kill.
Okay, so Acorn's TP was wasted, and in the reverse, immediately Zatai's TP is wasted. Good pickup there. Nice burn damage from the Fizz and Kindred.
Saint looking like they did in game number 2 here against Invictus Gaming, you know, not giving any ground, looking a lot cleaner now.
It's even more punishing because not only you gave away the death, and again, we're talking about kind of where these small advantages are happening between these teams. It's in waves, in CS. So the fact that you kill the Swain and then you immediately shove in the wave into his tower, so you're not just picking up the kill goal, but you're denying that EXP.
Oh, down in the bottom lane, though. Tabe flashes away from the ultimate coming out from the Ezreals. The Bard as well goes through the magical journey and will get taken down by Ray. Double kill for the Invictus Gaming bottom lane.
And it's just, check out the items. It's the fact that STYZ and Shu did not respect that Rain got the back end, has the BF sword, looked for the immediate fight because Ezreal was still sitting on a Doran's blade, and they should have seen that coming.
That's great for Invictus Gaming's bottom lane. They're now 1,000 gold ahead of Saint here. Despite the fact that Saint looked decent in the early game and have been training for objectives, but Rookie
Destiny top.
looking for a gank up in the top lane. Acorn sitting inside of the brush.
He still has teleport.
They're waiting very patiently. Eventually, Twist of Fate's going to head back towards that mid lane. Walks over towards, so they know exactly where the Twist of Fate is. No one has looked at the dragon just yet, and might be time for either team to look to try and contest it as well. Wasn't able to get a glimpse of what it is. It is an ocean dragon here. So one of the dragons that teams would like to pick up early into the game.
I think it's helpful, especially if you have a very roam, gank-heavy support and jungler. The regen will keep them on the rift longer, opening up more opportunities for play.
Let's take a look back in towards the mid lane. Otto actually Destiny being popped. Let's see where the action is going up in the top lane. Acorn actually going to throw the fish out very early onto Rookie to try and stop him from advancing any further forward. Ultimate collateral damage is going to come out from Graves there as Rookie now holds on to the gold card, trying to see if he get the stun off onto Acorn. Does do it. We'll get the wild cards. No, it's not going to connect, but Acorn's got nowhere to run. He's trying to take down Tatai. Not going to be enough. The Swain will be able to stay alive. But in the meantime, Ocean Dragon does go down in favor of Saint.
Still very well played by Acorn. He buys his team enough time to trade his life for that Ocean Dragon. We'll see if Invictus Gaming pulled the trigger on pushing down his tower and trying to unlock more gold for the Swain.
For now, though, Invictus Gaming still lead 1,500 gold against Saint here. Otto trying to do whatever he can to get some damage down onto this turret while Rookie's away. In fact, he's actually going to trade back and forth. Lots of damage going down on towards this Azir. Otto needs to be a little bit careful. Does have his ultimate and exhaust available if he chooses to use it. And Captain is close by in case he gets into a sticky situation.
Yep, has the Lamb's Respite available, so Otto's actually just trying to bait Rookie forward.
Rookie being very respectful, though, not deciding to do anything too rash in this mid lane.
Okay, so Swain now has an open lane. It looks like Satai is going to go ahead, go into a split pushing mode, and to continue to apply pressure to Acorn. That said, it's more so making sure that he times well with Destiny. So Destiny is on cooldown right now. If Zatai pushes forward and Rookie can't go up to assist him, it's actually just going to be free kills for Saint, simply because there's no objective underneath IG on the map that they can trade Zatai's life for, or more importantly, Zatai's pressure for. So I like the fact that they're kind of staggering their backs, buying their time a little bit, waiting for that Destiny to become available again, and then look towards that split push.
Well, let's see what's going to happen as we approach 12 minutes into this match. IG already have a very comfortable gold lead for themselves. They're 3,000 gold ahead of Saint at the moment. Saint saving grace as they do have that Ocean Dragon picked up. But Invictus Gaming were able to answer that with a tower pick. They have CS deficits across all the lanes except for bottom lane, which is relatively even at the moment. And mid lane, relatively even as well.
Roa Twisted Fate.
Rod of Age has been picked up. Looking to be a little bit more tanky as well as lots more mana.
Yeah, a bit more of an initiation tool as well. Again, Swain lacks a lot of hard CC. This Rookie's actually trading very well on Otto. Good
stun coming out there. Stops Otto from putting down the ultimate once he jumps straight on top of him. Looking for more, throws down more wildcards, trying to zone them away as S2IZ and Rain going to duke it out on the bottom lane. There comes the Magical Journey. Ultimate does come out from Rain as well. Just try and back off. Siva is going to be able to get to relative safety here. Our Rookie's been playing well in this mid lane. I mean, that's not too surprising. It is Rookie after all.
He did give up first blood.
That's fair.
But no, you are correct. Rookie's playing a much better game this time around. I think it's more so giving Otto the appropriate respect. It's no longer Snoopy in this mid lane. Maybe caught him off guard, but we expected that IG would kind of reset the mentality. You know, we tried something crazy in Game 2 because we just smashed him so hard in Game 1. Game 3, put the serious faces back on. So they're now looking to siege into Azir, to little avail.
Captain is there as well to try and stop them. Going to pounce forward to get some damage down on towards Kid, who just dashes out of there immediately. Destiny actually being popped. Where this was a fake going to? Hello.
It's because Shu was collapsing on him, so he was actually caught behind enemy lines. So Rookie just, again, showing so much respect to Saint and not trying to push his luck with some flashy plays.
Invictus Gaming, they're very happy with the lane matchups they have right now. Bottom lane naturally pushing in towards S2YZ. Actually getting a lot of damage down on towards their tower, especially whenever Seal roams out of that lane. Destiny, whenever that's off cooldown, Rookie tries to make a play. Does have a teleport available, and so does the Swain. He's doing fairly well up in the top lane. Temper Fate does come out. We'll be able to lock down the Siva, who's actually not going to take any damage from the ultimate and from the Kidron that just comes in. They're able to just jump out of there.
Good spell shield, and unfortunately the Cosmic Binding not connecting. Meanwhile, top.
You're going to see the Fizz take a lot of damage here. The ultimate Chum the Waters is going to come out and actually chunk down the Graves, but it's not going to be enough. He dashes forward. One more auto attack is enough. The ultimate comes out for Kid right into the face of the Fizz, and IG find another pick for themselves.
And it's because IG's mid and bottom lane have been able to neutralize any sort of aggression from Saint. The top lane lost, and there's little purpose for Captain to go up there, and Acorn has just continued to hemorrhage. TP.
TP's actually going to come into the back lane. See Tabe trying to lock down the Ezreal. Arcade shifts over the wall towards the Kindred. Stun card comes out onto Siu halfway through his magical journey as now the Swain looking to try and chase down the Ezreal and the Kindred. Kindred will hop over the wall with the flash. As the Ezreal a little bit too sticky for Invictus Gaming's liking to chase down.
Think about it this way. Saint tried to gank bottom lane. It didn't go successful. In response, IG ganked top. Success. They immediately then take that advantage and translate it towards the bottom side. So unfortunately, Captain is just not having the same success rate that Kid has been having. And that's what's caused IG to take their lead in this game.
IG, they've been holding on to this lead quite nicely. 4,000 gold ahead of Saint. Kind of doing the exact thing that Saint did in the previous match against Invictus Gaming. Had a nice 4,000 gold lead this early into the game. Well, for now, they're very content with holding Saint to where they are, not trying to rush for any objectives or pressure them in any crazy unorthodox ways. Dragon will be coming back up in 25 seconds.
But that's fine because this is where Saint actually want to be. Again, they've got an Ezreal, they have an Azir. They're trying to make crazy plays when they don't need to. Otto, unfortunately,
without an ultimate,
not connecting with his Emperor's Divide. Just farm it up, wait for those big item breakpoints. I do want to point out that Otto's going a bit of a different build, possibly a second item into Rylai's as opposed to Respect with an Abyssal.
He's able to get down towards this bottom lane in time and stop Rain and Tabe from taking down this turret, but another push might be enough to get towards this turret. Azir desperately trying to defend this. Doesn't have a teleport. Packed Exhaust as his summoner spell here, so can't really get around the map that quickly.
I don't think I've ever seen Kid in the bottom lane for IG since he was an AD carry. But again, the top lane has already won. So just allow Zatai to continue to passively win that and then make plays with Kid and Rookie elsewhere on the map now. It seems that IG are actually focusing their attention on the bottom lane.
He's winning that lane rather well here. 40 CS up ahead of the Fizz. We see Swains always create a CS deficit for themselves and always ahead of the curve, ahead of their opponents. That's spilling out to the other lanes as well as IG able to take down another turret.
And this is much more the game one from IG that we saw in this series. Again, very clean, clinical play, moving around, picking up their bot lane, sieging the towers when they're ready. They're not going to transfer a lot of their pressure and power into the mid lane, including bringing Zatai down.
Temper Fate does come out, trying to look for a Rookie. He's able to dodge it, but it's got to come up against the wall. As Siu has to take the magical journey, try and get out of there. Leaves with a sliver of health. Meanwhile, Rain able to take down Acorn in the back lines. Captain is trying to run away. Will get taken down as a double kill comes out for the Sivir. A triple kill for the AD carry as Otto, he's going to be the last man standing for the side of Saint, and it's going to be a 18-minute ace coming up for Invictus Gaming.
I enjoyed the cute little flash on the back half of that from Tabe, trying to save his life, but it will be a pickup or trade 1 for 5 in favor of IG. We can go ahead and look at the replay. Effectively, what this comes down to is you have a top laner that actually means something versus a top laner that doesn't. Acorn jumps into the backline and is immediately deleted, while Zatai actually zoned off 3 people. You look at Acorn's build path when it comes out of this, and he's got the variety bucket special. He's got some armor, he's got some MR, sitting on a Sheen, but no completed item to his name. And the power of top lane was just so much stronger in the 5v5 environment.
And that was just, to me, that entire fight just sums up with Acorn with a very poor initiation there. Jumped in, tried to put Chum the Waters down. Look at that. 200 damage. Put down Chum the Waters, missed. Jumps on top of his pole, on top of everybody else, just gets stunned up and dies. It's not really what you want your tank Fizz to be doing in this match.
And more importantly, IG were able to take that team fight and translate it into an objective. So continuing to snowball their global lead, they're now closing on to 10K.
Very huge lead time, 20 minutes into the game. Even Saint didn't have that kind of a lead in what was a dominating game 2 from them. Invictus Gaming looking like they want to try and secure game number 3 against Saint as quick and as fast as possible.
They do have the setup and the preparation in both of their side lanes. Again, if they can isolate Zatai and Acorn, Zatai will naturally win that. Likewise, Destiny is available and a wave is prepped for bottom, so IG back to this very clinical side wave management style of play as they continue to siege.
You take a look at where the items at for both these teams are now as well, as Lichbane's been complete for that Twist of Fate, so Run of Ages into Lichbane is Rookie's itemization of choice.
Very
Swain,
tanky, pushing oriented Twisted Fate.
Swain does have his Spirit Research picked up as well. The Rod of Ages. Temper Fate going to be popped there, but is on top of a Spell Shield coming out from the Sivir as the turret does fall down, and Kid immediately being aggressive as Destiny is getting popped. Yasuo going to get locked down. Lemon Spike does come out, but there's so many low health members on the side of Saint, and 2 of them will fall down as soon as the Lemon Spike comes out. Now it's going to be Otto trying to jump in there with the ultimate, but he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's a flash over the wall from Kid, picks up a double kill for the Graves, and now IG going to be able to take down the base coming in for Saint.
Too little too late for Azir to make a rotation against the destiny of Twisted Fate. And like you said, with Ezreal dead, with Azir dead, and with Fizz just far too weak, it's going to be the inhib for IG. There's no wave clear on Saint to stop them.
They've broken the base, and they're going to be content with taking down the inhibitor. And Tatai, he's done his job. He's been able to keep Acorn occupied up in the top lane throughout that entire fight.
Means that there's no pressure or kill threat on this Twisted Fate or this Sivir, which allows the carries from IG to run rampant.
And IG, they've been running rampant this entire game, showing exactly what they do. And this is kind of what we expected from the Invictus Gaming lineup that wants to be one of the top teams in the LPL.
Again, it goes back to this idea that IG have more legacy players packed into their roster than any other team in the LPL, so you expect that they would be a very calm, collected, veterans type of roster, but they've always had this very messy, chaotic, inconsistent performance throughout their history in the LPL. This is actually probably the most consistent and even-keeled series that we've seen from IG. Only week 2 in the LPL, but again, there's no communication issues left on this roster. Rookie speaks fluent Mandarin. Kid has really come into his own as the jungler now, no longer really considered a role swap from AD carry to his position. Rain's looking better, finding his footing on kind of this utility style of AD carry as opposed to having a lot of responsibility in the meta. So it just suits IG better.
Yeah, Seal, you don't really want to be there, my friend.
Caca!
Temper Fate comes out. Swain's going to get locked down into that magical journey. Rookie comes out, picks up the kill for himself. Not a good position for the Bard to be in this late in the game.
That was dirty. Something that needs to be looked at, though, for teams facing across from IG is the reliance and priority on Sivir. Again, they are a split-pushing team. Sivir compensates for a lot of a split-pushing team's weaknesses because she's got great wave clear if the split-pusher is caught out. Likewise, she can make sure that it's very hard to engage on the numbers disadvantage of the rest of the team grouped up in mid lane, typically. Rain seems very reliant and dependent on the champion for his own individual performance.
Another Chum the Waters comes out there from Acorn, misses one more time and immediately tries to take his hate out on towards the Swain. Whoa! Otto!
Good night.
Just gets deleted from Summoner's Rift there. His collateral damage comes over the top of the wall, and Rain and Ty were able to deal the brunt of the damage up front.
And like I said, IG, come on guys, stop messing around. Game 3, let's close it out. 22 minutes and they've run away with it.
That's what they're trying to do right here. They're over 10,000 gold ahead at the moment. In fact, 14,000 gold up. This is a huge deficit for Saint to come back from. We saw Invictus Gaming almost pull up. Almost pulled off that miracle comeback in game number 2.
IG are going to reset their positions on the map and then walk towards Baron.
And Baron is up and live as it's only 23 minutes into the game. We see a dragon each to both these teams. A Cloud and Ocean Dragon have been taken down so far. Next dragon to be spawning will be an Infernal Drake, but I have a feeling we might not get that far into the game with the way IG's been playing.
To be fair to Saint, they do have resources on their composition that they can stall out this game or turtle quite effectively with the wave clear from Azir as well as Ezreal. So there are options. There is hope. It's very, very tiny hope in a very dark, deep well. Somewhere.
Maybe the one that Atlas fell in recently. But that's not going to happen here, as we do see Kindred actually pass to pop the Lemon Spike on herself there. Cloud of damage to come out, did a lot of damage to her as well, but Rookie's the only one that picks up the kill after doing the work with the Destiny.
Jungler dead means that it's a free Baron, though.
And this well just gets deeper and deeper for the side of Saint, as they do turn their eyes towards the big purple worm, and Kid already working to try and take that one down. The rest of the team jumping over the walls, putting some damage down towards Baron Nashor here. True Shot Barrage actually comes out really early, so not many options for them to try and steal this one, and should be Baron on over towards Invictus Gaming.
It's now about where this Baron's going to be consolidated. Typically you want to grab the mid inhibitor, but the bottom inhibitor should be spawning relatively early and doesn't have the tower in front of it.
17-3 on the scoreboard. Almost a 20,000 gold lead for Invictus Gaming right now. 7 turrets to none. And only a single dragon pickup to try and save the base of Saint at the moment. Ezreal does have a couple of nice items.
And this all started in the top lane, which we expect from IG. The surprise that we got was that Rain and Tabe managed to hold their own. Typically, IG's bot lane completely collapses and just waits for the top side of the map to come pick them up from school. Instead, IG looks so much more put together and well-rounded because Rain and Tabe were performing across from the likes of STYZ and Shu.
Exactly. STYZ, he put on a phenomenal performance last game. He's the AD carry that's hyped up for the side of Saint here and hasn't been able to shut down what is considered to be the weaker bottom lane matchup coming from Invictus Gaming. Slowly though, Invictus Gaming are strangling out Saint. They're taking it slow and steady, making sure they find whatever objective they can before pushing it towards the base. And now they're going to try and do just that. They're going for a 1-3-1 split push here with Swain and Twistify in the mid lanes and bottom lanes. But here comes an ultimate coming in from Otto, looking for it. He's going to take it out really low though. One more auto attack should be able to take it down. As here comes the Destiny right on top of the Kindred and the Azir. Azir will be taken down first by Rookie. He's now trying to isolate them in between the turret. Pops the Zodius to try and keep himself alive. Never move. Will take down Shu. Locks him down as Acorn is trying to get out of there. But it's going to be the Ezreal that gets locked down by the shotgun pellets coming out of the graves. And this should be game coming out for Invictus Gaming.
And we talked about how IG loved the split push, but that Sivir pick means so much for them. But this gold discrepancy spoke for itself.
Look at this. Swain is actually trying to zone them away from their fountain there. There's Acorn. Picks up a kill onto Tabe, but it's a little bit too little too late. The only member left alive is the Kindred, who's getting the heck out of there and away from these Nexus turrets that are about to fall down. Invictus Gaming at 27 minutes able to close out the third and final game up against Saint. Well, they might, unless they can hold off the defense here. It's not going to be enough. Otto tries to go in. Lands the Spider's there. Not going to be enough. Captain goes out. Otto picks up a consolation kill there against the Sivir. But this Nexus is going to go down. Kid will be able to get a few shotgun pellets into it. And IG pick up the win 2-1.
One of the earliest victories we've seen in the LPL. And unfortunately for Saint fans, they actually have a record of having the fastest losses in the LPL.
That's not a record that you'd like to have at all. But Invictus Gaming, in my opinion, truly deserve that victory.
Well, if you cut out game 2 here of IG and just kind of write that one out to confidence, you know, playing around, testing some things, IG looked phenomenal in game 1 and game 3, and that's what we expect from a top 4 LPL team.
And you know what, Saint, they came out strong in game number 2, had some glimmers of hope in game 1 as well. But in fair credit to Invictus Gaming, even game 2, all the way down to the wire, they were winning team fights at a 6,000 gold deficit with no turrets left in their base. They still looked good.
I will give them that. A lot of smiles coming out across from these two teams as IG will take a very well-deserved bow for game 1 and game 3.
And this comes
and
back
some team fights in game 2.
And this does come back to the story that we talked about for these two teams, you know? Invictus Gaming, they are a team.
I thought their shirt said 16. And I just realized it says IG.
Invictus
I was like, why do all
Gaming?
their shirts say 16 on them?
Well, Frosker and I don't know what to say. I wanted to bring this somewhere else, but now we're going to talk about 16 shirts.
Do they all say different numbers on them? Like, what is that? Why is it a football jersey? Their jerseys are always so unique and strange in the LPL. And then I was like, oh, it's IG. I got it.
First is the cute little boy that is watching the LPL. Now it's the jersey, the IG. They've officially tilted the desk here today. But Frosker, I want to bring this back to what we talked about before this game started, which is the fact that, you know, Invictus Gaming, they're coming to the LPL here, looking to try and prove that they are one of their top teams. Saint, trying to prove that they're, you know, one of the teams here, but it just didn't quite work out.
Saints still have a long way to go as we look at the results for the day. In a surprising 2-0 victory, Game Talents really showed up big over NewBee. And then in a 2-1 slugfest, I'm going to say for a portion of it, IG do manage to take down Saint. And unfortunately for Saint fans, there are a lot of synergy issues, but something you can respect is the individual talent across that roster.
So a lot of surprises coming out today. Game Talent's able to continue to undefeated run here. Same pick up one game, but it's not enough. We take a look at the standings now in Group A. Game Talent right at the top. Sitting behind them is going to be Edward Gaming, who are 2 wins. I haven't played that third game just yet. Invictus Gaming sitting right behind those two with a single win and a loss. Whereas NewBee currently a win and 2 losses, with Saint and Snake sitting at the bottom of the table with 2 losses each.
I just want to point this out that EDG took NewBee to 3 games, and Game Talents did it in 2.
So it's going to be a very interesting matchup to watch it when Game Talents take them on. But for now, let's take a look at the matches we have tomorrow. It's going to be RNG taking on OMG. Vici will be taking on IMA. And Team WE will be taking on LGD.
A lot of different weighted powers there across the schedule. I'm really looking forward to Vici versus IMA in particular as we continue to kind of suss out where these promotion teams really stack up in comparison to the rest of the LPL. Game Talents has already been a massive surprise. IMA is starting to turn a few heads. Unfortunately, Saint can't really be spoken in the same breath, but they could look to continue to develop that synergy and ramp up over time.
And speaking of Saint, let's dive straight back into the analysis of that game, because we saw there, you know, Saint, like you mentioned, not performing to the ceiling that they possibly could. Invictus Gaming, you know, fumbling here and there, but still proving that they're the better team.
If you just remove Game 2, I actually don't think that IG really fumbled at all. I think it was very clean, very oppressive, very strong. Again, I think that there are a couple of key factors in Game 2 that you can kind of almost even write it off as little bit overconfidence, maybe practicing some different. I mean, that's the strength of a best of 3, is that if you completely smash Game 1, you have an opportunity where you can change things up and look to experiment a little bit.
Well, let's take a look at the MVP for that matchup very shortly. As is going to go over towards Kid, 9-0-9 in the jungle, 27% damage share. He played well.
We're actually now in a point in Kid's jungle career. Well, this isn't sarcasm, and this isn't met with what? Like, this is well-deserved. Kid is actually jungling very well. He's a stable member of the Invictus Gaming roster, and I said it before and I say it again. Everyone will look towards Rookie on that team, but when IG are actually playing at their best, it's not Rookie who's the star. It's Zatai and Kid being those legacy players that IG have supported for so long.
And you know what? Even Rain and Tabe stepped up in that game. So you have another avenue of attack to look towards, which is their bottom lane, which surprised us in game number 3 as well.
Completely agree. Normally we just see kind of any iteration of IG's bottom lane, whether that be Time and Kitties, Rain and Kitties, Tabe and Time, Tabe and Rain completely collapse.
Kitties
it seems
and
that we found the magical synergy, the magical combination.
A little bit of Rain, a little bit of Tabe. That's all you really need for the IG bottom lane, and able to pick up the win.
And IG just looks so much more confident and comfortable moving around the map. We know that they were looking for a shot caller. That's why they changed out Kitties for Tabe. Tabe, obviously another legacy player coming in and filling in for Kitties in that support role. And he seems to have given IG exactly what they were missing all along, a brain.
And you know what? On the flip side of Rift here, Saint, formerly HYG, have completely changed their entire roster. No more Chimin. The final member of HYG is gone. But still, they just don't really have an identity right now.
They have an identity. It's that each one of their individual players presses their buttons really well, but unfortunately they can't press them together well enough. That's Saint's identity
So
right
they're
now.
the opposite of Team WE.
No, like,
so
think
to
about
speak.
it. Kinda. No, like, Acorn had a phenomenal, 2 outplays. Like, think about that massive escape where he saves the perfect playful trickster to escape and to find the execute. STYZ had an MVP-worthy performance on his Caitlyn and showed why that pick should be banned away from him and should be respected. So individually, Otto taking Rookie on 1v1 and not getting completely smashed, in fact, beating Rookie in parts of the lane phase, individually, there's a lot of talent packed onto that Saint roster. They've only been together for a limited time. It's just now about kind of organizing that to move in the same direction. I mean, Hyper Youth Gaming re-qualified themselves through the promotion tournament into the LPL before being picked up by and rebranded as Saint. So this roster is very young and fresh in terms of working together.
So Team WE, apparently the opposite of Saints coming to this matchup. And speaking of Team WE,
You're selling that. I was like, no.
I'm
He's like, the inverse Team WE, Saint, got it.
That is what it is now. That's officially what it's going to be from now onwards. But, let's talk a little bit about tomorrow's matches, because Team W, they're going to be playing against Vici. We have, LGD. We have Vici up against IMA as well. And we also have the first match of the day, which is going to be RNG against OMG. Any of these matches really standing out because, week 2 has really shaken up what we actually thought coming into summer split of the LPL was going to look like.
I just have to go back to IMA. I don't necessarily think that Vici are kind of an elite team, especially not in their performance now, although they are looking better after their game against LGD yesterday. But it's more so IMA. We We were unsure about game talents. Game talents are certainly surprising. We'll see if they continue to develop and rise. IMA have a lot of talent on their roster, formerly the EDG sister squad, renamed from Edward Esports, or what was their name? Edward, yeah,
EDE?
Edward, yeah, EDE into IMA. Look really strong. Road in particular, their support, and so it's just kind of another testing ground for them to see, are they as consistent as we think they are? Is it just a spike and then they'll kind of slump more? Can they be another LSPL miracle story like Gu and Snake?
Well, IMA do have a match coming up tomorrow, and that's all from us tonight. There are 3 more exciting League of Legends matches coming up tomorrow in the LPL, but from us here at the desk, myself, Frostgrid, our entire production crew as well, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow night.